Good morning, everyone. How you doing? I hope you're having a great day. It's Steve coming at you here. I just wanted to start this morning by saying, first and foremost, my prayers and our prayers should all go out to the families and friends and loved ones of the 18 children and 3 adults from in Uvalde, Texas, who were killed in that elementary school by an 18-year-old sick psychopath. Um, I can't even begin to imagine what that must be like for these families who lost their children who were just, not even old enough to go to middle school or high school or continue their educations. 18 little souls were lost and 3 adults. It's sad and it's disgusting what took place. And thankfully that killer is also dead, deservedly so, in my opinion. In fact, his fate should have been worse than death. And I like to say for the politicians out there, including our president, who are turning this into an attempt at grabbing people's guns, you disgust me. You're sick. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. And sick people kill people. So stop making this a political issue. This is not a political issue. This is about 18 children and 3 adults who are no longer with us because of a psychopath. That's what this is about. And again, my prayers go out to all those families, loved ones, friends who knew these people and won't get to spend any more time with them. And so I wanted to start by saying that. I know I'm sorry to start with such a down note, but this is something that happened. It is in the news, and it is something that needs to be addressed. So with that, I ask that we all send our prayers and thoughts out to those families that have been affected. And with that, I'll start by saying I appreciate those of you who were with me yesterday. Sorry, my voice is a little hoarse today, but I appreciate those of you who were with me yesterday. It was a lot of fun. I only streamed for the morning until lunchtime. I may do that same thing today. We'll see. But as it turns out, and the reason why I'm saying we'll see is because, as it turns out, the best part of the day came after lunch. So yesterday, we got 3 witnesses before lunch. And one witness was Richard Marks, who is the Hollywood lawyer, and he is very Hollywood. If you saw him, he drips Hollywood. Super sharp guy. He basically a contractual lawyer. He deals with contracts back and forth, making deals in different movies. And he was there to rebut, because this is the team, the Depp team, Johnny Depp's team's chance to rebut everything that Amber Heard's team had brought forward, or those things that they found important enough to bring forward. And so he was rebutting Miss Arnold, Karen Arnold, who said that Amber Heard was worth $45 million. In the lawsuit, he was phenomenal. He wrapped it up basically by saying her opinion isn't worth the paper it's not printed on. Epic. And it was awesome. That was early in the law course. I got that. And then there was a doctor, a British doctor, very, very distinguished British doctor, who was there to refute the crazed doc from Back to the Future for Amber's team, who said that Johnny Depp had some narcissistic disorder or narcissistic traits, even though he never actually died. He didn't have the ability to diagnose because he never actually saw Johnny. And the British doctor, very soft-spoken, very distinguished, said what he did was he broke all psychological ethics. You're not supposed to do that. And he was great in his testimony as well. And then the third guy, the third one, that was the one in the afternoon, actually, that I wish I'd given you guys. These are 3 I wanted to talk about. They had more than 3 witnesses. But the third witness that they talked about, that came up right after lunch, it was a surprise witness. Believe it or not, it's rare that this happens. It's not like a real life thing was somebody walks in and nobody's expecting. But this was a surprise witness who was actually at the trailer park in Hicksville, where Johnny and earlier, for those of you unaware, Johnny and Amber got, she said that they got into a fight in Hicksville, which is kind of a luxury trailer park, more like A-frames. And she said that they got into a fight because some woman apparently was coming on to Amber, and Johnny got jealous and upset. He grabbed the woman by the arm and grabbed her by the wrist and said, "You know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a wrist? That's my girl. Stay away from her." So, as it turns out, the guy who runs the trailer park, or ran the trailer park at the time, again, luxury trailer park, he was there, and he said what he saw instead was he saw Amber pull Johnny away jealously and start yelling at him, and Johnny was kind of cowering. And it was phenomenal. His testimony alone is worth going back and taking a look at, because when Amber's team tried to discredit him, or what they call in legal terms, impeach his testimony, he was fantastic. They had no shot at doing it. And just a normal, mild-mannered guy. It was fantastic. It was sorry. We went on for you guys to see that. It was great. The bit of testimony that I was disappointed in was Jennifer Howell, who was the friend, and as Whitney, her Amber's sister said, chosen sister of hers, the friend that Whitney went to live with after the incident on the stairs where Amber said Johnny pulled her hair and punched her, and then he tried to push Whitney down the stairs. She had testified earlier in a deposition that it was Whitney who told her that Amber almost pushed her down the stairs trying to get to Johnny, and that Whitney was scared that she was going to hurt or kill Johnny, so Whitney stepped in the way, and that's why she almost got pushed down the stairs. She didn't testify to that. All she was able to testify to, I don't know what they got worked out. I don't know if they said it's hearsay, can't bring it in, whatever. But all she was able to testify to was the fact that Whitney was lying. And that was it. And it was really disappointing testimony, because she had so much more to say. And as I understand it, when I watched lawyers talk about this earlier, it was the way that it was set up as to why they couldn't bring in more of her testimony. That Johnny's team didn't do a good job of setting it up well when they had Whitney on the stand, so that they could set the foundation to bring in more of Jennifer Howell's testimony. But at any rate, yesterday was great. It was a lot of fun to watch. Today, Johnny, in the rebuttal to what Amber's team said and what Amber said, Johnny Depp himself is going to testify again. That's the rumor. And they're bringing in Kate Moss to testify, because Amber testified that Johnny, the reason why she punched Johnny on the stairwell is because she thought Johnny was going to push Whitney down the stairs, and it reminded her of what he did to Kate Moss. Kate Moss is supposed to testify that that never happened. So it's more impeachment against Amber's testimony, and Whitney's testimony is going to be great. I'm really looking forward to today. But let's go ahead and get to the people that I have us all watch on Legal Bites. You can look at this from a more legalistic perspective. And you guys, welcome. Tell me what you think. By the way, if you're working, I had a friend reach out to me yesterday and said, "Steve, I can't be on, I'm working." If you have a mobile device, just do what you put some ears in and just listen. I just appreciate that. Listen with me. The Legal Bites folks, they got thousands of people watching and listening around the world. You know, people in your state, in your city, in your country, in other countries, have them get on and listen and watch too. In different time zones, there's people watching and listening everywhere. Put a device in your ear if you have the ability to do so, and just listen. But you're going to enjoy it. I promise it's going to be a good day. So with that, let's go ahead and get started, guys. We'll join this legal team here and see what they got going on. Oh, sound again.
That too, but we can't. Only Kurt can, apparently.
I'm a guy. I like girls. I think they're attractive.
I'm inclined to agree with you on this stuff, Kurt. That's all I'm saying.
These are the hard-hitting debates we're having this morning.
Like how I do that, just like take the shrapnel there and
and folks, it's okay.
I'm a guy. I like girls too,
Camille
Kurt.
is beautiful, and she is a professional, and she is also fantastic at her job.
Johnny Depp's lawyer is gorgeous.
These are compliments that we can all agree on. I can also say that too, as a straight woman, married to a man. You know, it's so. Let's keep it light. There's nothing here that is particularly going over any kind of boundaries at this point, because I can already sense the comments coming in from the chat. KDS is TMZ guest trying to stop Depp from getting info on TRO pictures. Maybe had agreement with AH for when, what injury visible, maybe payout for detail. Payout for detail. I'm not sure if they had that level of an agreement. I'm not sure how that would work in these kinds of cases. Maybe, possibly. Don't know enough about the industry to really know one way or another. But
That's what Umbrella Guy's thing was. Is he saying that they caught him? Apparently, TMZ is filing some emergency motion because they don't want this witness to take the stand. I don't know if any of this is true. I saw it on YouTube, so it must be.
About it last night. Yeah.
Okay, so so that's the motion, but they make a compelling case, which is TMZ has this stuff. They assert a copyright claim on other people playing it. In order to have that copyright claim, they have to own it, and the person who filmed it was Amber.
Correct.
So they had to buy it from her.
Yeah.
Correct.
I don't know if this is all true, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be able to ask those. You got to be able to ask those questions.
Copyright can
Absolutely.
move parties, but it wouldn't mean Amber got rid of it. You also can wait. I mean, you're assuming TMZ is using DMCA in full comport with the law.
Yep.
Yeah. And Anya Omai, thank you again for the very generous super chat. I just wanted to make sure I addressed
They were
that.
in the court, and what's going on is Amber lied and tried to say that she didn't sell her video of Johnny slamming cabinets or alert TMZ about her filing for divorce. Well, there's a former employee of TMZ who the Depp team's expecting to pull up to testify.
I know we've got Larry. I saw that.
That is exactly what happened. So we'll see.
On the screen right now. Look at that. He was in one of the little corners. I guess he must have gotten interviewed. So I guess we've got one party coming in today.
Are those giant inflatable dinosaurs?
And they are.
Yes,
indeed.
they are. They are giant inflatable dinosaurs. Yes, they are.
Okay.
This trial has everything.
Johnny, boy.
It's a perfect circus.
I mean, I'm making funnel case.
I can't think of Johnny Depp in any dinosaur-related movies.
Oh, here's the article you were talking about, Rick, in the super chat from Ben Casperson.
Wow, I actually didn't even know if it was still out there. No, for the most part, I was known for my contrarian views, I would argue.
She's getting booed.
I know. I do like her outfit. I will say I do like her outfit. I do like her hair. She finally looks like she should have on day one.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it only took 6 weeks of trial, but yeah.
She has had some good days before today. I will say that too. So
I gotta say,
I want to be
the
fair.
dinosaurs are hypnotic. I don't even.
Oh, in the courthouse.
The judges got to be saying themselves.
Oop, no, they are going
up.
Oh,
it's an all hands. It's an all hands sidebar. Everybody.
Yep. Yep. So, and part of this might be, hello, I really love this live. It feels like I talk to friends. I'm really interested in how Legal Bites is called because I always understand Alina. Yes. Alina, I go by Alita. It's a diminutive for Alina, Lithuanian. It technically is Alita and Alima, but yes. So now you know.
Now you know.
What does your husband call you? I guess is the real question.
Babe.
Well, that was not the way I intended that to be heard. I am so sorry. I am so very
calls
sorry.
Me babe. That's okay. I understood what you meant, Kurt.
I can see the progression. He meant it innocently, and then he's like, "Oh, that didn't sound good."
No, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to rake you over the coals there. I was just like,
thanks, Richard. That's great. Really appreciate the help.
Exactly.
And as for this TMZ guess, I believe that right now, look at all those papers coming up there. My guess is there's some kind of an argument.
This has got to be TMZ, right?
That's been happening. Gotta be. Gotta be. And I'm wondering if there's going to be an extra party involved in that argument.
Look at this. This is damn near everyone in the court. There's going to be an inflatable dinosaur that walks up from the bottom right here.
And you got to figure, she's not going to rule on this right in court. I mean, certainly not in the presence of the jury.
No, not in the presence of the jury. Maybe before they bring the jury in, they may have a delayed thing so that they can have this huddle, this team huddle between both sides.
If I'm judge, I issued this ruling right now, one way or the other, and just tell them to go back and then proceed.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be a one sheet yay or nay.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Yeah.
It's a nay.
You think she's going to deny the motion?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I think she'll let him testify.
Colonel Kurtz has a very generous super chat here. What are you doing? You have a link. You can come on and tell us yourself. She says, "I love Kurt. Don't change." Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you for the generous super chat.
Getting Wow,
Yeah, that's really kind of you. Anna Fusinata says, sorry if it's a dumb question for Hogue. There's no such thing as dumb questions on this channel, even if they're for Rick Hogue. But is virtual legality a Jamiroquai reference? Good morning from Brazil.
No, it is not. It's just a play on virtual reality, which is of course a component of gaming as it stands in 2022. But people have asked me
much nerdier than Jamiroquai.
Not nearly cool enough to have recognized it as remotely a Jamiroquai reference. So yeah,
there you go. Kristen says, what counterclaims would AH have brought which avoided pitfalls of current but had a chance of success? What counterclaims could she have brought which avoided? I don't think there could have been any things. None.
Bringing the counterclaim of any kind that I can think of creates all the problems that she has.
Yeah.
I did not. I just thought it sounded funny coming out. That's all.
Yeah. Sidebar cuddle puddle. Oh no, that's
my God.
That is a good
cuddle
one.
Puddle? Am I finally seeing one? I didn't know it was lawyers.
This is the tamest cuddle puddle that you will ever see in your life. Elizabeth Pfeiffer says, question, I'm convinced gut feel JD told team to take it easy on Whitney. She's still in the abusive situation. No, not when it comes to litigators.
A number of people floated that on my channel, and I was like,
Yeah. Second question is TMZ about TRO, not video. TMZ.
No, it's the video. No, it's the cabinet video.
Yes,
is in the emergency motion.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Dandy Bracelet says, how was the jury selected with how popular JD is? Randomly pooled from the area around Fairfax County, Virginia.
Right.
They asked some questions to try to get out bias. And basically, you need people that aren't starstruck and aren't going to be biased one way or another. So that's how they did it. Jay Mills O'Ryan says Dr. Curry and Kate Moss today, hopefully more exciting than Jennifer Howell video. Agreed and agreed. Thadic 1 SM says, are expert witness demonstratives usually that bad? My data analyst brain has hated them. There should be better. They should be at the very least understandable by a lay jury. Michael Fisher says, please explain demonstrative. Heard that a lot yesterday. For merch, we need LawTube calendar. So a demonstrative is basically just a visual representation of the testimony. You can have a demonstrative that is a timeline, for example, which I would have hoped that either side of this case would have done, starting from opening statements, that where they could have just created and populated a timeline starting from start to finish, and then filled in that information into that timeline as they went through the trial. That would have been such an effective way of organizing all of this information to make things as clear as possible for the jury. For whatever reason, neither side decided to do that. I would have loved to have seen that kind of a demonstrative.
Yeah.
Demetrius says, question, why JD has to prove actual damages while AH gets to argue about hypothetical and possibly improbable future lost revenue? No, they both have to prove damages as accurately and concretely as possible. The fact that Amber Heard's damages are so hypothetical and improbable is a big problem for Amber, actually. So it's the fact that there's not much data backing up the numbers that they got to, and why they think that she's comparable to people like Jason Momoa and
no idea why they think
have come up in this trial.
Crazy.
That's a huge issue for her case. Elle says, I looked at the Fairfax County evidence of JD ice cream photo, and it does have makeup palette in it. Okay, so maybe that other person said the TikTokers are fake is also fake. Question says, do you think they will talk the letter from Howell again? I don't know. I could see them, if it is in evidence, they could talk about it in their closing arguments. I don't think that that's a good place for that letter to first come up in detail. Right. So I wouldn't like that personally, but I don't know how else that they can get it through a witness for them to talk about the details of that letter. So I don't know, but at the very least, if it is in evidence, so big if, because we don't know that for sure, but if it is in evidence, the jury will also be able to go back into the deliberations after closing arguments and take a look at it themselves and see what they can glean from it as well. Hokey Girl also says, question, whatever happened to Pistol and Boo? I don't know. They were supposed to testify. I guess they got knocked off off the witness list. I don't know, but justice for Pistol and Boot, because they have truly been defamed here. Their good names and their bowel movements have been absolutely defamed. Alpaca says Hogue said yesterday he thinks Whitney Henriquez is the most damning evidence against JD. If it comes down to that, won't the jury likely look at JH UK testimony?
Can they?
No.
I don't. No, it's not an evidence.
Yeah.
So
Not
no,
unless somebody offered
I'm
it.
willing to stand on they are not going to look at things not in the evidentiary record.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't
go
describe her as damning. I want to be clear on this.
Please do.
I think
Hope.
right now she presents a hole in Johnny Depp's case that they should be trying to button up, because we're still in a case where somebody could conceivably say, I think that version of the world makes sense, and here I can hang my hat. That's what I mean by that.
The only
think
problem
Johnny Depp has more of a
is
chance
that
of winning than
Whitney's
Amber Heard.
testimony is different from
I
Amber's
think the Whitney
testimony.
thing is a problem.
I don't think it's that much of a problem.
Yes. However, she's not that good of one for
Correct.
Amber, even still. Like, even though she is technically a hole for Johnny or a problem for Johnny, she's not much of a non-problem for Amber either, because she gives different testimony than Amber does. I mean, Amber says that she was trying to break up a fight between Johnny and Whitney, and that she intervened, and that's how that all happened, was because she wanted to defend her baby sister. Meanwhile, Whitney says she was coming up the stairs and Johnny was following her and then hit her on the back somehow, and then Amber then intervened after that. I don't know, it's just the two sides, they don't match up even when they're friendly with one another.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I sincerely do. I have trouble believing anything Amber Heard says. I still would probably vote for Johnny here. In fact, I'm almost certain that I would. But I think it raises a possibility, as long as you have someone that's not Amber Heard saying something, if you otherwise are inclined to want to believe her.
Yeah. Here's a question from Brianna Mansfield.
Problem is,
the thing about Pam versus
most of what
Candy,
Amber has said is provably
those are movies, or I think
problem.
Hulu shows.
So I think
maybe?
if I was a jurist,
they're
I would be like,
media.
she lied about most things.
Did you watch
so
either
she's
of those?
Probably
Think
lying
about Pam
about
or Candy?
this one thing.
I don't recognize either one. I don't recognize any of those titles. So no,
Okay.
no. My answer would be no.
She was not
but
a favorite.
I'm not sure if that's a reference that I'm supposed to.
It's not a reference.
supposed to know.
It's the thing about Pam is a thing. That's a show or a movie, and Candy is one. If you haven't seen either, you can't answer this.
No, I can't. I'm so sorry, Brianna Mansfield. I'm sorry.
We're
I wish I could, but
we
maybe
haven't had a lot of time to do anything else.
I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah.
Thing about Pam.
Wait, Alita's at 245,000. Is that right, chat?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's incredible. I never would have thought that was possible.
How often does your little clock thing update? Like, is that real time?
It's just about real time. It lags a little bit, but it's just about real time.
All right. So I mean, folks, like, subscribe. I think we could have Legal Bites at 250,000 subscribers in this episode if we work together.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Do you remember the Care Bears from the 1980s? They used to hold hands. They used to push out their tummies, and with that Care Bear stare, they helped get Legal Bites to 250,000 subscribers. If that rings a bell for you, it's time for that Care Bear stare.
I was wondering if he'd have more angles. I mean, we're nearing the end, and the Care Bears. That's inspired. That's inspired, Rick. Well,
I'm never gonna run out of angles.
They held hands and pushed up their bellies. Just the description.
Crazy.
From Hogue.
Care Bears.
I'm sorry. That was just too good. That was just too good. Too good.
Clip it.
Good. Okay. Alpaca says Hogue said yesterday he thinks. Oh wait, I already got this one. Nervad says question to Hogue.
How many of these are there gonna be?
They're gonna be a lot of them about Whitney. People are punishing you with super chats.
It's all right. Okay, it's all right.
Hogue is not a trial lawyer. He's a document lawyer.
I'm a Care Bear cousin myself. We'll talk about it later. Okay.
I'm more of a brony. I like the bronies.
Friendship is magic, Kurt. I think we prove that every day.
Every day. We do, in fact, absolutely prove that for sure.
Oh my God, we have more people.
Question.
Are we still alive?
Yes. Yeah.
Good point.
Yep.
This chat makes a great point.
Along with the
we need
dinosaurs,
an alpaca to
alpacas are
walk
gonna
in.
walk up.
Yes. Question to Hogue. Aren't taking Whitney Hurd's or Henriquez's, whatever, WH's testimony in a vacuum. She also testified to being drunk and high all the time. Her recollection of events might be affected. Yes.
Yes, I agree. I'm just trying to think of things that are credible, and Whitney at least rings credible to me. Honestly, her saying that it was one of the few times that I was sober actually felt pretty truthful to me, right? I mean, we give credit to Johnny Depp for admitting his situation. I'm just trying to look at things as balancedly as possible. I still think Johnny has the better argument.
Yes. Right. And this is something that I think is worthwhile pointing out, is that if Rick is saying that Whitney Hurd is the hole in Johnny's ship, the one hole in his ship, it's not a very deep hole. It's like probably right around the surface level of the water. So I
keep saying a hook to hang your hat on. To me, when I use that metaphor, it's like scintilla or chinchilla of evidence, depending on how you're feeling.
I prefer
Hogue, the guy on the baseball cap, is trying to be fair, but
knows what's in front of them, knows Johnny Depp's case is stronger, which I truly think it is, but says, I don't love this. Oh, I can point to that. Right. That's what I'm just trying to describe.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Jemima says, now you've watched Gone Girl for age similarities. What about Girl on a Train for JD? I've got more homework. I already wrote it down. I took a note. I'm going to have to watch
Gone Girl is
sure.
I want to warn you, Girl on a Train is not as well produced a movie. Just
Okay.
Gone Girl is a crazy movie. Oh my God.
Forewarned. Consider me forewarned. Shiro Knight says, question, do you think JD asked team to go easy on WH because he sympathized with being abused by the same person? I would, leading to this misstep with Jen. Nope, not when it comes to litigators. You have a duty to litigate your case. You have a duty for zealous advocacy. If there's a line of questioning that you need to go for, you do it in a way that
I'm gonna go get some coffee.
Empathetic and is not going to completely destroy.
Still have my ears in,
but you still go down that road of questioning for your case. Alyssa Ross says, question, what if any is the over-under on seeing TMZ?
What if any?
I think we have a decent chance. I think we have a decent chance of seeing that evidence.
I think more because of what's going on right now with this big thing. I can't imagine what else it would be about.
Oh, you see that? He just winked. Ben Chu just looked behind him and winked. So something's going on.
Sounds like they're getting some TMZ testimony in. Would be my
sounds like
denied.
It sounds like Ben Chu has an ear thing in his ear, and he's listening to us, and he wanted to respond to us, and was like,
unknown fact about Ben Chu: he loves the Care Bears. He wasn't a big fan of the first Care Bear movie, but by the time you roll in on Care Bears 2, where they have the summer camp, he was all in.
I am loving this idea of giving all of these people these insane backstories. Absolutely. I love it. Let's do it. Let's run with it. Rita O'Brien says, does exhibit equate to jury is able to see it? JH was listed as Depp exhibit, not sure the number. So no, they are all of the pieces of evidence that are reserved essentially to be admitted into evidence. They all have exhibit numbers because they have to be organized and everything so that the court can keep track of everything that's on the exhibit list. So they're all given a number. Once they're put on the exhibit list, it doesn't mean that they come in. It is when they are admitted that we know that they are going to be put in front of the jury. Ellen Gold says, do you think it might be enough that the jury heard that JH begged WH not to lie in court to protect Amber? No.
Did it come out that way? It was do something awful to protect your sister, I think is what I heard.
No. JH said, so Jennifer Howell said, you basically implored her do the right thing. That's what I got from the email.
That's the message. Yeah. Don't do something awful to protect your sister. It was something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Anyhow, but that's not, I don't think that that's enough. If you don't know who Jennifer Howell is, they haven't had enough time to really be able to evaluate Jennifer Howell to say, is she a trustworthy person? I don't know. This is just a person saying that she wrote a letter to Whitney. Eric Jensen says, anyone familiar with MCO legal consulting? I work at an MCO and have wanted to go back and become an attorney for a long time. I think it would be a good way to take my career and want to get more info. Let me know where to look. MCO legal consulting. I'm not sure for some reason, I'm not connecting on the acronym.
I think I know that, but only as the airport I land in when I go to Disney World. I'm sorry. I know my information is really a little off kilter this morning.
Yeah.
That is the Orlando International Airport designation. I apologize for not knowing what that is.
Things also often get a little bit fuzzy for me on Wednesdays at this point. And yesterday felt like it was longer than it really was. In the later parts of the day, especially for some reason. I don't know if I'm alone on that, or if everybody felt like it was like a 3-day long day. Brittany H says, what are the chances AH team is playing 4D chess? There is a possibility. There is a possibility that they have information that we do not. Or maybe they made a mistake. Either one is possible. A Flame G says, is Tassia Van Ree and JD's rebuttal witness list? Not that I have seen. No. Carrie Williams says, Andrea has done a great video about the Jennifer Howell testimony and the misstep into getting her testimony admitted. I think what she may have referred to, I haven't seen the video itself, and I assume that it is fantastic because she is awesome. And everybody go and subscribe to her channel and check it out. But
are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So yes, I remembered to move the subtitles before anybody yelled at me. So
we asked politely.
No. I know. I know. I'm being hyperbolic. But anyhow, as for the misstep, it probably had to do with going far back enough into Whitney's cross-examination and not digging enough into the statement by Jennifer Howell to really be able to dig up that impeachment through her testimony. Most likely is probably what she talked about in that video. She mentioned it yesterday on the channel. Victoria Smith says, question, when jurors take notes, do they take them home or are they kept at court? They're kept at court because they don't want any of that information leaking. Imagine that. Ooh, that would be a huge story. Shaw says, if you were JD's team, what would you focus on to try and limit the damage caused by not getting JH full deposition in? Something else to discredit Whitney.
Yeah, that's what they need.
All right, please receive your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
Hey!
She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me?
Okay, everybody keep your volume on so I can adjust.
Yes, can you
You
count
got
to
it.
5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic
This is
couple?
awesome. She looks awesome. For her age, it's amazing.
1994 to 1998.
So, almost 30 years ago.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss, please continue.
And I screamed because I was in, because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me. And carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly
Very limited.
appreciate your
Exactly what he
taking the
needed.
time
Easy
to
peasy.
testify.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free
No
to go. Thank
cross.
you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
That was
That
Beautiful.
was perfect.
perfect,
Beautiful.
perfect, perfect. Exactly what
Great.
they needed from her.
Knocked it out. She's sitting
Easy
there
peasy. Done.
All right, your next.
trying to use
witness.
Kate Moss on the stand, and she just got it stuffed down her throat, and it's beautiful.
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
Woot.
Wow, it's the,
Just give us
it's the
a
big
moment.
time
Everyone else's
show
crush.
today.
Yeah.
Oh, Kate Moss, Dr. Curry. I mean, I know what Kurt thinks about this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate all the love and support from my friends. Which part of the Care Bear stare is this?
I'm sorry. It's too good. It's too good.
All right, Dr. Curry. Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Is Dennison on direct? I think we can all relax. He's better on direct than he is on
Dr.
class.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine, ma'am. You're still under oath, so. Please have a seat, doctor. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Nice.
Which of the opinions rendered by
There we
Dr.
go.
Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So
Everything.
generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Ow, bird.
The first
Boom.
category you
Wow.
talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
I love how clearly she just laid that out.
Dr. Hughes.
Now we know exactly what
used-
she's gonna
She
say.
stated that
She's a very good communicator.
administered 12
so good.
tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those
Ollie
were
Lila,
symptom
thank you so
checklists.
much.
The
Very,
other
very
half were
generous of you.
checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered. Of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the skills that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Yep. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tells us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness. or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to enforce. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Hurd. Ms. Hurd endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Hurd's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics, talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the Conflict Tactics Scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there's no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of the, I think you called it the PCL-5?
Yes. So the PCL-5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
Right. What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past. But it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
Your Honor, may we approach? All right.
Your Honor, there have not been enough muffins in this testimony.
So I have an issue with one of the things that you said. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hey, Peter.
Everyone.
I know maybe it's just me, but Dr. Curry is really attractive.
About this is
I know this is superficial,
because someone can pick the right answers to make sure it's
but on the whole, Johnny's team of experts seem to be much more put together than Amber's.
Is way too far of a stretch. As we all know, these doctors are called in these cases every single time. So to just say, well, when it's done in civil litigation, you can fake the test, the tests are literally written so that you can't fake them in civil litigation. And there are experts that will testify to that. Like we can tell when someone is trying to fake a diagnosis based on the answers to these tests, which is why we use them in civil litigation and why they're allowed to come in. So I do think that can be attacked a little bit, since in fact Johnny Depp's teams used simpler type doctors testing, even though he wasn't subjected to the compulsory medical exam. But I didn't love that line of questioning. But she's gonna crush you. I mean, it's obvious she's gonna crush you.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with the bet. Oh yeah, Alita.
Just one thing real quick, Peter. Your audio is a little bit robotic or underwater. I'm not sure.
I will try to fix it.
I think it's just your internet connection is what
it might
it
be
sounds
bandwidth.
like.
It felt like bandwidth.
Yeah. So but I was able to listen in on what you were saying though, and that's interesting that these tests are designed specifically for that. However, what Dr. Curry was saying did make sense though. She was like, if you just give her a checklist of things and say, do you have this and this for PTSD, and if so, let's walk out the door and you have PTSD. That is a pretty easy thing for somebody to walk in and say, yes, of course I have PTSD. So it's anytime you have those kind of like self-reported tests, her logic does make a lot of sense though.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and everybody knows enough about PTSD.
What did you say, Peter?
Everyone knows.
I'll just watch until my internet's fixed. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It might also. I think your frame is frozen too. So it might also be. It might also help if you go out and come back in.
Could be StreamYard.
Also,
yeah,
it could be your StreamYard connection. So try that. Go out and come back in, and then see if that helps.
Elaine is upset.
I was just gonna say, especially while Elaine is gesturing wildly.
She's upset. I thought she was gonna take Dennison's nose off with one of those arm waves. All I was gonna add to this break was that I have trouble following all these tests and the battle of the experts here. Dr. Curry is such a more effective, sympathetic speaker. That's usually what I look at when we're looking at the battle of the experts. She's just so much better at saying what she thinks. Even if she's wrong, she says it better.
Yeah. Well, and I just the fact that she listed, here are the 3 problems that I have.
What does that say about Amber's side?
So that if you lose anything else,
Most of the witnesses you've been watching have been really kind of disheveled looking people. It's amazing. And not very good on the stand.
Did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics, and essentially they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need
Why does
to
Amber's face
provide
look
the
plastic
finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom and And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
You talked a little bit about ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave them, MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of
Dr. Curry has high cheekbones too, and a really beautiful face, but hers doesn't look as artificial as Amber's. Did you notice that?
Either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Hurd, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Hurd's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness.
She's been doing that the whole trial.
Disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the Atypical Response Scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Hurd scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS file?
Some of these super chats on their stream are crazy.
with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Hughes administered incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it.
I wonder why she did that.
Based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but after it looks
Imagine that, completely invalid.
Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for 2 separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do 2 separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question
I was
system.
reading that. I believe there will be a movie made about this whole thing.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI or the personality assessment inventory that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What she failed to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Heard scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Heard's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Heard elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Heard elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale.
She's super crazy.
And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, What you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the response.
I think the happy ending, Jeff, would be him winning this case.
But it's not as
And
high as
then
it should be. So
in the
you make an
movie, I'd
adjustment.
like to see his
And the
character
recommendation is that
end up
anything
with
at 60 or
Camille, his
called a
lawyer,
T-score of 60
in the
or
movie.
above is considered significant. Ms. Hers were already
That'd be a
over
great happy
60.
ending.
Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. The test correction, she had a 136 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults.
That's been Amber this whole trial.
But just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So they're overall.
She looks like an alien.
Well-being.
I don't know, maybe it's just the way she did her makeup. She looks terrible to me. She's not an unattractive woman. She just looks bad.
Opposite of PTSD. So
Amber, I'm talking
really
about.
saying that she feels free of distress, and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there.
Jeff, do me a favor and send this out to some people you know who can listen to it on their phone while they're working, or you got people in other countries. Send the information to them. I'd love to have them on.
I do comparison with
Watch
different
them with us.
research groups. So for Ms. Heard, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical.
She does look like one of the characters from that show
Not
B.
consistent at all with those. I
The
looked at the
lizards who
scores that were
look like
consistent with
humans.
people who are
She looks
frequently
like
in
one of those
litigation.
characters.
Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented For instance,
Whatever.
the TSI 2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Hurd's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98 percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98 percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Hurd's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior.
Absolutely, Kazumi. Absolutely.
She used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Hurd being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person, we have to get consent, and we can only describe an individual.
I like that
not
too.
whether or not
I like how the court camera, although they should do a split screen where they can show the Johnny's table and his people or Amber's, and also the person testifying.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Lottie, previously Nurse
weird.
who spent, I believe, at
Sorry.
one point almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were their identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having discussions with friends, groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
I think JD's doodles are going to be worth some money when this is over.
Suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger.
It was like a nuke on Amber Heard.
Your Honor, may me approach?
Yeah, Amber might need some Amica cream after that. That was basically all of these things that she's running around doing indicate that she doesn't have PTSD. That's not what that looks like.
This is the meme of just list of burn centers at this point.
Yep.
Wow. Dr. Curry might be the best expert witness I've seen in quite a long time.
She is fantastic.
She's engaging. She's thorough. Her use of language is very good, unlike mine right now. She is just devastating in a very systematic way. Hughes and Heard, the H-squared team over here, she is just ruining them all for days.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Curry's fantastic.
How many ways and how many colorful ways can you come up with to say that Hughes is an unprofessional hack who doesn't deserve the credentials she has? And Amber Heard is a narcissistic liar, faker,
Faking all these tests in her own best interest.
How are you doing, nurse?
She found a very nice way to say all those things, a very professional way
Get it all
to
out.
say all those things. And
thoughts. I know I was stepping on top of you a little bit, but yeah.
Amber needs to be in the burn ward. The burn ward after that aloe vera might not be enough.
I really wish I could have been there while Dr. Gray was watching Dr. Hughes's actual reaction.
What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Well, how much of the 2 hours and 50 minutes you have do you want to burn on this?
Yes.
Yeah. Probably a lot, because this is very
Probably
damaging.
a lot.
Now remember,
Dr.
Amber
Curry, I
Seem
just
only has
wanna
2
make
hours
sure
and
that,
50 minutes,
we
45, 50
all
minutes.
Remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay, and you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal
Really?
team. to
You're
be
going
the
over this
correct-
again?
Yes.
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Objection asked and answered.
Over 300,000?
Objection
That would
asked and
be
answered.
too much, but
Objection.
I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember. you
Dennis is not very
had
good on the
dinner
objections.
At Mr. Depp's
Really?
house.
This is
This is
she's
they
already
Really, the
gone into
dinner?
this.
Really?
With Mr.
We might
Depp.
do
Asked
muffins.
and answered.
We have a non-zero chance of muffins.
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about
She
3
says
hours I
muffins. I
started to
swear I'm
get
gonna lose
hungry.
my
Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner with at Mr. Depp's home with Mr. Waldman.
She's jealous. That's why.
Mr. Chu,
She wishes
Ms.
that she could have had
Vasquez,
dinner
and
at
Mr.
Depp's
Depp,
home.
correct?
Yes.
And you had drinks as well,
I
correct?
think they're not
actually
objecting
don't know. I do remember that
because
there were
it's
drinks.
wasting
Do you
Amber
recall
Heard's team's
testifying
time.
Earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule. A
Maybe even an
Moscow mule.
alpaca.
It's a Moscow
I don't
mule.
know.
Thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No.
Wow.
Okay.
Maybe it's one of the alpacas from outside.
And
And
you
here's
talked
the
about
mule.
transparency.
Did Elaine
I
get
just wanna
snotty
make
about whether
sure
there was a real
you
mule there?
had
I was starting to feel bad for
designations, expert
Elaine. I take it
designations were
back.
reports in this case, correct?
Dr. Curry's
And in
fantastic.
Not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's
You-
house for 3 to 4 hours
You've
with
got to
Mr.
be
Waldman,
kidding
Mr.
me.
Chu, and Ms.
She had
Vasquez. Is that
testified to
correct?
this.
Bang the
Ms.
table,
Better
Kurt.
Health,
You
you're
bang the table.
mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not
Dr. Curry,
once
go
did you
ahead.
disclose this in any of your
I
reports.
did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
Ooh, there you go.
And
Wow.
That's a damn good answer.
Talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present
Outstanding.
for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. Oh, and are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to.
Look at that. Look at Johnny looking at
Yes, I was
He's
tasked
looking
with
at Elaine like, what is
evaluation
wrong
to
with you?
determine Ms. Heard's mental
You know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations.
That's your problem.
But that's your problem,
That's
Elaine.
your
So I'm
problem.
That's
You're
a
gonna
you
ask
problem.
her.
Answer my
So
question
sad.
rather than trying to go
So
further, okay?
sad.
Thank you very much. Now.
Elaine, that's your problem. You don't have any
after you
time.
had
Did the jury
dinner,
know that they were on a strict time
You then
limitation? I don't
provided
know.
a
Now.
designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But
Last time.
I told you last time that I did not write that.
okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together.
She's amazing.
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right,
This is all testimony she's already given.
All right.
That was a big breath.
There
That
should
That
be
was quite the snort.
objection asked and
Similar to the one
answered,
that I made.
but I
Wanna
think
feature
Johnny's team
You're on
is
phone, you're on
allowing
phone.
Amber's team to waste
This
time
is literally
going over stuff
all the
they've
same
already gone over.
Honestly, I think
that she
Dr.
went through
Curry,
before.
Dr. Curry seems in her element. It looked to me like she was thinking, is it the same?
Is this?
Because if it's the
yeah.
same, I can
Yeah.
do this.
She was like, do you want, we're
Look at her
okay,
face.
same dance. Oh, look at her. She just looks so.
She looked at
She
Johnny
does.
and
She looks in
smiled.
her element. She's like, okay.
Because she
She
really
does.
Curry's
seems
one
to
of the
know her
best expert
stuff,
witnesses
so
I've
she's
seen in
able
a
to
while.
explain it well.
Doc, I think what
I think
Amber's team, Elaine,
more than
is
any degree
not a
she
great
has,
lawyer.
she is
She's
an
trying to
excellent
catch her in
communicator
a
of
lie
ideas.
And
And that'll
making
beat
her
most
give a
anything.
different answer
I was
than
gonna
she
say,
gave
honestly,
last
that's
time.
like the most important thing. I've
It's not
had
happening.
I feel like being able to talk to people and patients is almost more important
Yes.
than being like an expert. Because if people
It
feel
is.
heard, and,
Absolutely.
like, you can understand, the jury's going to relate to her.
In terms
is
of
happening?
and from an attorney's professional responsibility perspective too, that is the biggest thing that gets an attorney into litigation issues with their own client is miscommunication or lack of communication.
Do we have any
So-
idea what that was, Alita?
I have no idea
Trial
what
transcript,
just
I'm
happened.
guessing.
What?
Get her report.
Now,
Trial
you
transcript or
recall
something.
testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes,
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
yes, I'd forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases. It's difficult to remember specifically.
All right.
Great
Have
answer.
you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
She's great.
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Peach some more on the nothing.
She just work on things that require Elaine to walk over. It's 60 seconds every time.
Yep.
Yeah,
Obviously.
every time. There's waste more
This
time.
team is the only one that thinks you need to be
Elaine.
an expert on everything when it comes to being a psychologist.
Yeah.
The
no
more
joke.
time they spend trying to impeach this witness,
So
the
they're
less
doing a
time they
refresh right
have.
there. Why can't they just read it in? Is it? I guess I don't understand. We haven't
Well,
seen this before.
Because
Line
refreshing your
16
recollection
of
is
page
different than
207.
impeachment.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area?
I'm going to
of
go off
IPV?
camera for a bit, but I am watching and listening.
That's the impeachment.
Correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
Good question.
Now,
Do you have a question?
you would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
Okay, and you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
The last time they did
You
this, I'm just going to
chose,
say this before I go back off
however,
camera.
not to administer
She
a
ate
structured
Elaine's lunch.
clinical interview for
Let's see what happens
DSM-5
this time.
personality disorders.
Jury's not going to
Is
care
that
about
correct?
this.
I did.
Okay. And
They
would
don't
you
know what
agree
these
that
tests
that is
are.
a state-of-the-art
That's the thing. I
structured
don't.
clinical
It all
interview?
bounces off. Right?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present? you
No,
would use
not
it.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd, you said you talked about, you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years?
This is the treating
in which
people
she
don't diagnose
diagnosed Ms.
answer,
Heard with
right?
borderline
I think I could do this.
personality Or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right, and he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes,
And did
not
Dr.
her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience
why I felt bad
Don
for
Hughes
Elaine.
has in
I feel like she's
IPV
gonna
and
suffer.
domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And
So
she
she meant
also
interviewing instead
interviewed
of doing
Amber's
tests.
late mother.
yes,
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
No, she said no.
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard, no, I'm not even gonna say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her
She got
life,
herself
correct?
released.
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely.
God, I got to tell you, it's
one of the
off-putting to hear her
sexual
do the
assaults by
like
Mr.
micro
Depp,
machines
more than
advertisement kind of
satisfied this
talking
requirement.
style on
Did you
this.
not write that in your notes?
Thanks.
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a
Micro
structured
machine.
clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in
Sure did.
September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom?
You're damn right
on
I
many of
did.
those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those
Let's not miss a
symptoms and
beat.
established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to.
Objection, hearsay.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Are you gonna read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't gonna read her notes. I was
Okay.
gonna ask a particular question. You talked about danger. Do you
Whoa.
recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI 2. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Always
And
such a
you
short
used that
title
to
when they read it.
determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
it, not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score section of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American
I loved Mark's
Psychological
reaction to that.
Association ethical
Duh.
It's just one of
principles
those
and
questions
professional
kinda have
code
to
of
ask.
conduct,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And the American Psychological Association's specialty guidelines for forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
And specialty guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And specialty guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the declaration said that you
During my position, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shah. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you update 10 of trial testimony at page 2710?
Elaine.
Lines 12 through 18.
May we approach?
All right.
This is brutal by Curry. She's just such a great expert witness. She has just the right amount of fight back, which is
She does have a little.
which is hard to do. It's really hard to do.
It's hard to measure that well and to do that in a restrained kind of way, so
Yeah.
you don't come out looking like you're just an a-hole.
Yeah. But she's below that line, whatever that line is, and she's not being a total pushover. So she's somewhere in that happy zone middle, and she's just
She almost seems like she's like placating a child. Like, okay.
a little bit, yes.
You know, like, okay, it's gonna be fine.
Well, Elaine having to run so fast, I think is
Would
also
you
a
like a muffin?
distraction to her.
Would you? She's gonna need a lot of muffins to recover from this.
And
Yeah,
American
get
cream.
some carbs.
Harsh burn.
Burn. Hey, I'm not the one giving them. It's Dr. Curry.
I know she's doing a great job.
Yeah.
I don't know
Great job.
if what's being reported is correct, but there's a report that someone related to the Tassie Van Ree incident might be coming in on rebuttal.
Testimony from
From
David
Johnny
in
Depp.
this case, and if you can look at
I don't
page
know which,
27.
but
No, which
someone.
incident?
Oh, the Tassie
line
Van Ree
13.
Okay.
Now, is
incident.
it my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I
Okay.
still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
right? Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional
Meaning
distress
nobody
as a
should.
result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
Sure. Objection. I'm
What
sorry.
I-
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. What's the objection? You're on first? Okay.
So I just want to correct one thing. When I don't know if my mic's any better, but I'm actually
Yeah.
at
Oh,
home,
it's
so-
much better.
Okay. All right.
You no longer sound like you're Aquaman.
We've
Yeah.
adapted. But I thought Dr. Curry, literally the question that I had, which is, how can you say this doesn't apply in civil cases? They literally set it up so that there are tools for you to see when they're lying. She set that up, and then she hit a home run with it by explaining later that there are literally protections put in place, and Amber had the red lights flashing on all of the protections in place, that her answers were too perfect for PTSD, and she was clearly not telling the truth during this interview and was trying to check the right boxes. So she answered the question flawlessly, and
No.
I mean, she's crushed today.
You have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Well, thanks for a wasted time and wasting your time at that.
Primarily a waste of her time.
Massively disappointed that muffins were not involved.
Yeah.
She knew better.
You were asked
Let's get some
about
redirect on muffins.
the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
That was effective testimony.
That really was.
I think it
Let's
highlighted
go
a
ahead
lot
and take
of.
our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
These are early morning recesses.
I need a cigarette break.
I think
They
they
just-
know these days are going to be shorter.
Yeah,
could be. I think they just want to give the commentary like us just a chance to
30.
talk.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
so.
right. I definitely think that's
That's
right.
that's exactly it. Judge A was like, you know what? We should really throw a bone to Legal Bites and the rest of the law too.
I
Because they've
I
been working
assume when the
hard.
judge leaves, she comes to watch us. Is that not what? Is that not what
Okay,
happens?
just for planning purposes, Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so. Okay, just to let you know.
Who is that?
Who's Mr. Tobin?
They need to work on that. They're gonna find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55,
Yeah,
okay?
going to take a recess so that I can go back into the Legal Bites chat and say court, and turn your mics down. Yep.
Yeah. Which one of you is actually Judge A?
Tobin is TMZ guy. I thought it was like an M. I thought it was
No,
an M
Morgan is the
That was
witness
yesterday.
or the potential witness, right?
Okay, well, who's Tobin?
The lawyer?
I'm guessing, yeah, I'm guessing
okay.
right. Is TMZ's rep,
Oh, I see.
you know, whomever it might be, probably the lawyer.
Yeah, because he's
That's gonna be fun.
He doesn't
Yeah.
care about this not coming in. It's TMZ that wants it to not come in.
Oh, I wonder if he'll be more informed than the Disney person.
I think he will be. That's my
Yeah,
guess. That's
because
my
they
guess,
have a point to
because Warner
argue.
Brothers was more informed.
That was a
anyway.
fantastic.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no.
No.
Now the underwater effect has gone from Peter over to Mike.
If only we had
Sorry,
Amber
Mike.
Heard to create a bubble.
Yeah.
Create
I
a
know.
air bubble underwater. Yeah.
With
Yeah, it's
her
Wi-Fi. You guys can't
phenomenal-
hear me.
We can hear you,
you're-
but
We can hear you.
You're a little choppy.
Yeah. All right. Peace out.
Oh no. Sorry.
Miss you,
Hotel
boo.
internet.
I'll
Come
be
back
here
when you
tomorrow.
got it better. Oh, okay.
So does anyone
Oh,
other than
man.
me have thoughts? Because I can just talk for a while, but I've talked a little bit.
She's been incredible.
Yeah. I thought
She's
she
really
did a
good.
really good job pointing out that tests have to be done in a certain environment that they were like that they were originally tested for validity in, showing that you can kind of pick and choose to make any diagnosis work. But you can't just like, you could find a study or a, any kind of research or any kind of validating tool, like she had said, to throw at her. But if you pull them out of context, they mean nothing. And so that gave my soul happiness that was.
I particularly, the thing that I loved the most about her testimony today was how she started. These are the 3 things that you need to take away. It was very much like
Oh,
what
yeah.
you should do for a YouTube video, right? Like when you're
Yes.
like, all right, this is like bottom line up front. Here's what you need to take away. And we're going to get into all the details. So stick around until the end so you can fully understand
Yep.
it. Like that's like very much how it
like
felt.
that in you.
And there's a reason why folks on YouTube do that. It's so that the people that are watching can understand why it is that they're listening to what they're listening to, and then they can follow along because they can put everything sort of in an organized way. So I love the fact that she had those 3 conclusions. Like I just immediately, as soon as I got her name down, I got whatever else down. Then I was like, ooh, boom, 1, 2, 3. I filled in those gaps, and then I was like, all right, now I can kind of sit back and sort of fill in these details. I loved it. I think that is exactly what every expert witness should do on the stand. And honestly, even outside of expert witness testimony, that's just a really great way of explaining concepts, explaining ideas. So, folks in the chat, if you ever have a presentation you're supposed to give, that's a really great way to organize it.
I feel like they've done that. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I said my thing. I said, think Dr. Curry. You're up.
I think they've done a good job with that, with a lot of the rebuttal experts, and nobody crushes an expert like someone who's similarly situated to that expert. It's like we can come here and talk about lawyers all day, right? And talk about what they do wrong. So when these similarly situated experts have a chance to respond to what somebody else did, they can pick it apart like nobody's business and crush it. And it's so easy for them. I mean, you can hear these experts come up that are crushing Amber Heard's experts, and it's like just so easy for them to pick apart, especially in litigation. Because if you talk to any doctor that's a practitioner or a clinician and a legal expert, they're like, that ain't how it works. And we can pick it apart. Crazy that they do this certain things for civil litigation versus what we would actually do in the real world. And you can really make it seem outlandish. And I feel like they've done a good job of having each expert come up and say, what do you disagree with? For Amber Heard's expert, here are the 3 things I disagree with. Let me go through and explain why I disagree with them. And then boom, I thought every single rebuttal expert so far has nuked Amber Heard's expert.
And I think you bring up a really neat point, which we don't talk about too much in the legal sphere, even though we kind of should, is that so often all of these things we do with psychologists and psychiatrists in the legal realm is so created and like isn't in the laboratory world, and we just kind of fake it as if it kind of is, because we have to kind of mutate it for what we need the legal field to be. And so you're right, that makes it so easy to cross, because all you do is bring up someone who actually knows the field. And you saw that a little bit in when Spiegel was getting, when Dr. Spiegel was getting a little ornery, when they were like, you can't really bring up the Goldwater rule, because if you do, you're kind of impeaching all expert witness testimony on this. No, it wasn't exactly right. But what they were doing was kind of going after this idea that it's just like, legal psychiatry isn't psychiatry.
Well, he kept trying to be like, let's not trick the jury. Let's not mislead.
Right.
He kept trying to do that, which he's right on certain points, but totally wrong on others.
Yeah, and it sure didn't look good. Like even if
good
he was
answer.
right, which he wasn't, which he wasn't. But even if he was, it still looked terrible.
It's not a good answer. It's like, well, then let's impeach it. This whole courtroom's out of order. Here, I'll say what I said while they were at sidebar. I honestly, when we have Battle of an Experts, I never feel like I'm in, well, with some exceptions, a great position to actually evaluate the sniping at each other, right? Because if you go back and you think about Dr. Hughes' testimony, she has all sorts of things that sound like pretty legitimate grievances about how Dr. Curry conducted her tests and what she did. Where I think Dr. Curry wins is not just because she got to go last. She is the by far superior communicator to Dr. Hughes. And just on that level, I'm inclined to believe her. But if I'm being honest with like the science and the tests, I have no idea when they're yelling at each other and saying it should look like this, and the circle should be here, and the check boxes should be here, and it should be like this, and Dr. Curry's an idiot, and Dr. Hughes is an idiot. I say, Hughes looked mad and mean and used biased language and had these particular issues, and Dr. Curry explained how she got to her reasoning. Is she right? I can't rightly say, but I believe her more.
Yeah, and that was the same thing. Like Spiegel was just so combative yesterday, and then you bring in like Dr. David Bowie to like slow
Dr.
talk
Sleep is a
everyone.
lot.
Yeah, like which I tended to believe what he said over Spiegel anyway. But even if I didn't, like it still wouldn't have worked because Spiegel just was not an effective communicator.
To a person, I think the Depp team has picked experts that are more affable, that are better communicators, that I would like more and I want to listen to. The only exception to that, really, I thought was the hand surgeon that Heard's team brought in. And then he's just kind of eviscerated on Cross because he's doing weird things with his hands.
True. Do you guys want some DUI guy tweets from the courtroom?
Sure. Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so he says the deputies will not let us sit in the third row today on both sides. Not sure why. We'll find out later today. I sat there yesterday with no issue. I talked
TMZ
to
legal
this,
team.
I guess. I talked to the
exactly what I was
stenographer
thinking.
yesterday after court about court cameras and court reporters and stenography. She's really sweet and funny. She waved this morning and I waved back. Ah, all right. Sweet talking the court reporter. All right. I see how it's going, Larry. Ben walked over to Amber's camp and dumped a pile of candy. Talk about a power move. This is psychological game at its finest, folks.
Wow.
Interesting. Feeling very generous.
I think he gave it to him as a friendly thing. I don't think he was like a.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's saying. Yeah.
I thought he was
Maybe.
calling them narcissists. Isn't that what their expert represented?
Yeah,
To
for
answer the
eating
last,
candy.
to answer the last
I want
super chat
candy.
question, it's one of the previous super chat was just asking who the muffin was. The muffin is just a placeholder so that the super chats don't go over any of our talking head boxes when testifying. So that's
with limited effect.
sometimes.
Yeah, limited effect.
I like to when I'm on the bottom. I like to poke my head up.
Yes.
So you can see my eyes.
You can have fun with the.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a generous super chat. Thank you.
Alrighty. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So then he says, juror number 8 is looking for, and that also, by the way, that could also be very generous and a power move at the same time, right? Like, so like it could be that he was just doing that to be nice, but also that it communicates a strong power dynamic.
So, what, Rick? What are you gonna go against this? You know she's right.
I would need to see more context. I literally would for the situation, but fine.
So, I am aware when you get to a certain age, you figure out who you are. There are things you can change. There are things you can't change, and you just kind of have to lean in, right? Or that's just how it's going to be. I learned who I was very early on, and I learned to use my powers for good, which I am like affable, outgoing. I can tend to manipulate people if I'm not really paying attention. That did get me the moniker in college that somebody said that I would be most likely able to bilk $50,000 on a fake stomach cancer and then leave town. Right now, he meant that as a compliment. I took it as one of the highest insults I have ever heard. And so all I'm saying is if you were Ben and you know that you can lean into your niceness, if you're a nice person, you can lean into your niceness. He would do this anyway. Also, oh yeah, he's getting a side benefit from it, right? This is like, all I'm saying, just, and I have not looked any
lawyers. All I heard you say was the other lawyers that are there in trial may not be as nice as him.
That's
So
what I
that's
heard.
all I heard.
That is, I agree. I think I agree.
Yeah. Everything that Mark just said, 100% agree. 100%.
That he could be the most likely to bilk someone out of 50 grand.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
that was the
don't
story
agree
he
to
told
that
me.
part.
I mean, no, not that part, not that part. I mean, the part about like that there could be a strategic advantage to just being the amplified version of yourself. If you already come across as that way, as very generous, as very kind, you've got candy for Johnny, you've got candy for other people on your team, you might as well share the candy for everybody else in the classroom, right? So then it's like you look like a very generous person, and then the other side is probably grumbling about it, like, what is he doing over here? Get out of here, blah, 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 blah. And then he's taking up, free rent in their brains. So that there is a possibility. Whether that's going to actually impact the outcome of the case, I don't know, but who knows? Anyhow, let's go.
God,
on
I
some more
hope it.
tweets.
I hope it doesn't. For the record, I hope that does not affect the outcome of the case.
Agreed.
That was it. That's what it turned on. The jury's going to talk about it in interviews. It's going to be crazy.
It was the candy for sure. DUI guys also says juror number 8 is looking very stylish today. Ooh, I want more details. Starting out with a big bang today, Kate Moss has got the entire room rattled. The jurors in the entire gallery are perked up, and all jurors are scribbling down information. Number 9 scans the room, and number 8 is smiling.
So one thing I didn't know about Kate Moss was that they were together for 4 years. I didn't know that. That's a long time.
Longer than he and Amber Heard were together.
That to me is crushing evidence for Amber Heard that she came and testified that we dated for 4 years. Not only did he not push me down the stairs, he helped me, picked me up, carried me back to the room, cared for me, never kicked me, hit me, pushed me in the 4 years we were together. To me, that's like, okay, so we're just supposed to believe everything changed when Amber came into his life, which maybe it did. I mean, maybe it did.
But then the question is how and why did all of that change?
You do have some testimony that she was a trigger. You do
Maybe
have
Elaine
some...
didn't used to be so angry. I'll have to look until Elaine, were you this angry before you met a certain person?
That's a super clip. Can we find streams of Elaine? And she's like super genteel. And like, actually, the cross is like, could you just help me understand this? And then it's like, with Amber as a client, Elaine.
What, if anything, changed when Amber Heard became your client?
That would be the name of the video.
Oh no. So then he says, DUI guy says, let me catch you. Oh, he's got a lot of tweets. Okay, let me read through these quickly. Very smart move to abandon cross-examination of Kate Moss. I agree. Just before direct was concluded, the Elaine sharply looked at Rottenborn and shook her head furiously right before he stood up and said, no questions. That was the right play. Okay, so maybe she's not good at cross-examining, but she's also good at telling somebody else that they should not cross-examine. So then he says, when Dr. Curry gets back on the stand, all jurors have been scribbling down information as soon as she opens her mouth, putting into question all previous experts, especially when she mentions words like easily exploited. They just won't stop writing. DUI guy says, I like what juror number 5 has on today. She looks really good. Okay, we've got a fashion show going on here, Larry. We're trying to get, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to add this one. Then he says, at 9:28 a.m., Johnny sneezed when Curry was crushing the defense experts' witnesses on the stand. He appears to be thanking Chu for a bless you. I think Johnny's allergic to bullshit like the rest of us. I think I figured out why they moved us. It must be because of the tweet that I could see the computer. Okay. 40 minutes in.
Yeah, I thought that
2.
was an interesting tweet by him saying that he like purposely looked over to see what was on the computer. That's frowned upon in court. As he knows.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's interesting.
Come on.
Although it is also the dumbest of all dumb moves for any attorney to leave any laptop open with anything remotely close to confidential when you have a bunch of prying eyes. I mean, you know that even when you're just working in your firm,
but they
and
have to
somebody
be able
could
to do their
walk by,
job. I mean, they have to be able to work the
Or
court
one of those
there.
privacy screens that you can only see the
Yeah,
left.
don't victim blame here. Don't do this.
well, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give out responsibility though. But my understanding was that this was an open laptop that was left. This was an unattended laptop, was my impression from the tweet. I don't know if that was wrong.
Okay, all right. That's if that's the case, then that is different.
I don't know the tweet.
Yeah. Like it sounded like it was negligence by the attorney, is what it would sound like to me. Yeah. Okay, so 40 minutes in. Oh, let me see. Okay, 40 minutes in. Number 2 is still writing everything down, and everyone else is seen writing stuff down periodically. AH Camp appears visibly tense in Sambar, maybe sidebar, justifiably so. The jury
Sandbar.
appears, yeah.
It's a completely different courtroom setting. It's my ties.
Also, T in Tennessee, thank you very much for the generous super chat. I'll just read this really quick. LOL, conducting long meetings often and give candy to help them stay awake and also give them fidget spinners. But that is, of course, would be distracting in court. That would absolutely be distracting in court.
I want somebody
thank
to
you.
hand me fidget spinners in like a conference call that's like 6 hours long.
I know that would be nice. It would be very nice. So then back to DUI guy's tweet. So he says, the jury appears to be eating out of Curry's hands. They are very alert and focused about her every word. Number 5 is tilting her head again. During the bench conference, number 8 is staring at the gallery very intently and scratching her face. Number 7 is taking a nap. He's sitting up, right eyelid closed. When words like ethical and standard procedure start getting thrown around, number 7 wakes up, and numbers 2, 5, 7, 8, and 9 all start writing. I thought of an interesting strategy of not cross-examining Curry. It's dangerous, but when you don't have anything, sometimes it's smart to not ask a single question to make it look like she didn't bring anything useful to the table. Exactly. 100% agree. DUI guy says, I was told that the only time number 6 truly showed any type of expression was when Johnny Depp was on the stand. Today was the second time he did so. And that is the last of his tweets from the latest update.
All right.
Oh, sorry, one more. 19 seconds ago. When the word alleged IPV is thrown out, Bikery, I think he means juror number 5, raised her eyebrows very quickly and was fixing her mask. She rarely shows emotion, and this was a big moment. All right. Okay.
Also, we do need line people for tomorrow and Friday. I'll shamelessly plug that so that we can get him DUI guy back in, and then Rob in tomorrow, and then Rob and Ian and Larry all in on Friday.
I have a demonstrative for the panel actually here. Alita is just a little bit south of 3,500 subscriptions from 250,000 subscribers, 250,000 viewers. This, folks, was my final goal for Legal Bites, and she has delivered. You guys have subscribed. I will not grift. I will not make you guys uncomfortable. I will not just shout here and beg for likes and subscriptions like my life depends on it. If you can form a line and Care Bear Stare Legal Bites up to 250,000 subscribers, I'd love to do it before lunch. You wouldn't have to hear from me the rest of the day. Wouldn't that be nice? I know some of the chat thinks it would be nice. So please do look at that like and subscribe button. This is what Care Bears look like for those of you that might be a little younger. I don't know. And this is, in fact, a Care Bear Stare. You note the small protrusion of the belly. You get the rainbow powers out there. They go directly into Alita's subscription number. Please, please, please help us out, and you won't hear from me for the rest of the day.
Have we stretched this morning?
I'll probably talk about law. Please do.
Have we stretched?
Well, we're doing it right now. We're stretching Care Bear style, Nurse Liz. That's right.
You guys.
Exactly. So please do put in those likes and subscribes. Thank you so much. I know some of you think I sound a little bit like I'm pushing for PBS or something like that, but this stuff is really important to us. Alita's doing such a fantastic job. I want you to like and subscribe to her channels. I don't want to hear, Alita, you try to push it back to us. This is about you. You're at 250,000 subscribers by the end of the day. So help me God.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you guys. I really, that's very, very, very kind of you.
I gotta say, Hogue, you did a Care Bears reference and you did a Micro Machines commercial reference earlier. You really were in like 1992 territory here.
Hey, why not? Why not?
I love it. Why
not? That's the power of the babe.
I'm all here for it. Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready for the jury?
Chef Christine, I've heard of it, but none of my patients have ever been able to afford it, so I don't have any feedback from that.
That was a lot, Richard. I just want to say that before we move on.
That was a lot of yeah. But I really appreciate that. I mean, y'all know I like colors. You can see my thumbnails. So having a bunch of like rainbow colored, Care Bears.
Look at the chat. Look at all the chat hitting me with all the rainbows of hearts here.
Yeah,
Care
even
Bear
Indy is saying that she approves. She approves of the Care Bears.
Thank you,
Care Bear
Indy.
Stairs. Oh, thank you, Rick. Well, actually, now she needs to stop talking, if possible.
All right, Indy. Okay.
We get it.
I am wearing a Care Bear shirt. I mean, it's not Care Bear, but it encompasses the vibe.
It's evocative.
It does.
It does.
Absolutely, it does.
For the record, chat, I know that they were 80s references, but I really wanted to make Rick look a little younger than he was referencing. So I said 92 just to make him, just to not
Mark,
date
I'm a little older than folks generally think.
I know, but I was trying to help you. I wasn't.
All righty, let's get some
35 is not
questions.
old, Hogue.
So,
Please stop.
Nurse Lays, what's the difference between licensed and board certified?
You have to be licensed in order to practice. Board certified is kind of an above and beyond special test you can take.
Okay, cool. Matthew Swisher says, if JD wins on all his claims, do you think the verdict would give publications in the U.S. pause if writing that he's an abuser? Can they claim AH is credible if a jury didn't?
It's an interesting legal question going forward, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is, because there's still the UK verdict that existed before this as well.
It would,
exactly, that's a problem.
It would definitely give U.S. publications pause. I don't think that would mean that they are liable, but it was, call it a chilling effect, one might say, that they'd have to really think about it and send it through their editorial board before they did.
Right. Julia Montauk Mossler says, could it be that the purpose of the Jennifer Howell video was to somehow allow the admission of the declaration into evidence? It could be. It could be that. Well, I don't know about her declaration, but I think that email that was referenced, the email and the letter that were referenced, there was was her declaration. Oh, her declaration was also referenced, wasn't it, or no?
I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So then it is possible. It is also possible. Sariana B says, question, JD's experts are more willing to make concessions that align with AH's. I think that makes them look more credible, neutral, and professional. Thoughts? I agree. I do agree, because when you have somebody that is willing to see things that is a little bit more flexible, a little bit more nuanced, I do agree that makes someone look a bit more credible.
Also good for lawyers. A well-placed concession can really help you sometimes.
Absolutely.
And to not fight on every little thing when they were like, oh, you said this, now you said this. And she was like, okay.
Exactly. Mel Bates says, do you guys also find the difference in E/witnesses to be huge on JD's side? Example, professional, and most importantly, non-combative. Love the stream. I think I do. They do seem to be more or less combative. And although they still do fight with them on things, like in this one, Dr. Curry she wasn't exactly, laying over for Elaine to just, steamroll her and just accept the things that she was saying. But she was finding a good balance, in my opinion. PJEE88 says, or PG80, sorry, says, do you guys think just the difference in expert opinions can tip the scales towards JD? I feel like there's such a huge gap in experience and expertise, the way they bring their message, and just the feeling you get when listening. Love the channel. I think that really what they're doing right now is they're running extra miles here just to sort of like solidify their position. I don't think that experts can really like bring up a case if you don't have any good lay evidence, lay facts, and especially in a case like this where it's very much he said, she said. They can bolster, they can support, of course. I mean, that's the whole point of bringing. But if you have bad facts underlying everything, the experts are analyzing those bad facts to form their opinions. So, yeah.
Client's the most important part in this case, no doubt.
Yeah.
The two parties, who they believe, because the experts are basically regurgitating what they told them anyway.
Exactly. Francis Palmer says, when the jury makes a decision, do they have to give detailed reasoning or reference evidence? What is the process? Nope. They just say
they just
liable,
check the
not
box.
liable.
They just
Yep,
check the box and write in a number.
Exactly. EVKA says, what happens if a juror confesses to doing outside research and checking social media during deliberation? Love from Australia. Then they are removed. And there also could be a mistrial.
Especially because any sort of.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because especially any sort of hearing or that they would have to talk to that witness, they would ask if you shared any of that information with any of the other jurors, right? Or if you, in deliberations, talked about that knowledge you learned to try and sway. So if that were the case, if they're admitting to looking at all, they'd probably admit to the fact that whether they did that. And if that's the case, that's when you get into mistrial territory.
So what Kurt said about checking the box and writing the number is going to be a fascinating discussion if Johnny Depp wins and if they give him a number. Of all the people watching and in the chat being like, how'd they come up with that number? which happens in like every single one of my cases. It's like, we'll ask for X, defense will say give Y, and the jury comes up with a number that doesn't make any sense based off what we presented to them. If they give $7 million, like some people think, it's based on the divorce settlement. If they give 50 million, sure, they just give what Johnny Depp says. But if they give like $12.63 million to Johnny Depp, we're all going to be sitting here like, I have no idea what they did.
The one thing I love about
the answer is they all put the numbers together and averaged them out, even though they're not supposed to.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the real answer.
It's generally, yeah, it's the compromise. Well, and what was the famous hot coffee thing is that the lawyers didn't suggest it, but they just came out with like 2 days of McDonald's coffee profits. You know, that was like, it came out later that was how they came up with that number, but like that wasn't suggested in trial. You know, like
Except,
just
was it suggested though? But was it suggested? Why did they tell them how much McDonald's sold in coffee a day?
Well, sure.
I think that that's the same reason we say we're not supposed to argue that the experts got paid $100,000 to testify, but you're not going to give our client whatever. We're not supposed to argue that, but we always tell them what the experts get paid.
But how did they come up with 2 days? Like that, you know, that
No
was
clue.
just like something the jury just like decided on their own, you know, like it was a compromise because someone said 5 days, someone said 1 day, and then they're like, I don't know, 2 days. You know?
One of the scariest things to explain to a jury is if they're going to assign a partial, like a percentage of fault on the plaintiff, because they're not supposed to do a double reduction, and explaining that in closing always makes me feel like I'm spinning in circles, where I'm like, if you say our client's 10% liable, don't reduce the $100,000 by 10%. The judge will do that after. So don't give 90. You try to give these examples and they still screw it up basically every single time. It's very interesting.
The only people worse to do math than lawyers are jurors, you know, just like don't ask anybody to do math. Just
because we're the ones teaching them. That's why.
Right. Exactly.
That's true. I never thought about it that way. Shit, don't worry,
Yep.
get it wrong.
Yeah. What chance did they have? What chance did the jurors ever have?
We learned it from watching you. Damn it.
Exactly.
Speaking of other 80s references, man, geez.
We can do this all day. You want a more modern reference?
To answer this question, Sims Rock says, could the jury give them both 50 million on their cases and either from getting money? Is Kate Moss really testifying? I guess they could theoretically give them both 50 million. Kate Moss did testify.
Just was my mic was on, sorry, in the trial.
I simultaneously
In
believe
the
that
lawyer's
that event
This
wasn't faked, and also
witnesses
that event.
is me.
Well, I guess you can
Thanks
get it
for
in the
being
same
here.
way.
You want to
I
drop
would be
a
the witness
comment?
in
Please
both
do
circles.
so.
So Johnny Depp wins because there's no evidence of sexual violence. Amber Heard wins because that specific event happened, which is only domestic abuse. So there is a way for them to logically get both at the same time. It's just, yeah. Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna let me get through some super chats because
go
there's some clusters here that I think would be good to address. Jill Sanderson says, so for civils, it's preponderance of the evidence. So 51-49 goes to Depp.
50.1. 50.1.
I always say 51.
50.0000000.
Yeah, like it's just barely. Hey, I'm a
just
plaintiff's
51.
lawyer, okay? It's important. Doesn't have to get to 51. All right.
Oh yeah, exactly. Jennifer DeWoody says, how likely is it that neither of them win and the jury just says go away? It's possible, but I don't think that that's going to be a satisfying result for the jury after all of this. Sarah says, when a jury deliberates, do they get any help from the court in structuring their days, or are they completely on their own? They on their own. Sarah Stroven says, can and would the jury ever give more than requested? It depends on how that was pled in the complaint. I believe here that they can actually request more.
They said at least $50 million.
That's what
at
that's
least.
what I thought. That's what I thought. Sarah Stroven says, oh sorry, I just read that one. We can remove that one if the okay. I didn't know if there was another one in the queue from the Muffin Man. I'll do another one here. American B. Savage. Hogue, does the stench from Ann Arbor affect your opinion of this case? No, I'm not going to read the rest of that. Rude.
You know what? I love my state. I love my alma mater. It's tough that we won the last time, didn't we? Oh well.
Ruh-roh. Secret Mix Squirrel says, which side pays for all the expert witnesses? They each pay their own expert witnesses. Apple Pie says, if AH loses, can Tug sue her? I don't know why he would want to. She's given him such great exposure for his channel and all of his entire social media presence. Although I understand that he also has been doxxed in the past. I think that would be a separate thing, regardless of whether or not she whether she wins or loses. And then he would also have to have evidence for that. There's all kinds of things. Ladybug, evidence linking that to her is what I meant specifically, because obviously if he's been doxxed or you know, or what have you, then he would know. Ladybug AD2SW says, will headlines and hangouts continue after the Depp trial?
Yeah, absolutely. We're having a lot of fun doing it in the morning slot. And people are sending headlines. They continue. Not all the headlines are about Depp and Heard. I just am using those for this week. So yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Sahiti G says, why isn't this trial addressing AH having stolen Kate James' sexual assault history or story, especially given the op-ed title is about sexual violence? I think that it probably was just part of the stipulation for Kate James' video deposition testimony. I don't know what the exchange was for that. I can see if I can try to find out, but I don't know particularly. Trung Huang says, can you please explain type lawyer seating positions and the role of each lawyer in this case? Thanks. So the front two are, at least on Johnny Depp's side, the front two are generally speaking the two that are the lead in the case, at least at the moment. Ben Chu always sits in Ben Chu's seat. And then everybody else in the back, those are mostly research attorneys or attorneys that are making sure that certain objections are being tracked, making sure that evidence is being tracked. They probably are pulling up the prior testimony of these witnesses so that those can be pulled up in case there's an impeachment that is necessary. They can just, pull a page and line number right up on the witness and say, this is what you said before and it's different from today, that kind of stuff. So there's all kinds of different roles. They also might be coordinating with witnesses, coordinating with the firm back at the office, who are also probably coordinating with witnesses, who are probably also watching the live streams of the trial. I don't know about this one, maybe Court TV, but there's all kinds of stuff that's happening like that. Nico Van Oss says, the amount of objections annoys me. This seems US only. Why is this? Has it to do with the jury system? Part of it has to do with the jury system because part of it is flagging certain things for the jury. Well, actually, it all has to do with the jury system, come to think of it, because part of it is flagging certain things for the jury to say, I have a problem with this. Number two is to interrupt the flow of testimony so that the jury gets distracted. Number three is actual objections, because you have certain rules of evidence for information that can and cannot come in, because certain types of evidence or certain ways of getting evidence in are more trustworthy than others. So you have rules for how all of that is supposed to happen. So an objection, basically it says, hey, I have an objection. The other side is not following this particular standard or this particular rule of evidence. I don't know if anybody wants to add in anything that I missed.
If it's just the judge, you don't need to object to a lot of this because the judge knows it's inadmissible, or you can, a lot of it is for the jury's ears or to keep things away from the jury's eyes and ears. Yes. And if it's just a judge making the decision.
Yeah, Nico, I think you hit it on the head. Like you had the right ideas that because we're putting kind of lay people in charge of deciding the fate, we're like, well, we want to make sure that they see only stuff that's relevant or not stuff that's overly biased or unfair. Whereas a judge, we assume that they've been doing this long enough and they can figure out what's biased or unfair, or
they're not going to be misled.
Exactly. Elixia says, question, experts should not agree to Depp Waldman's statement. What should they say? Guessing not, what they say when you assume. No, absolutely. I think that is it. There's a very good point. They should not accept their characterization of the Depp Waldman statements. What I would have had them say is, my understanding is that statement was made by Adam Waldman. So I will refer to that as the Waldman statement.
Yeah.
That is what I would have trained them to say, because that is factually correct.
I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of like a Bush League move, but it worked on at least one witness, right? Yeah.
At least one. I would say like 1.5. Lauren Indelicato says, question, asked last week, never saw response regarding AH broken nose. Number one mentioned how broken noses don't set and heal nice without doctor intervention. Oh, this is for Nurse Liz. Nurse Liz, you can answer this one.
Yeah, you would have to, unless, most of the time it's going to get kind of like, crooked, and you have to kind of like get a little straightened out and pop it back in. Most people don't want to pop their own nose back in. Sometimes you don't have to, but it usually looks a little funky. Her nose being so nice and like perfect.
Your next witness?
It's like Owen Wilson, his nose.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right?
It would make me think
ready for the jury?
Someone helped her get it back.
Sam Shong says, what is your favorite law term? Hashtag part of the ship, part of the crew. My favorite law term. I don't know. What's your guys' favorite law term? I feel like
First of all, I like the pirates hashtags.
I do like it.
Attractive nuisance and
There you
attenuated.
go.
Yeah, thanks. And attenuated taint. Attenuated taint is the best law term that exists. I'm sorry.
That is.
Adverse possession is always a classic. That'd be a good name
Adverse
for a channel if I
possession.
ever change my name.
Yes. Yes.
I like when
Adverse
people say
possession.
they'll opine on things. I've
At
never
100,000 would
until
change the name of the
this.
channel to adverse possession.
I say that in real life, Nurse
I
Liz.
do.
I'm going
I
to
do.
start saying it. Be like,
Oh.
well, I tried to say it to my family last night and they did not receive it well.
You know what?
I would
That's a
like to
good point.
opine.
There's a lot of non-law terms, but there are words that end up in the legal field because say someone uses them at a Supreme Court argument or someone writes it into an opinion. Argle bargle is a pretty famous one after Justice Scalia wrote it in. And then at an oral argument, someone used the term orthogonal or orthogonal. And all of a sudden it went around and everyone started using orthogonal and then it was written into an opinion like 2 years later. Just happened.
I will say,
super
actually,
useful.
my recent favorite one right now is scintilla of evidence because we've been turning it into a chinchilla of evidence.
Somebody drew you a chinchilla of evidence on Twitter, by the way, Alita.
Excellent.
Somebody drew you a chinchilla of evidence.
Oh, yes.
Here's
Calling
Yeah.
Johnny.
Go check it out.
He's got a little briefcase. He's
Johnny
Johnny-
Depp is
Johnny's
coming to the
back.
stand.
Oh my God!
Okay.
Shouldn't have talked over that. Sorry, chat.
Was that a nod to the camera?
He was a little nod to the camera.
This man knows where he is. He's aware of his surroundings.
It's almost like he's an actor.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Almost like he has
We
a working
heard
mind, unlike what
a
Dr.
lot
Speaker
about
said.
some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
We just had like a 40-minute sidebar.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, what? Okay.
I'm sure their lawyers know this, but they have to be careful because they can get a question and waive privilege. So they have to be real careful with the questions and answers here.
It's a great point, Kurt.
Real.
Really scared about Johnny being on the stand. It's going to be interesting.
They're both nice
See
people.
what happens.
I just don't know if I'd wear them together.
I'm so scared, like on behalf of Johnny Depp, because I'm just going in my head in nightmare land. The probability that he's going to say something, anything, that's going to open the door to these attorney-client conversations is so high. I'd be freaking out.
They're going to argue it either way. After
I know.
in their
I
cross,
know they're
so
going to argue it either way. I just don't want to give them the opening.
Absurd. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
That is like the literal same exact answer Amber Heard
This is
said about
also
the
already
sexual
in
violence
evidence.
title, that she didn't see it till
You
he
can
filed the
scroll down to the
lawsuit. So that's
second page.
believable.
Or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard, I wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Well, so far so good.
I will say this: it's not doing much, this presentation, for the earliest psychologist saying that he had memory issues. I'm not saying
I
that
agree,
matters.
dude. I was thinking the same thing. This feels worse than the first time.
Yeah, I'm not saying that matters, but like when the very first question, that presumably that's the one you're prepped for, you're like August some year, 2020, I think. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I know the exact date. Well, wait, no. Well, yeah, I know the exact date.
Yeah, I mean, the whole story about where his band was playing, that was all just in an answer to the question of what date did she think for Aquaman, right? And then he didn't answer the date, right? Like, yeah.
I don't think he put a date in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we know what? Thank you for the very generous super chat. They are sidebarring a lot. What is actually happening when they do? Well, they are arguing about something, either what kind of questions they can ask or what kind of answers he can give or something right now.
Well, we've added one more thing for them to fight about in rebuttal, right? Which is that it's not rebutting. So
Yeah,
you see more fighting on the edges in general. Not that that's what this is, but you see more of that just generally.
So far, it is rebutting. I mean, so
Yeah, no, this is fine on that. I'm not saying that that's what that. I'm saying in terms of the volume, we know we've got the TMZ emergency stuff. That was one of the big sidebars, and we know that they can fight about rebutting, which they've done a couple of times.
So for the non-lawyers, is bringing him up here to try to say, hey, what my lawyer says doesn't count for what I say? Or
that's
why are they
what they're
bringing
trying
him
to
up?
do.
Broadly,
Yeah. Okay.
broadly.
Yeah, and especially
I think he may have just done that. I think that's it. I think we may
Right.
be done
Okay.
with that.
Yeah, and you had to ask that question real carefully, and they did ask the question real carefully. It's like, when did you first learn about this statement? It's like, or when did you first see it? It's like, oh, I read it in the press
Lawsuit.
after it came. It's like, you don't want to ask the question like anything like, what did he tell you, or what did you tell him? Because then you're just done.
That's what Cross.
So-
They're going to swing at him. They are going to
We also have
swing
a
at
question
him
for
hard.
Nurse Slays.
Sorry.
What headphones do you use?
They're by a brand called Cohen. I don't recommend them. Don't buy them.
Okay.
Oh no.
What's the opposite of endorsement?
Yeah, I'm about to lose my endorsement.
Conclusions of losses. Ho, you were right. Truth, not affirmative defense under.
I
Virginia
apologize,
law.
Mr. Depp. Could you please
California
continue?
law,
What
it's affirmative
happened
defense
after
as
Ms.
private
Heard
plaintiffs.
auditioned for Aquaman?
I'll finish this one later.
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi for a few years. I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he's
Just saying he spoke to
anything.
them
He
is
said
not
he was going
hearsay.
to say who he
Yeah.
spoke to.
All right, let's see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Disney Warner executives: Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll just say objection.
Yeah,
Next
that's
question.
fair.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
There you go.
That's the job.
She got the movie.
Well,
Just say she got the movie.
I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many
also
times?
remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the
Extra
objection. Next
residue.
question.
How many times have you done MDMA?
Don't
in
bring
your
up
life, Mr.
drugs.
Depp?
We know him now, right? It's just
Yeah.
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to.
I know what he was going to say.
Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to
The effect
do
is
to
what you're
you.
looking for.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And
I don't think this was necessary.
I don't think so either.
Because I'd be dead.
I think it's a red
I'm
herring.
pretty sure I'd be dead.
Yeah.
Don't think
I
about
think one would
attorney-client
die.
privilege. Focus
Yes,
on the drugs.
uh,
It's like throwing out
probably rather
meat.
quickly.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit
Can you please show us where you
1817,
kidnapped
which
her?
is already in evidence?
Can I be kidnapped there?
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes, it
mark,
will.
yes? Okay, so this chair, that one here was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward, they were on swivels. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where that imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Ms. Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background on
where
the
the
floor.
first?
Allison Beck, I
Could
think
you please
very
circle where the
generous.
first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry,
Very
excuse me.
generous.
All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I'm pretty well. I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is. I'm 99.9% sure, since it is. It looks like it's got blood on it as well. Is what I held my finger held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called. Jerry was brought in. Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
Do you guys think this is effective?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr.
I don't
Kipper?
like this. I mean, I don't care. But
I don't recall.
I would have
but
skipped
I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
Unless
And
they're building.
what did
something
Dr.
that I'm not aware of.
Kipper do
Right.
when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger, and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
Rottenborn has to let the jury know. We've discussed this several times, which is just don't do that stuff. That's so annoying to try a case like
It's
that.
petty. It's real
It's
petty.
the worst. So I don't think this is particularly effective. Personally, I think I would have skipped this. I think they can pull as many negative inferences from this as they could positive.
Well, maybe they really are just trying to bury the Waldman stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
That's their highest level of
muck up a lot of stuff, a lot of mud here.
I don't
for
think
them
it's
to go
useful.
after.
This isn't targeted. This is like, I don't know. I guess it's literally a rebuttal witness. Let's go through what they said about you, but I don't know.
Could this be they just wanted to remind, like, the most likable person here that everybody loves, like, one of their strongest arrows in their quiver is that it's Johnny, and they just wanted to get him up one more time before the trial ends? Could that be something you're thinking?
Why wouldn't you do it last then?
I thought he was going to be last. I thought he was going to be last.
Well, I'm just trying to come up. Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm trying to figure it out.
I don't know. It's not compelling testimony, I don't think. But people do like Johnny. Johnny's had a lot of good testimony this trial, and maybe something will pop out.
And if we're going through the run the clock theory, it's possible that the cross on this will be a bit lengthy potentially. Maybe.
I don't know. What did Elaine run against Curry? 20 minutes, maybe something like that.
Maybe, yeah. That's that's stretching it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, she was definitely running around.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
She was running around. I could expand that up to about a half an hour.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, she was going through a lot of stuff that she did not need to.
Yeah.
Before.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Mr. before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was
Why did they ask if he doesn't know?
15, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
What happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But the all went and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence?
Train picture.
So it's like, no, I didn't hit her.
Mr.
She
Depp,
actually
do you
hit me.
recognize this photograph?
Train
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they've been very kind.
He looks terrible in that
And
picture.
He does.
So where was this photograph
gonna
taken?
zoom in and show his
That was
black
in
eye.
that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's
How did that happen?
Can you just explain that?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to.
He's getting there.
Well, us stating the objection.
Okay. So,
All right.
Mr.
Read it up.
Depp,
Read it
specifically,
up,
how did
I
the
guess.
injury in this photograph occur?
Okay.
I'm sure it hit me.
Yeah, exactly. There's the answer.
Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
Rick didn't like that aside.
I did actually. No, I was.
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like
okay.
me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Objection, expertise.
Could we please pull up
He
Plaintiff's
is an actor,
Exhibit
deals with this all the time.
1301 and
Marketing
this is
publicity photos a
one, Your
lot.
Honors, this is not in
Okay.
evidence.
It's
don't
more
think
than
he's
no one. I'm not saying
actually
he's actually an
editing
expert. But he's been told plenty of times
Mr.
that things
Depp, do you
can't be done
recognize
that he
what's
wants
reflected
done.
in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of days, few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph
She
you
has
just
been
looked at?
kicking his ass.
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
Sorry,
evidence.
any objection?
Happy honeymoon. So it's
Any,
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is an evidence can be published to the jury.
Yeah, Johnny kind of seems like he's like
Mr. Depp,
essentially
what,
done.
if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
Yeah.
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen and
Kicking his ass since the honeymoon.
a bit of a shiner.
Yikes.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Miss Kate Moss in the stairs?
You don't need to rehash
Do I
this.
remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Why did they put him
Do you
on
have
the
any
stand?
understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
They didn't need to.
This is a blunder.
Yes,
It's
I
a
do.
mistake.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many years ago. And what happened is what she said.
Right, so you don't need to ask him.
I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
May we approach your honor?
He's not really using it for the truth. He's just saying he told you the story. But I will say, the way he described the bruise on his face in the Orient Express and had a picture the day that he says it happened on their honeymoon and explained a story is how you explain how an injury occurs that's shown in a picture. Amber Heard wasn't able to do that with any of her. I had no clue like when this picture was taken versus her story. And she couldn't tell us it was exactly the day after or the day she was hit. They showed a progression of a bruise on his face. So I actually think that part of his testimony was effective. Besides that, it's been a struggle.
And also, it's consistent with the level of action he's describing.
Absolutely.
Please continue,
That's
Mr.
nice.
Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase or with Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn.
Let's call Mr. Rotten.
Miss Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's
not
a rumor?
responsible.
Rottenborn.
Either.
You can't do
Sorry.
that, dude. You can't testify during an
Misstates the
objection.
facts and evidence.
Overrule the objection.
No, you're misstating facts, dude.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's.
Oh, no.
Okay, okay.
voice.
I would instruct him to stop
Was
talking to
it-
Mr. Rottenborn.
Come on, man.
You can't do
So
that.
Once or
what
twice, okay, but
specifically
now
had
he's
you actually
starting
told
to
Ms.
do a
Heard
little too
about
much.
Yeah.
the
I know
incident
he's
with
tired.
Miss Moss and the
Everybody's
stairs?
tired.
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
All right, let's see if we can get somewhere here.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for that because it wasn't new.
Also, Whitney's
It
there
had been
today,
there for
I think.
life.
I thought I saw her there.
Seemed pretty obvious. So I took to
I would like to
Whitney,
see her reactions to this.
very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
Ooh.
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Sir told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This is gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, you know, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
He does feel like he's warming up.
Did you ever see Miss
started off
Heard
super
physically
slow.
attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
No, it's not. Go away.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab
Certainly
Whitney,
signaling that he doesn't like it.
push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
Mm.
And when you
That
said
smirk,
Miss
that
Heard
smile.
would push Whitney around, do you mean that to physically push her or metaphorically?
Look at that smile. Oh my God.
Both.
Ugh. She is
You heard
Really
Whitney
smirking.
testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia
Looking back
building
at
for a
Whitney.
time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
What?
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
He was there.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, it's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
The man who screwed me out of
Mr.
a lot of money.
Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And
Jeez, sucks.
so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Smart approach. Okay.
Did you say that was Joel Mandel that said that?
He did say that. Yeah, he did say that. What's interesting about the Whitney Heard stuff is because of her limited testimony, probably because she didn't finish her depo. I don't think they ever asked, did Amber ever hit you, or was she ever physically violent with you? And so now this is the only testimony we have of that. And even though she was obviously favorable for Amber, there's nothing really to refute what Johnny is saying now about their physical relationship, which is interesting to me.
And that's the downside of her not sitting for a full deposition.
Exactly.
Sorry, buddy. So that's a good move by Johnny's team. Is
Very
to
interesting.
find
Very interesting
some
stuff.
way
Yep.
of sort of making up for that.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, me, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
Overrule the objection.
Basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
This feels consistent with his prior testimony.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she
And
donated
undermining the
your
narcissism
divorce
angle.
settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. To the
May
issue
we
of this
approach, Your
case.
Honor?
His relationship with CHLA, that's irrelevant?
I mean,
we're
they've
talking about
kind of
charitable
opened the door by
donations.
talking
Yeah.
about the charity aspects.
Yeah, and also it kind of has to do with the whole narcissism angle from Dr. Spiegel.
Yep, absolutely.
Also, do you guys know anybody that does like to have their name on charitable donations and pledges, even if they're not the one giving the money? I don't know if we've heard any of that throughout this trial, but Johnny's not in it for his name to be on it.
I couldn't imagine such a person.
Yeah, especially when like
What
some random
who would do
boyfriend's
that?
paying it for you.
Who would do that? Who would claim someone else's charitable donation for the public? Who would
Yeah,
walk around
nobody.
claiming that they have donated money when they
Yeah, no
haven't?
way. That doesn't happen. We can track stuff like that these days, so there's no way that happens.
There's absolutely, yeah. I mean, who would think that they could get away with that? Surely not anyone of any level of intelligence. We can go on. I could continue.
This is wild, man. This whole thing is just so wild.
This is day 22 of this trial. I've made up my mind.
And again, did we forget we're talking about defamation here? Because now we're getting into charitable like donating.
We definitely did long ago.
I don't know how all this stuff happened. Like, if I'm the judge, this could have been a 2-week trial if we would have focused on defamation. Like, it's 6 weeks because we're talking about all this other crap.
Yeah. I think the 6-week nature of it was a huge win for Team Johnny, right? I mean, we all know why. We all know Johnny didn't do this for the money. I mean, I'm sure maybe he'll like it. Who doesn't like it? But the longer this is on, and the longer it's in the public light, the better it is for him. And so, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's true that when you have a storyline, the longer it gets extended, the more touch points that you have that you can test it, right? So the one that stays the most consistent is gonna be the one that is more trustworthy, and his has stayed completely consistent.
I absolutely believe that it taking 6 weeks and us talking about all this other stuff does make it seem more plausible that he's telling the truth and she's not, which is what they're trying to prove. But usually you're not allowed to use all this other stuff and all these, tangential conversations and witnesses that have nothing to do with the defamation to come in and prove I tell the truth and she lies. Usually you're not able to do that.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
Very interesting case.
No, looks like they won the objection.
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's the nature of that relationship?
Well, since sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, maybe.
Objection, Your Honor. Sympathetic
Another
to the jury.
approach. Objection, Your Honor. I don't like
the one
talking about actually being
one of the things
charitable with the kids. Go ahead, Peter.
We as lawyers understand more than anybody is your time, right? So just because he's not giving, I mean, he is giving money, but even though he's not giving money in these instances, it is donating his time, which is worth a lot of money to go to the children's hospital, meet with these kids. Like, people would pay to do appearances as Jack Sparrow. My guess is he could make millions of dollars. And instead he's donating that time to go to the kids, to make a wish. And that matters to me. If you're going to say I don't do anything for charity and I do this, this is relevant at this point.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that what I would like is for this attorney, I think Myers is her last name. God, I keep forgetting her name. But I would like for her to thread that needle to say, like, okay, so money, time, how much do you get paid for appearances, or do celebrities get paid for appearances? Yada 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 yada. Like that kind of thing. Ask a question or two on that, and then have you gotten paid for appearances? Okay, let's talk
Mr.
about
Depp, I'd like
your
to
time here.
take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016.
Okay.
Rottenborn one.
What happened at the
That
beginning
chair
of
was
that
really
week?
annoying me.
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
Mom, Dad.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening. My mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I filed for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Mr. Went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
in this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your
Don't
Honor, this
get
is
cute.
one of
It's
the
not,
key
it's not a good
dates.
thing.
I agree.
Yeah, I whatever it is, he seems like he's ready
Which
for
we
this
can
to be over.
understand. The
Yeah,
jury
the only
probably feels the same way.
The only thing
Completely.
I'll give him, right, and that's what I mean. The only thing I'll give him is he probably knows how to read a room. He's been looking at the jury, and if the jury's been responding positively to that, to his like cheeky rudeness and insults, then
Yeah.
that's why
And
he's probably
continue.
leaning more into it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I trust someone like him. He's got a good level of charisma.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree.
Yeah,
So I do
even if
trust his
every
ability to read the room.
yeah, even if every lawyer on this panel is cringing whenever we hear it, you know, but like
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, sure. If this, I assume this is coming at me. You have character witnesses to discuss the actual elements of the defamation and what they're talking about, not all of this other stuff. I mean, there's so much coming into this trial that has nothing to do with and your character. Most trials, you have like one person come up if they want to testify about your character. You don't have 2 weeks worth of people come up and testify about your character. It's very unusual. Anybody watching this trial and you go watch a normal trial, very unusual. We're limited to 2 before and after witnesses to talk about how things have affected our client. They'll literally limit the amount of witnesses we can call to individual specific topics, and there can be no overlap. That's not what we have here. It's very different.
And I'm replacing the pinned comment in the chat, guys. We have a link in the description there and in the pinned comment to for folks that are in the DMV area, the DC, Virginia, Maryland area, who, if you are available and you have the time and you're around and you want to, please consider holding a spot in line for one of our guys that are trying to get into the courtroom for the last couple of days, tomorrow and the next day. That's it. That's all we got for this trial. We definitely want to have our folks in there that can read the jury, get us the insight from that jury and see what's going on in there that we can't detect from here. It's very, very, important to get that kind of insight, and especially from folks that understand the process. So just wanted to let you guys know, and there's a link in the description as well. So if you're watching it live or during the replay, it's also there. And then I'm going to tweet it out too, because it's important.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can make it into the courthouse. Otherwise, this will have been a real lengthy trip to get back here for nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
Johnny's getting really annoyed with Rottenborn. I hope that doesn't come across in his cross. Rottenborn could be using
Mr.
that to
Depp,
try
what
and
has
get
it
under his
been like for
skin.
you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
It's
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
I mean, what's he going to say? Just F that B?
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But
Rottenborn is going to try to twist this around too.
Just simply has to, because it's gotten out of
I
control.
would on cross.
With what time?
Yeah. He's giving a lot for them to do.
I mean, they've got to have at least 6 minutes left.
Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false.
What that does is make the jury know it's her or me. You have to decide, because this is what this did to me.
Oh, she did that to herself with the story.
She did. That was a cell phone.
Yeah, and we've been saying for a while that was a really bad place for her to be in, because her story is
No
so
human
incredible.
being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Oh, that was powerful.
No further questions. All right.
That was powerful.
Do you want to take lunch at this point, or okay? All right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody, and don't do any outside research. Okay? Thank you. And don't break anything on your way out. Thank you. Thank you.
Cute.
And don't steal the silverware.
And that guy, what he has been through is ridiculous.
All right. So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there, we do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, can I have attorneys come forward on our...
All right. Okay.
So we're going to hear the
sidebar.
TMZ stuff.
Maybe.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to hear a motion on it at least.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Bring the TMZ
Yeah,
guy
at the very
in. Bring.
least,
I'm
we'll
not
hear
sure
the
if it's a guy or
conclusion
woman
of
actually,
that.
but bring the TMZ person in. Bring him in. Bring him in.
Yeah, we will see.
I think that was huge for Johnny Depp at the end. I would not have let him testify that I came here to tell the truth. I told the truth. That's just bolstering yourself personally. I would have objected to that. But he got to come here and say that. And I think he's telling the jury basically, you will crush me if you rule in favor for her. So just be aware of that. He basically put a lot of pressure on the jury with those final statements that are usually not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to garner sympathy from the jury for their verdict. That's just not something that's supposed to come into play. And that's what that was, which is effective, I think. I think it's effective.
A lot of
I
that
agree.
was
I thought it was
really
very effective.
should have been objected to and wasn't.
I agree.
I mean, it's great that they got it in there for the Depp team, but I'm just kind of wondering how they did.
I wonder
tell you
how
what really
much of it. Oh, go ahead.
I agree.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'll tell you what
took
really
a look
worked
at
for me,
myself just kind of
in
side
terms
when I
of
was
the
looking at the
sections
other
here is
attorneys,
that,
and
as
I
some of
had
you may
this
have already
really
suspected,
sad look on my face.
I thought Johnny
realized
Depp
it.
essentially
listening
claiming,
to him.
establishing, saying he was an eyewitness to Whitney being a punching bag for Amber, was very effective in discounting Whitney's testimony to me. Again, all this is just coming into me. And so that gives me a reason to say, okay, there might be something more subtle or nefarious going on there, explains some of the contradictions, and discounts Whitney's testimony pretty good for me. I have to be honest.
And that was literally one of the questions that we got in the super chat. Like,
was it?
Maybe 30 minutes before was something about like, okay, now that Jennifer Howell's testimony was crap, what would you guys do to try to make up for that? And I said, find some way to discredit Whitney. And that's what they did.
Yeah.
So
and Whitney can't come back because she's already been dismissed, so she can't come back and say that didn't happen or my sister didn't abuse me. She's out. So uncontestable. Great.
Yeah, Whitney is not subject to recall.
No, she's not. They can. I mean, obviously, they
And
will
she's been sitting
cross-examine her
there
on that.
watching.
Yeah.
She has been. And that's the thing is I want to know what her reactions were to all of that. Because, the other day, what was it? James and Ian, were you there when she sat down? Oh,
Ian?
you're
Down,
muted.
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
Oh, okay. No, you're not. Wait.
Oh, Richard Burns here, and yes, I just said that, but yeah, you.
Thank you, Kelly.
You nailed it.
I agree.
I think that reduced Whitney's testimony.
I sure hope so.
substantially, and if there was
His
anything that
testimony
I
was
liked
very
about that
powerful.
testimony was that.
Let's see what happens on cross.
I also actually did like the snark answer of, well, she hit me in the face or whatever he wound up saying in response to that objection. I did not like, and I know it works well for the chat, and you're going to say we're just lawyers or whatever, or I'm just a lawyer. I felt he crossed the snark line a couple of times in this testimony.
I would agree.
I didn't like that.
I agree.
I would agree, and I think it's because he legitimately feels like he's done, and that's not to forgive it, but I do agree that there were a couple times that I would have much preferred him.
I don't know
not to
what
do
the
that.
juror's response was because the jurors.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just agreeing with you. Yes.
Oh, I think Ian's audio is cutting in and out.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can't see his face.
I think
here.
the jurors have really been.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here I'll
Yeah, I
I'll
don't.
switch you up.
I'm relying on Wi-Fi here. That's not mine.
Oh no. Oh
Okay,
no.
I think as Ian tries to figure it out, I think to link what Ian was saying and because
Joey,
I
I
think
hope
we
you're
have
right.
some evidence
I
of
hope
how
you're
the
right. He
jury
deserves to win.
perceives Johnny based on one, how snarky Johnny is continuing to be, based on the fact that we know it's not good, and two, how few objections the Amber Heard's team has been calling, even though they could. And I think they probably feel that the more that they've been disrupting his testimony, it's possible that the less the jury has been liking it. The jury doesn't like it when they don't let Johnny talk or something like that. That could explain why these sort of kind of obvious objection points went unobjected to. That they were like, he's not going to say something too damaging here, and it's going to make us look like jerks if we don't let Johnny talk. Maybe.
It's too late for that. It's too late for that.
I mean, I agree.
They already look like
You
jerks.
can't let that kind of evidence in my opinion. After everybody's already felt like you've been a little too aggressive throughout the whole trial, now is not the time to take your foot off the gas and just let him blather on about how much
The
this
way
is
he
crushed
wrapped
him
up
and how
though
it'll
was
crush him if
powerful.
he doesn't win, basically.
The guy said he's
Totally
been
fair.
carrying this for
Totally
6
fair.
years.
If they would have started like that, I could understand it, but
And no matter what
Well,
happens,
what
at
do
least
you
he
always say?
finally
Primacy
came
and
out and told the
recency.
truth
You do it for
after
the whole
6
court, but I think it worked well in that
years. I
testimony.
mean,
The Waldman
it
stuff was at
was-
least
it-
interesting.
it
They ran
definitely
away
had
from
an
it as
effect
fast
on
as
me.
they could.
If I was a juror,
and
I
then
would
there was
be
some
like,
meandering,
wow.
but the end was powerful. And to me personally, again, I guess jurors can get hung up on things like I guess I can. I was waiting to see some reason to be able to discount Whitney, and I think he gave it to me.
There was one specific thing that you guys sort of commented on in the moment I wanted to go back to, where Johnny Depp is describing the things that Amber did to her sister. And there's a moment where we see Amber Heard on camera as he's talking about this. And she has a look on her face that was described by, I believe, Alita as a smirk. And I want to go back to that because I don't know if I'm being unduly harsh here or overreading what I'm seeing. And I'm more than happy to be brought back to reality if that's the case. But I almost saw satisfaction, glee, pleasure.
Yep.
Pleasure.
All those things too.
Yeah.
And I was
Satisfaction.
like a positive. The look on her face reminded me of someone who was remembering a very pleasant memory in their past. That kind of
That is creepy,
smirk.
yeah.
It's like going back in your head and just remembering for a moment what it felt like to be there. Like,
And I think
like
that
a
smirk
knowing-
was when Johnny mentioned her
like a
throwing the
knowing
wine
smile.
in Whitney's face.
And it made me
And
feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Very weird
I
place
see it
to
sometimes
be.
with criminal clients.
Smirking.
Sometimes you've got clients who are violent and just like being violent. And, you know, you have to tell them, like, listen, we're describing the robbery where you're alleged to have done, whatever. You need to not smile during that.
And remember also,
that's
go ahead,
kind of
go
what
ahead.
it feels like.
I
I
was just gonna say-
suspect that the snark was. So I was trying to say this. I hope my internet connection is a little better. I suspect that the snark was playing okay with the jury. They've really been disliking Amber Heard and Amber Heard's side from my read on them.
Yeah.
So unless something's changed, I haven't seen anything to move that sympathy needle back into Amber's favor. I don't like it because it's risky, but I mean, it may well have played okay with the jury.
I do agree. And the thing about going back to Kurt's point about the fact that it seemed like she had satisfaction, she was kind of reliving a memory of her kind of maybe being violent, maybe something, being
violent, mean to
aggressive
her
in some
sister.
way, and basically
Smiling.
having this satisfaction in that memory. And it also lines up with what Dr. Anderson said about her, which is that she has a point of pride in using violence to win. And so for her, when she's been disrespected, when she feels like she's been disrespected, and that face that she made right there, as soon as, and I didn't quite like piece that fully together until Kurt started
she's a
to
sadist.
describe her face. But it brought me right back to Dr. Anderson's testimony about that. And it almost made me think, she's remembering a moment where Whitney did something that disrespected her, and she put her back in her place.
Yep.
Kurt's description was fantastic, because I agree with you that I didn't pick up on all that either. But it was I don't know. She's an actress, I know, but it was a look that was like Evil Queen in like a heightened fantasy. It was like Snow White or something.
Yes.
Yep.
And yeah, it's disturbing to look at that in that context, right? And yeah.
And so I'm going to be the only one here. I'll take all the hate.
No, I'm happy, man. Give me a country review, please. For
guys.
love of God.
I've
By the
said
way,
this
thanks,
for
Joey,
like
for
the
watching with
third.
me.
I've said this
Missed
many
you.
times.
I hope you're doing well.
Please just don't read into this thing. They've been here for 4 weeks. She could have been laughing at whatever. And yes, I agree. Did it look bad? Didn't look good. But to assume and then to relate it to like criminal trials and criminal people who've gotten away with, like, it's kind of a bridge too far here. And I know that at this point in the trial, we all have basically our own biases or not necessarily biases, but we've come to conclusions on who is right or not.
Let's do that.
And that's fair. Just want to make sure that we don't read too much into things like expressions, especially in the courtroom for a long time about that. And yeah, that smirk was not good. I'm not saying that it was.
It was not
that it was
fleeting, Mark. I mean, I'm with you. I am with you.
It certainly played bad to the jury. I know, and I understand that there's counter arguments. I just really want to make sure that opinion is voiced here. Because I don't want this whole panel just being like, yeah, she's evil. Like that's I don't think that's.
That's not what I'm saying.
Just freaking
That's
calm
not what I'm
down.
saying. I'm not saying that she is any of that stuff. What I'm saying is that this is a really bad facial expression to have in front of a jury, because the jury is going to be watching them.
Thank you.
And
for explaining
whatever
that to
she's
Mark.
thinking, like she could be thinking, "Hey, I just heard a
That's
really
a
great
freaking
joke.
soft touch.
I saw a really funny meme online.
What about
I just
anything
gotta-
like that? You still got to control that. And I know it's tough in a 6-week trial, but you."
I agree, and I also I just got a layman's perspective from Mr. Bites, and he said that he could not disagree with Mark more.
Good.
And he said that like it doesn't matter. That was like literally the worst. I mean, kind of what Ian was saying. Literally the worst time she looked like it was very off-putting to anyone and everyone. And the thing that I would add to it is the fact that she's not just like writing in her notes and smirking, or like talking to her counsel and smirking. She's making eye contact. She's looking up at him and smirking, and then she's looking over at the attorney who's questioning and smirking. And that's the thing to me. And she's holding those faces throughout that entire time. That is the thing that is off-putting to me. It's not just a moment; it's the length of time that she's got it, and it's throughout that entire time.
Here's something where it could be different, though. Here's something where it could be different, because it was something that we can't see that could totally change the mind of the jury, versus us sitting here or any layman watching. As much as the ultimate respect for Mr. Bites, my Greek brethren. She looked back over her left shoulder, right, and I as we see the camera pan, that's where Whitney Hurd is sitting. So the only way in which this is different is if she makes eye contact with Whitney Hurd and they both kind of roll their eyes and smirk like, he's a liar. We knew he was going to take the stand and say this. That changes things, I think, if that's what happens. But we don't know because we didn't see Whitney Hurd at the same time. But I did see Amber look this way, which is where Whitney Hurd. See, there's Whitney Hurd right there. She's literally sitting in the aisle all the way on the left of her side, which is Amber Hurd looking over. I think you said towards the lawyer. Whitney Hurd would literally be sitting right behind the lawyer. So same kind of spot. So if they make eye contact and they both smirk, to me, that's different. And if the jury can see that, they may say, okay, so they both obviously think this is a joke and Johnny's lying or whatever. That could change things to me. But again, we're not there, so it's really hard to pick up on this stuff.
And I will agree with the whole panel here that yes, that smirk looks real bad and plays terrible to the jury. And as if I were her, if I were her attorney, I would be advising strongly, do not do that. It is bad. But I think that when we are all lawyers on this panel talking to often an audience of laymen, that I think us trying to, yes, that bias exists and we all have it. But I think that we can't just we should just advise about how often those looks can be portraying, and we don't necessarily know the whole context.
Sure.
That's
sure,
all.
sure, sure.
I agree.
That's a fair point.
The smirk looked like Garnham. That is totally agreed.
Yeah.
No,
I
could totally be right, Mark. You could
and let me
absolutely
get
be right.
let me get the super chat really quick. Melissa, thank you so much for the generous super chat. You must watch the feed from the courtroom where you can see her face the entire time Johnny is talking. Kurt is right. So and I thank you very much. That's very, very generous super chat. I I really, really would like to hear from the guys in the courtroom. So far, I have not seen anything from DUI guy. I have not seen anything recent from James either. So I don't know. Maybe they're still in there to observe what's going on there right now. But the thing is, so she could be looking back at Whitney. She could be looking back at the attorney. Either way, the thing that I would be looking for is Whitney's face. And that's why I was saying I really want to see what Whitney is doing, how she is looking, because the other day when she sat down and she didn't expect that she was going to be sitting down in the gallery amongst the plebs, right? How she looked very, very uncomfortable, and she was not controlling her face at all. So I'm wondering if she has the ability to control her face during these reaction times, when she's sitting there in the gallery and not on the stand. Because if not, then it would be very, very telling. If she's not returning, like Mark was saying, if she was not returning the glances.
Whitney's got a very particular resting expression. Like
but this is
her, and I'm not going to sort of go through the usual line on it, but she looks angry when she's sitting there.
It's called an RBF.
Just
well,
yeah, and
I can call it that.
Oh, sorry, resting bitch face. Yeah, that's what it is.
But she looks angry at the best of times. I don't suspect that she was gonna. If the jury's looking her way, how they read that is going to be a tough question.
I don't know how but if the jury's already inclined to believe Johnny Depp,
and this
right?
is a
This
long
is testimony where
sidebar.
Johnny is saying that she's essentially Whitney is Amber's thrall. That Whitney is Reek from Game of Thrones. So if you're knowingly smirking at Whitney, I don't care what the response is. If I'm already thinking that Johnny is being sincere on the stand, so I agree with Mark. When this look started, I thought, well, maybe her face locked and she's trying not to make any changes in that particular look. But
oh God, I've done that. I hate that.
As for looking at Whitney, no, I mean locked. I mean like, okay, I know I've gotten myself in a face. I don't want to react too strongly to it, and I'm locking it. That's what I thought when it first started, and I guess it still could be that, but it held so long. I said, maybe not. But in that particular testimony, I don't know that knowing glances towards Whitney super helpful if the jury's into the testimony.
Yeah, it's a bad look all around. I mean, I think people are saying that I'm interpreting this as like it might be a good look for Amber. No, it is playing poorly in the court, and it is bad.
Positivity.
Yeah. By the way, that was a DUI guy super chat, right? Somebody said DUI guy said something. I didn't.
I said that I was looking out for tweets from DUI guy and from James, and I haven't seen anything yet.
Oh, I was just saying the super chat referred to DUI guy. I didn't get a chance to read it.
And also, Peter, Mr. Bites wants to say that he, of course, will back you up no matter what you say because you are his Greek brother. So,
Greeks invented loyalty, so that makes sense.
He came back in just to reiterate that, to make sure that you were aware.
Yeah.
Man, this is a long sidebar.
Mark is reasonable.
Holy crap!
Providing the possibility that the reaction we're seeing may not be responsive to the testimony. It might be due to other factors, including tiredness and all the rest of it. So I'm here for a reminder of other possibilities. I suppose I'm less charitable to her than I might have been because I've been observing her for several days at this point, and
yeah, it's fair. I mean,
I'm not as forgiving as I would have been on day one when I was much more forgiving.
And your description was really convincing too, Kurt. Like it was very, very good.
The other thing I want to point out here is just in terms of positioning, because this courtroom feels a lot smaller when you're watching it on these cameras. The jury is actually a substantial distance away from Amber Heard.
Okay.
And so it's going to be hard for them to get a really good view of them. We get an excellent view with these cameras.
Understand, but I wanted to take up your motion.
But
I have read your motion.
I don't know that they're going to be able to see it that clearly. And she may be blocked as well.
And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you
not lawyer positioning and so forth.
Based on our time limit. But anything you wish to add to that is fine. If I could focus you a little bit. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And yes, sir.
So
as far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right
that
now.
must be the TMZ lawyer.
The issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation
I think this is the TMZ lawyer who's trying to keep the former TMZ employee
Happy to
from
address the
testifying.
intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm Ballard Spar,
Yes,
here
sir.
representing TMZ,
I knew it.
which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters' sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist.
But you don't have an NDA with that person.
Issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor,
You should have had an NDA.
The Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify. So there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Or subpoenaed.
But he's saying he wants to testify.
Ben, you just said that's incorrect.
Yep, they're screwed.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
Well, and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right,
Well, then,
exactly.
too bad,
And
so
you
sad.
don't have that right. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry, Doug.
With the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some
No, it's not. Your case law sucks.
issues with the former employee, and you have some avenues.
This is one of those regular people would never get
deal
this
with
to happen
that.
for them. Johnny Depp.
Once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
All right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege.
Did I call
has
this
been
yesterday?
recognized by the
Bro,
Virginia
she
Supreme
said no.
Court and applied
Deal
to
with
circuit
it.
courts uniformly.
can't
It's a
tell
very
them
important
until she says it, Rob.
underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the
Person
public.
doesn't work for you anymore.
Without the ability
And
to
they didn't have an
enforce,
NDA.
its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises.
And you
And
should have
so
had
we
an
would ask the
NDA,
court to
non-disclosure
permit us to
agreement.
intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ
which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
I appreciate it. Goodbye.
Yeah, get out of here.
I think it would be dangerous for Amber Heard to
Good
make
morning,
a
Your
supporting
afternoon,
position
Your
on this
Honor.
motion.
I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to
Correct.
assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant.
That's right.
It seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden, and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co., 2013 Westlaw 5849140. Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1.
Get him,
One
Ben.
thing
Get him.
Is noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential
TMZ
sources.
is trying to keep a former employee from testifying that employee knows the only way TMZ could have gotten the videos that Amber provided to be detrimental to Johnny was if Amber provided that information or someone provided it on her behalf.
Is with Mr. Tremaine.
And Amber's side does not want that to come out. TMZ is essentially saying they have no dog in the fight, but attempting to protect her because they've been pro-Amber.
TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor. To the extent they have a beef, as it were.
That was below the belt.
Beef,
you can't judge the value of the news organization.
It is with Mr. Tremaine.
A little side eye,
not
but
with Mr.
not
Depp.
going to hurt anybody.
And they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they're not intervening as a party, plaintiff, or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments why the privilege is inapplicable, but I will reserve that.
Thank you. All right. Yes.
Mike Qualia, thank you for the very generous super
I'd
chat.
like to
We'll
weigh
address
in
it
from
later.
just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Heard, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is
that
somebody
he
who
doesn't have
should have
first-person
been identified
knowledge.
in discovery,
Oh,
was
okay.
never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video,
Amber
the kitchen
leaked it.
video with Mr.
Or someone leaked it on her behalf.
Being rather violent. And
But she testified that she had no idea what happened.
If
TMZ comes and says that Amber Heard leaked
Ms.
all
Berghoff,
this.
I understand all that argument. Do you have any argument as to this particular?
Yep, shut her down.
Dude.
Okay, well, then we can address you.
This is like the last desperate dying.
Sit down, Elaine. Sit down.
That was savage.
I don't even see how he can come in.
That was a judge. That was GTFO in
That's
judge.
just not part of this motion at this time.
It was
Thank you, ma'am.
awesome.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Tobin,
bye.
your motion, you get the last.
Bring
word.
him in.
Yeah.
The last dying
You know,
breath is yours, sir.
Appreciate that the court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously,
That
the
is
First
correct.
Amendment applies to everybody,
Kelly.
citizens.
More than likely,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
TMZ
put that out
obtains the
there
rights.
This is a
for,
They
First
usually
Amendment
pay
privilege.
that individual
Your
in
Honor,
order to
the
retain the
Philip Marks
rights.
case is actually
So
Amber,
TMZ
she's
has that
looking
video, and
controversial.
they've been
about
copywriting people
the
on
intervention
YouTube
of
and
somebody
elsewhere in
else in
social
order to
media
assert
who've
privilege.
been wanting to show it
Their
because they're
ABC
saying
was a
they
defendant in the
they
case.
own the copyright.
Moved in order to
For them to own the
prevent other
copyright,
people
that
from
means
company.
they had
Thank you.
their
Couldn't
consultant,
care less
and the
about the
only
shots taken.
people,
There is
the only
no other
person
Look at
who
his
had
face. He's like,
access
say what you want.
to that information
It would
was
be an
Amber.
interesting procedural issue.
She could have given it to somebody else, so she could
Journalist,
take
Ben effectively
advantage,
asked her,
but
"Do you
it
want me to
came
vote
from
for you? Do I
Amber.
need to?" And she's like, "Nah."
Did you anyone catch the veiled threat?
Constitutional.
It would be an interesting issue on appeal.
I also, just for the record and for the
Side note,
merits of the case,
bad way to
if I
win a motion
understood,
argument
Mr.
is to
Chu
say that.
correctly, he said this is not an issue in the
Hate
litigation.
it would have.
It's not
Hate to
the
see anything
issue
happen to
in
your
the
judgeship.
litigation.
It would be
Well, it's
such
not
a
an
shame
issue
if
in
you
the
got
litigation. It's
overturned
not
on
part of the
appeal.
prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegation.
Look at that smirk.
It's impeachment.
Look
The
at
judge is like, "Get out of here."
Oh my God! Thank you, Court
He's
Teaser.
trying
Brown
so
in the
hard
back.
not to
Commonwealth
laugh.
decision.
Okay, so that's
That is not the expression you
That
want from the
is-
judge.
Look at the
We
judge
can
might
read
have made
into
a
that.
decision already.
We can read
The
into that.
judge
Right,
is
Mark?
like,
I
"Get
am
out of
so
here. I'm
freaking
bringing this
happy
to
right
you."
now.
Tell me when
you're gonna
stop talking.
Again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by
Again.
subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege.
Oh
Your
God,
Honor.
she's
It's
doing
not
everything not to
an
smile.
employee, a loyal, a rogue employee,
Yeah.
She's biting the sides
This
of her
is an
cheeks.
unusual situation.
It's not an unusual
But the answers are there in the law.
Look at
I
Johnny.
was tell me
It is a
about it.
First Amendment
She's over this
concern.
case.
Look at Johnny
Sit
Depp.
down,
Oh, this is
bro.
fantastic.
Case,
Yep.
For either
Tell you
of us,
for Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today and I appreciate
you.
your arguments.
Get out.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
argument.
Get
In
out.
this
Be
matter,
gone.
She said
under
that's a-
Virginia Rules
that's a
Supreme
deadly
Court
line.
3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them,
Byproduct.
and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In
Fine,
Brown
Umbrella
versus
guy?
the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was
By the way,
subpoenaed, she
Kelly,
refused to identify her confidential
Also, if
source
you've
on
been
the
watching,
stand.
Amber
And in
said
this
that
case,
she never got
it
paid.
appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while
Correct.
breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM
Denied.
Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
For
you.
the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
You're just a snarky guy.
I love it. That's
Oh,
amazing.
man.
Ashley, Mr.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so
For the record, yes,
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine
No,
is
you're not.
questioned?
You're not part of it.
No, you're not part of the
You're-
case.
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will
Nope.
note for the record your objection
she
to
just
this
said.
complete
Yes.
testimony on behalf of your client.
Right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Microphone.
Oh,
As
that would have been
with
bad.
the,
He would have been sitting there.
Witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury to find out when
What?
they contacted counsel and when.
Reasonable
when they became
question.
aware of it.
It's a reasonable
I
ask.
think also.
In front of the
under
jury?
the circumstances.
before-
No.
In fairness,
before.
No,
I think
before the
ask
jury.
him What he's going to claim.
Okay, but I'm not understanding the English
Okay,
language here.
response.
Isn't before
Yeah,
mean in front
fine.
of?
Your Honor, I don't think that's.
I agree,
appropriate.
Hogue, it's
Certainly,
vague.
I don't think the proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proper in this matter.
Okay, well, never
All right.
mind. Not
Good.
so much.
Oh,
Judge, shut
Mr.
it
Ruttenberg,
down.
it's almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But truly, I truly am the messenger here, because Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay, all right, okay.
Sure,
That's
whatever.
fine. I think we need Miss Myers.
By the way,
Yeah.
this is how Judge Ascarati acts on the bench when she's not on camera. Like, this is her demeanor and attitude. This little
I love it.
quip, it's awesome.
You're just a snarky guy.
You're just this snarky guy. That was good.
That was
She's my
that-
favorite.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whew.
You're just a snarky guy.
Nice.
Man, I want the shirt.
Now I'm really glad I reviewed that motion yesterday. Oh, that was awesome.
Rob, you nailed it, buddy.
Yeah.
If you didn't watch Rob's live stream
Yep.
last night, he nailed it.
That judge's shit-eating grin, though, was worth the price of
Oh.
admission.
That was
Oh,
great.
what a
The
great
judge already
job.
knew she was going to shut the guy down.
Gosh, she was just trying so hard not to laugh. Even in
So he's
Zoom,
not
she was
party
just like,
to the
yes,
suit.
yes, I will
So
patiently
his
hear you out,
objection
but I
holds
made
no
up my
merit.
mind.
Yep.
You're full of shit.
Yep. I
Yep.
appreciate your arguments. They have no weight,
Yes.
but I will listen to you.
As soon
Bingo.
as he finished and she said, I appreciate your argument, there was
Yeah,
something about
when-
it that I was like, nope, she's not going with him.
Well,
She
from
made
the
up her
very
mind.
beginning, she was like, "Well, you cited to this argument. That's in criminal court, so that's not your strongest argument. And
Yeah.
then you cited here,
Vince
and that's
Cena.
not applicable either."
All right, so
let's
to
talk about
the
this one.
chat, this one's going to be very funny because Sean, potentially criminal, had an interesting prediction, and his prediction was, kind of conspiracy theory here. What if TMZ
All right.
doesn't own the
So
copyright?
court will be in recess. Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay?
Yeah.
Well, then what? I mean, I don't know what do we do with
So
that?
we're getting another hour of
If
lunch
TMZ
break.
doesn't own the
Let's talk about
copyright, there's no
more.
need for
Then-
them
Well, the doors could say they don't,
to object.
Then TMZ's in some hurt
because then they have fraudulent DMCA claims.
because they've been asserting their
That's
copyright.
also true.
Yep,
Then they've
that's
got
what we were
lawsuits
talking about
coming
last
out.
night. Yeah, it was so much fun.
TMZ's in legal trouble. They said they have the copyright and they don't.
Now, TMZ in their motion, it should be noted, and their declaration already locked and loaded the Herd team with at least the notion.
I'm going to let you
that
guys
this
listen to the
individual
lawyers
doesn't
now.
have
I'm going to
firsthand
go
knowledge
off
of any of
camera.
this.
I need
So they'll
to
have that ready for their cross.
grab a quick
that's
bite,
why the
but
reason
I
they
will
want
be
the offer,
listening and I will be
because,
on.
so that's the foundation.
Comments or
That's the
anything come
foundation.
through,
How
I
do you
will get
know?
them. I will put them on
Which
the
is fair enough.
screen.
And TMZ
Provided
might be
they're
lying.
suitable
I
for
mean,
the
they might be
screen, but
overstating their position.
I'm still here with
in
you.
Yeah, there
in
you go. Much
motion.
better.
We don't lie, right? I mean, that's an officer of the court. Might be overstating his position. We might a little extra relish on the hot dog.
Well, yeah, might be somewhat exaggerating. And Elaine says, "We what was her? I wonder, like the exact quote. The paraphrase is, "We don't expect that he's going to testify that it came from Amber Heard." I'm like, "Are you sure you don't expect that? Because I
It was
don't know,
interesting
man."
It was interesting that she said someone like you're not in front of the jury right now. You don't want that on TV. You don't even want to say the word Amber Heard right there.
That's why, like with that one, it's like one of those where Elaine, don't stand up, sit down, like don't say anything, because anything you say at the point in time is going to look like you're on the bandwagon of trying to block information that looks like your client might have sent the video to TMZ.
Yeah.
It was this close. She almost said it. Like there's a big pause before she's like, someone leaked the stuff. I'm like,
Yeah.
presumably he's going to say a name, right?
Okay, look, I'm as much a fan of the next guy as legal arguments to keep things out of court.
Yeah.
If the law supports it, the law supports it, right? So I don't
You guys are in
object to them
trouble.
trying. It's just like, yeah, the judge is right. All the case law that exists, and we kind of read through it yesterday. And so I was open to a different argument, but all the case law spoke to people being compelled to reveal their sources. And so, yeah, they dropped a subpoena as like part of a legal
Yeah.
formality. But if this guy gets on and is like, yeah, I don't want to be here. I mean, that's a whole different problem. If this guy's like, yes, I want to tell you the things so very, very much about the things, like, yeah, you might have a breach of contract claim. That is distinctly not my problem.
Yeah.
So good luck on that. Let us know how it turns out.
As a corporate guy, right? As a corporate lawyer, I respect TMZ going up to bat on that, which is he was our employee. That's our privilege. It's not his. And I also respect the judge being like, sounds like a personal problem to me. You know,
I'll give TMZ credit. His position on his motions papers was not inherently absurd.
It was
It was a reasonable legal position from square zero. Unfortunately for him, the case law that exists does not ultimately support that position.
Yeah.
And this judge does not seem to be particularly inclined to extend the case law
to
his new bull position.
Yep.
So
It was funny. It was like the argument made sense until you actually looked at the cases he was citing, and you were like, "Hang on."
Did you not hear me talk about you not being a party? Did
Like,
you?
You missed that part.
You know that like not everyone can just like walk in here and object to things, right? Like you
Law
have to be a certain number
was
of
going to
people.
control objections tomorrow.
Any
We got
corporate guy on
buttons
the
ready.
panel, every corporate guy on the panel knows that, like, you saw that and you were like, you know what? Okay, you're going to get to go home to your boss and say, like, I did what I could. I even asked them for this, you know? But it was never
It was
going
the old
to
college
ever.
try. It was the old college try.
Are they
I
going to
do not-
reveal some
I do not
TMZ
disrespect
secrets?
TMZ for giving it a run.
I do love the Schadenfreude of the entire thing, because TMZ is just so happy all the time to have secrets spilled to them, just like all the time. They love the secrets, num. It's like their favorite thing, and the possibility that some of TMZ's secrets on how they do business might get exposed. It's like the Schadenfreude is very, very real in my mind. Schadenfreude is one of my favorite things.
Oh God,
I'm here for it.
Look how excited! Look how excited! Kurt
I am so
is.
excited.
In
The
fact, if
Schadenfreude is very, very real. You don't have to have Spidey to analyze my facial emotions.
No,
Nope,
we
I'm
don't
pretty
need
on board
Spidey.
with the Schadenfreude.
Speaking of Kurt, I do want to say, if you want to see Kurt look this happy more often, we've covered Alita, we've covered Legal Bites. Now is the time to think about subscribing to Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law, how close
And
are you to 100,000 subscribers?
The other thing people need.
I think I was at 85. Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, Alita, I have another demonstrative for Kurt here. Folks, if you're in the chat, one, I understand there's 70,000 of you. Two, I understand you didn't like my Care Bears.
It's an interesting argument.
Because you feel I'm a little too
people
old.
loved your Care Bears reference.
Yes, well, I want to have some more modern references. I just discovered actually that Kurt at Uncivil Law has commissioned to build a restaurant by architect Ted Mosby. If you look here, Ribtown is designed around our favorite Uncivil lawyers emoji and favorite headpiece accoutrement. If you please do check this out. If he gets enough subscriptions and gets to that 100,000 subscriber amount, he might just build this restaurant shaped, in fact, like a cowboy hat. So if you're interested in doing that, or if you're interested in getting me to shut up, I really don't care which, go over to Uncivil Law, subscribe to his channel, and he can be this happy for you all the time. He is a joyous sunbeam if he gets to 100,000 subscribers. Otherwise, I can't make any promises.
Very
Thank
true.
you, Alita.
Very true. Very true. Yes, of course, of course. Thank you for your demonstrative.
I don't know who made
It
that
is,
drawing, but someone has finally distilled my dream.
also,
How I Met Your Mother, Kurt.
I was just reminded by my very own co-counsel that he stormed in here and he said, you know what? I was promised that at 85,000 subscribers, I was promised that Kurt would come in with a wig.
Oh, do you owe somebody a wig, Kurt?
Did I say that?
I think so.
Oh, I think it was that day.
I'm
though.
going to
That's always his
assume you did.
recollection.
I think it was that day. We'll go back to the tape. We'll figure
Runkle
it out.
Bailey,
But-
do you have an objection if I show up wearing a hairstyle that's reminiscent of yours?
Oh, is that what we were talking about?
Yeah, that
Ian
was the
sitting in
the
court.
argument. Like
Ian was
it's
sitting
like-
in court,
I got
and I
I
said,
got no
was the
beef with
thing
that.
People wanted me to cosplay as Runkle.
Ian,
And I
first
said
of all,
wouldn't
want
I
do
mean,
it.
I've got a
I
sense of
said I
humor,
needed
so
his
go ahead.
permission.
Yeah,
Okay,
Ian, I
there
want
we
Just
to
go.
so
know.
long as it doesn't actually require my hair, like so long as you're getting
No.
it somewhere else.
That's a different kind of bet, Mr. Bailey. That's a different kind of bet.
All right, I'll
Do you ever
consider
get
it.
do you ever get solicitations that say Mr. Bailey, Ian? I'm just curious.
I actually do, and it's really been kind of interesting because lawyers get a lot of scam emails, like a lot of scam emails.
Yes, we do.
And they're basically going things like, I have this really great case that you can totally win in 5 minutes. And all I need is to, you sign up and then the other side will just pour money into your trust account, which then we'll expect you to send on.
Please tell me where to send the retainer.
So this happens all the time. And tons of these are coming in for, Mr. Bailey, or even more entertaining, Mr. of the Bailey. I'm like, your scam game is weak.
Lord of the Bailey. If I recall correctly, it was we're doing a Kurt subscription drive. You were sitting there in court, we're looking right at
Scottish
you.
title, so he can be Lord Bailey.
Lord Bailey.
Yeah.
Lord of the Bailey.
And I said, we'll get you looking like Ian out of honor because you look so awesome up there in the courtroom. Like and subscribe to Kurt, definitely. And I also understand. I'm very sorry to do this, folks. I hate to grift and I hate to try to get you guys to hit buttons. But I understand that there's a lot of you watching and we have a very limited amount of likes on Legal Bites right now. So honestly, if you could help get Alita some likes, she runs on likes. She's a robot that runs only on likes. She doesn't sleep. She sometimes eats, but it's only salads and Kentucky Fried Chicken on occasion. Yeah, and
salads and Oreos and
You're
coffee.
killing my argument. So salads and Oreos, maybe Oreo salad. But if you could put in some likes, I know it will help Alita get to the end of this day. I will shut up now because I feel like I've done enough grifting. But realistically, Kurt deserves to be at 100,000 subscribers. He looked so damn happy to see so much sadness in front of him. Give him that happiness again with a like and a subscribe over at his channel. I'll shut up for now. Thank you for putting up with me, chat and panelists.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Realistically, like the when I look at the like button to ratio to viewers, what I really love to see is if like at least half, if that's possible, like half of the concurrent viewers have liked the video. That's like the goal for me.
Yeah, half's a good number. Yeah. Let's make it happen.
So
get Alita to half. Get her to her goal.
Yeah. So, but of course, let's get Kurt to 100K. I mean, come on, he's so close. He's so close.
Would appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't worry about Mark. By the way, I do have a demonstrative ready for you just later in the day.
Oh no! Oh no!
Something to look forward to.
I have to start saying things people like on this panel.
So, and we'll get to some. I see folks in the chat saying tweets. We'll get to some tweets in a minute because he's updating. So I want to make sure that I get him and I don't have to like wait for the next one. So first we'll get some super chats here. Don Hinton says, question, not to beat a dead horse, but when AH recorded and leaked the TMZ video, there was no agreement between AH and JD. She illegally recorded JD, then sold it to TMZ. So how can TMZ claim ownership of an illegal video?
Sorry. Welcome back, Jeff.
I don't think those
in
things
many
actually
places
quite
you can
square.
be
The fact it's illegally recorded probably doesn't impact.
Interesting conversation by the lawyers, by the way, though. So just enjoy.
So, it can be both illegal and copyrighted at the same time. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And the thing is that well, actually, if it is revealed that she did record that, and she, well, I mean, we know
she recorded it, right?
We know that she recorded it at this point. So yes, there's a statute of limitations. He can't sue her for it at this point, based on what I remember from the statute of limitations.
Unless he can make a claim that he's just learning about who it is for the first time, so he can make some sort of like some sort of tolling argument to sue him for now.
I don't know if that's a winner, but I appreciate it.
I'm open to possibilities.
Yeah. The Free Hawaiians question, please address the now basically verified fake 2AH photos by Runkle analysis. Can they still be proven fake? And what would be done with fake evidence received as evidence with regard to the jury?
I mean,
well, do you know you noticed they asked about Photoshop? Oh, Runkle, talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Camille Vasquez did put it to Amber Heard that these were photoshopped images, so that's already like been advanced. What I might like to see, if it was up to me, would be some sort of expert to go through and do some more detailed analysis than I could, because my analysis is like, I am a lawyer, I'm not a graphic designer by any stretch. Here's me just having a look at it, but an actual expert could tear this apart. And I've gotten some people who've sent me DMs going, look at all these different other ways to analyze it, and they all show the same thing, which is that these are the same picture minus some edits. So, but I mean, that evidence has been tendered. Like, it's been tendered as Amber Heard's evidence that these are different pictures. And so if the jury is convinced that these are in fact the same picture photo edited, well, then the only conclusion that they can draw from that is that Amber Heard has not been accurate. And they may have reasons for why her testimony has not been accurate. And those reasons may be very unfavorable to her claims.
Because she's a liar.
I think she hedged enough that she's probably not going to get busted on anything like perjury. But if I were her lawyers, I'd be very, very unhappy with the notion that I have been led to produce or to tender evidence as genuine, which is not. That's a place you never want to be as a lawyer. And I don't think they can get off record at this stage in the trial. Like, that's just going to be a tire fire. But I mean, I think ultimately, if they can prove that, like if the Depp team can establish that, Amber Heard's going to have a real, real bad time. So that's sort of my thoughts on it. And I'm not a local, I don't have the local jurisdiction, but that's kind of my read on that one.
Fabio Elias Rice Ritter says, what could be the strategic purpose for them to not object during Curry's testimony now? Objecting doesn't counter on their time, right? Love you guys. From please try to say it, from Brazil. From Pindamonhangaba. Sorry. I'm going to try it one more time.
Pindamonhangaba.
Sure.
Sounds right.
I get it.
Pindamonhangaba. Is that correct?
That was better than mine. That was much better than mine. Well done, Alita.
Okay. Maybe I got on like the fifth try. So what could be a strategic reason for them to not object? If they think that the jury's not paying attention, because sometimes that can wake up a jury too, and call attention to it if they are otherwise checked out. Brownwin Warwood says, question, are rebuttal witnesses only allowed to respond to things already brought in, or can they bring in new evidence and testimony? Thanks for streaming. Only allowed to respond to things. Yep.
But they can bring in new evidence while responding to something, which has happened a lot today, especially through John.
Yep. Yes. Leon Holmer says, why do they not put Dr. Curry's report into evidence? Is that normal?
It's normal. The report doesn't come in.
Right. Yeah. Too much. There's hearsay in it. There's a lot of inadmissible evidence within a report for an expert. You never bring in the report.
Patricia McGreevy says, why can't people refer to notes? Thank you. It's supposed to be in their brains. That's why it's most reliable, because you want it to be sincere and real and accurate. And that's best when you can trust that it's actually coming from their brain and not from a piece of paper that they've been fed by someone
Also,
else.
because I can't cross-examine a piece of paper. That's also a problem. Like,
the
your
other
notes are a
thing.
piece of paper. I can't cross-examine that.
If you guys are wondering why I keep turning my camera and my mic off,
And even if you
I'm
refresh your
chewing
memory with your notes,
and
you want to
drinking
see the person try to
while
answer
I'm not
first.
talking, and I prefer you not watch me do that.
Yeah. Kaylee Thomas says, can Elaine get in trouble due to her attitude to the judge?
Yes. I mean, not in a formal sense, but rule number 1 of litigation: don't irritate the judge. It will not help you. So, yes, in that sense.
Liz J says, question, should Redirect have asked Curry to explain board certification? Question 2, will Elaine be in trouble for mentioning the time limit in front of the jury? I don't think she'll be in trouble. I think if anything, that puts her in a bad light. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Should Redirect have asked Curry to explain board certification? No. It's because then it makes it a non-issue. Jack Hutchison says, do you think that the jury will care that Dr. Curry isn't board certified versus Dr. Karen, or that her solid rebuttal outweighs that? I think the fact that she's able to explain things in a way that people can understand is going to outweigh all of that.
Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Joshua Howell says, my wife Maddie is a huge fan and she recently enlisted me as well. Maddie is sadly feeling very unwell today. Any chance you could give her a shout out and wish that she gets better soon? Thanks for all the coverage. Yes, of course, Maddie. I'm so sorry to hear that you're not feeling well, and I hope that you feel better as soon as possible. all the prayers and vibes and happy good juju. Madhu says, which I'm glad that Joe's not here for that, because last time I said that he was like Juju, and I was like, it's not about Jews, Joe. He's Jewish, so that's why. Anyhow, it was actually a very funny exchange.
Wait, he had never heard Juju before, or was he doing a bit?
He had never heard Juju before. And actually, it turned into a very funny exchange between him and Legal Mindset, because they ended up just like shouting on top of each other. It was pretty funny, actually. I'm just gonna keep describing something that no one here was there for. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Matthew says, can the jury review all the presented evidence during deliberation? If JH's declaration did make it to evidence, will they have access to it?
Yes.
Can anybody tell us on that? Rob,
Apparently
do
they're
we
going to
know
have
if
a
it got
laptop because
evidence?
we've already heard about the laptop with the videos.
I haven't actually looked at that. I have to double check. I'll look
If
at that
you could
right
check, that would be awesome, because I'd love to know if something from Jennifer Howell got in.
Yeah,
I checked. I couldn't find this morning.
Okay.
They didn't have the records from yesterday up yet. So.
Okay. Liz Olson says, what does the jury do while the jury deliberates? Or what does the judge do while the jury deliberates? Everyone on this panel is awesome. Thanks for all you guys do. Thank you so much.
Probably
The
hear other
judge-
cases and other issues, other motions, because there's other things going on.
We've also had, we've also seen judges play Jeopardy with the with jurors that were the reserve jurors that were not part of the deliberation.
Did see that, didn't we? I
We
forgot
did.
about
That was a new one.
completely.
I did not forget about that one. That was really fun. Sarah says, is the jury, so they'll pass time sometimes in different ways, and they'll try to, but I would anticipate the judge Ascarati probably tries to be very efficient with her time, given what we know about her. Sarah says, is the jury allowed to spend time together during breaks as long as they don't speak about the trial? Otherwise, it would be very lonely for them. No, I think that's correct. I think that they are allowed to talk to each other, just not about the trial. Miss Ron says, do U.S. jurors get compensation for serving? Australian jurors get a small amount of money to compensate loss of work time. That's about the same as in the United States.
$30 a day.
Yep.
Okay, guys. No, we didn't lose volume. I just kind of put them on mute for a moment, because what I'd like to do is switch over to another group of lawyers called Recato Law, Lovelita, and Legal Bites. But Recato Law is kind of the godfather. Well, he and Viva Fry. But Recato Law is kind of he'll kick this whole thing, but Legal Tube, Bar Tube, whatever you want to call it, off. I want to switch over to what his guys are saying, so you guys can see kind of some different perspectives or similar perspectives from different lawyers, whatever it is they're talking about. We're going to switch over to them real quick, and you will see them in a moment. Stand by.
And that's always going to come down to your own biases. So make sure you're checking your own biases as you talk about these things. So how do you gentlemen think the day is going so far?
Great for Johnny.
Yeah. Got nothing to add to that.
Yeah. It seems pretty straightforward to me that this is so far being knocked out of the park by his team. And I got to give some credit, man. If his team strategized this sort of progression, they're literally crescendoing the case in rebuttal, which is what you want. You want to bring the jury out right after the climax, and a little, they can maybe have a falling action or whatever, but the falling action should be them going into deliberation. So they're ending on a really high note. They're bringing this thing up. They've ramped up the drama, which they kept out of the initial testimony.
Everybody on the screen is a lawyer.
Well. Dr. Curry came in
Legal
really just
Vices
shredding
and Legal
Dr.
Mindset
Hughes.
are
I mean,
both
that was
in
her
Korea.
whole point, was
They
to
do
be
international law.
a blender. And she did that very effectively. And then bringing out Johnny Depp here for him to talk about emotionally how this has affected him right at the end of that. That's their mic drop on his rebuttal testimony.
Very well done.
is great. And so now they're going to come in with cross. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be high conflict. It should be engaging for the jury. Johnny's expected, I would think, to win most of those kind of encounters and interactions. And then the question will be how the jury takes it. at that point. But if they take it well and Rottenborn doesn't crack Johnny on cross, then it's just the TMZ guy's gravy. And what else do you do?
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a straightforward ass beating today.
Are there other witnesses besides the TMZ guy? After Johnny?
There's a digital guy who may be maybe a surprise witness, or not a surprise, but a rebuttal witness. And there's rumor mill, according to Andrea, that they have someone on the I guess the alleged abuse of Amber Heard allegedly abusing her spouse back in 2009, a woman named Tasia something. So presumably they don't have Tasia coming in as a witness.
If they have
but
a
possibly the
a
police
digital
officer
person who
or
can
some
speak
other
to,
witness to the
the
event.
metadata and those photos,
would be
whether or not they were altered,
really
that
potentially.
Amber put
If it's the
forward
police officer, it's
as
devastating.
evidence.
I mean, it is constructively devastating, because if it's the police officer coming in and say, I saw this, I arrested her because of what I saw. And, you know, her spouse did not want to pursue an action, did not want to make the report. But based on what I saw, I was justified in making an arrest.
Yeah, I mean, presumably the officer made an arrest, so presumably he had what he believed to be probable cause to make that arrest, right? He's not going to testify that he lacked probable cause to make the arrest.
The best part is that the officer is a she who is accused of homophobia, but she also happens to be a lesbian. So it's like the drama there is or the irony there is great.
Good.
It is great.
As an aside, I wonder if Eve Barlow thought the motion hearing went well.
Maybe check her Twitter. Chanley Painter has some jury reactions. I guess
There he is.
Can you imagine being Court TV right now? Like, so what Court TV is doing is they're witnessing in real time that their leftover reporting from the O.J. Simpson trial, where they really kind of took off, has been co-opted and outperformed by literally everybody. I mean, Court TV's YouTube stream is 9,000 people watching today.
Wow.
Wow.
And so they're getting blown out. So they've got, and they're the ones running the cameras. They're the ones putting all the money into this trial. They're the media controlling, the media correspondent and controlling agent in the courtroom. That's why Chanley Painter is in there every day, and she doesn't have to stand outside in line for 12 hours. So they're doing this, and they're watching like these people reporting on juror reactions, getting massive.
If you took your viewer count and divided it amongst each of us, which I would not by any means claim some kind of equal share, but even if you did that, each of us would have a higher viewer count than Court TV.
Right. So they're watching this kid, James from Court. I call him a kid. He's got to be in his early 20s. Go in there and get thousands and tens of thousands of Twitter followers and interactions because he's just reporting his jury reaction. So they're like, you know, the Court TV guy's like, Chanley, will you fucking tweet something about the jury? Like, please, for the love of God, like no one's watching our coverage. Can we get some interaction?
Right.
Poor Chanley.
Welcome back, bro.
You know, she's like, well, I'm doing what
been
you
good.
told me to do.
Told me to do what the job is. The
testimony.
problem is
Yeah.
it's a standard job. It's the old school job, and they haven't adopted
his
to
direct,
the new model and what's
really
successful. Right?
strong.
It's
Now
the
comes the
typical mainstream
cross-examination
media
of Johnny.
thing. They're the last
get
people to
back from
update.
what?
They're the last people to get with.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
So her reactions are her. Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something? Legal Vices?
I was going to say even Entertainment Tonight Canada, ET Canada, has 10,000 people, and they just turn the camera on and walk away.
Yeah. So Chanley says Depp versus her jury reactions to Johnny Depp. Gallery collectively gasps when Depp's name is called. Jurors 2, 8, and 9 smile as he retakes a stand. During first sidebar, juror number 8 gives a slight smile to Depp as she looks towards them. Depp smiles towards the gallery full of his fans. Extra deputies patrol aisle of gallery to ensure fans do not wave towards Depp during sidebars. Juror number 2 smiles quite a bit when Depp is on the stand. He seems to really get a kick out of Depp's wisecracks and personality. Many times during Depp's testimony, all 9 jurors simply turn, look, and listen to Depp answer questions. When Depp says, I took a shot to the face, and he got a shiner, Juror 8 looks towards Amber Heard, taking in Heard's response. When asked if Heard apologized to him, Whitney Heard sighs in gallery. When asked about Kate Moss, Ben Rottenborn loudly tears a paper from his notepad. Depp, emphasizing Rottenborn around 11:48 a.m., draws laughs from gallery in juror number 2 and a slight smile from number 8. When asked about Whitney, juror number 1 looked to Whitney in the gallery. Juror number 9 also glances over to
50
her.
shades of jurors.
Hashtag Amber Heard also glanced to Whitney. When asked about Whitney, juror number 1 looked to Whitney in the gallery. Juror number 9 also glances over to her. Oh, wait, that's the same note as before. When Depp says Amber pushed Whitney around, Whitney slightly shakes head in disagreement. Depp sips some coffee on the stand. A source tells me Depp takes his coffee black. During the 12:17 sidebar, juror number 9 yawns. When asked what it has been like to listen to Amber's testimony, all jurors perk up at Depp's seemingly powerful pauses. Several jot notes. So that's the reporting from Chanley Painter in court.
Wow.
There, those seemed very dramatic. Reading.
Dramatic reading.
You're muted, Mindset.
I was just screaming very dramatic. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
it was very dramatic.
She clearly got a master's in writing as well, like creative writing. I mean, that was good. That was good, Chandler.
AcerNet 1007. This is absolutely the nail in the coffin for Amber's case. I think that was Dr. Curry still at that time. Beth says, do you all think that the jury is judging the teams of each person? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Depp has an intelligent legal team and witnesses that are teaching and claiming, explaining. Heard's team is like that junk out of a garbage disposal. Yeah, I mean, you can assume that the jury's assessing everything because they have a lot of time to sit there and think.
Yeah.
Listen and think and be bored. So I would say that they're definitely assessing, everybody's actions. And it's a critically important thing to remember that you are in front of a jury while you're in court, because everything you do is going to potentially be seen, and it may be seen in context or out of context. So that's why witnesses,
I have a massive crush on Dr. Curry.
That's why
She's
parties
amazing.
are instructed to remain
She is
relatively
awesome.
stoic during
It's an
their
innocent crush. Yeah,
trials,
I mean, I
unless
just
they
admire
are
her
particularly
intellect,
charming,
the way she
or they
handled
think, or the
cross.
lawyers
She's
believe
incredible.
that the animation of that person will work. But for Johnny Depp, it works. For most witnesses or for most parties, it doesn't. If you're in a criminal trial, you don't want your client acting like Johnny Depp. To be very clear, like you want them to look circumspect and generally somber about the gravity of the situation they're in. The troll, formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food, says, can't believe this doctor getting up there and immediately lying made listening to her so hard. She sat down and stated her name is Dr. Curry. She knows it's Dr. Muffins. Utter disgust. Ace says, Nick, I'm on a very strict time limitation. Can you make this trial end? Friday. It ends Friday. That's it. Sketchy Blue Flag. Really loving this line of questioning Elaine Binger has going on. Tank Commando for Branca.
Very jealous.
Any
type.
chance of a local meetup soon?
And I don't
Moving
think
from
she's
Denver
watching
in a
right
month.
now.
Would love to buy you a drink and have you sign
Well,
my
it's a
rock
innocent
hard.
crush. I admire
Took
Dr.
4 weeks
Curry
to ship a few
intellect.
miles copy of
She's
your
beautiful,
law of
but her
self-defense
intellect
book.
and her ability to handle when you sort of thrown at her, and
there
how
you go.
detailed and precise she
Yeah,
was
I don't
in
know.
her
Sure.
evaluations. And
Should
made it
they, like,
easy to
email you or something?
understand. Not everybody
Okay.
can pull that off.
Email support@lawofselfdefense.com, and I'm sure. Well, the trouble is, in a couple weeks, I'm leaving for California on a 3-week motorcycle trip. So I do it quick.
If I email support@lawofselfdefense.com, can I get emotional support?
Not anything you'd enjoy, but sure.
Don't tell me what I like. Rose in the Pine says, what does designation mean in reference to an expert witness? So there's a disclosure form that they have to fill out that basically lays out the scope of their testimony, what they're supposed to be talking about, what they're an expert on, and how that relates to the case. So if they're outside of the designation, then they weren't asked to review this thing. So now they're just giving kind of the presumption would be they're winging it off the cuff rather than giving it their concerned thought.
Yeah, the other party's not supposed to be ambushed by your expert.
Right.
At this point.
Right.
Jackson Kai says, I think even worse with how terrible Amber's own cross was. When they discredit Amber's experts, it likely looks like pure character assassins to further abuse Johnny. Should have never countersued. It could really cost her. Yeah, the countersuit to me is the primogenitor misstep in the case.
Yeah.
It put way too many things at issue. And they had to know that she
It's
was
what made
unlikely
Curry
to win.
possible, right?
Right.
That's what gave birth to Curry.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that it did do was it did exclude Adam Waldman, which I think was their main. I think they were so scared of Waldman that they.
That's
had
not
to
why
do that.
Waldman got booted.
Oh, that's not why? Okay,
No,
why did he get
no,
booted?
Waldman got booted because he shared on his Twitter account some of the deposition testimony of Josh Drew that had been introduced in the UK. The problem is
Three-way
that the
testimony. Are you talking
deposition-
about the three-way testimony, Andrea? Let's be clear.
No.
Okay.
No, not that particular testimony. Although of course, obviously that did come out. But so this was introduced in the UK. It became public as part of that process, but it had been marked as confidential in Virginia. And so Amber's team went and complained that he had leaked it when it was confidential in their case. And the judge apparently bought that and booted him off the case for that reason.
Wow.
Wow. I'm not aware of depositions being confidential outside of an express court order. So
well, they have a protective order that was entered early on in the case, and it's been modified a couple times that basically gives the litigants a fair amount of discretion to designate certain types of things as confidential. And so early on, there were complaints that Amber Heard's legal team was basically over designating. They were broadly designating all kinds of things as confidential that should not have been, didn't fall within the language of the protective order. And of course, there's a process that you can go through to de-designate, but they have better things to do. They're trying to litigate a case, right?
Right.
So these abuses had come out. Josh Drew is one of these examples of there's no obvious reason why this would have been appropriate under the protective order, but because they designated it, because it was technically private and confidential in Virginia, even though the entire world had seen it when it got introduced in evidence in the UK, that was good enough for the judge.
that's too bad. That is too bad. Yeah. So to the chat in the U.S., we have this beautiful thing called a transparent court system, in which the presumption is that court is semi-public, at least that the court records are accessible and open to the public. I mean, you may have to know how to get them. You may have to pay a little bit of money to get them. But the idea is that you can review these because the citizenry is the one that keeps the courts in check. So when there is a protective order, it is a balancing test, effectively, on our right of access and transparency in the courts. And so those orders have to be tailored to not be over excessive. So if you are given the opportunity to mark things confidential, there needs to be a reason that they're confidential. They disclose personal information, and I mean like social security numbers, bank account numbers, private activity that really does not belong in court. But lots of private activity becomes public in court and is not protectable. What you do that someone witnessed is not private activity most of the time. It has to be legitimately private. Children's mental states, children's testimony and words, or embarrassing sort of humiliating abuse that a child might suffer, that would be protectable. That's the type of stuff we want to keep out of the public eye. But like you had an embarrassing or bad day or whatever, like you were walking around naked in your house and someone made fun of you or whatever, that's going to come out. That's not the privacy that we're looking for. So yeah, that's it's really a shame that he got booted over that. I just figured it was because they made him a witness at issue in the case. So, damn. Okay. Lancelot 652. As much as I don't like the guy, Rottenborn is a much better choice of lawyer than Cat Lady. She comes off as aggressive and attacking. Well, I mean, stay tuned. Rottenborn's about to do that when we come back from lunch.
Yeah.
But I think he pulls it off better. He comes across as competently aggressive and attacking, at least, whereas Elaine comes off as insane.
Stammering and hand waving.
Walter Deadman says, if it pleases the court, Your Honor, could we get the good doctor to put on her glasses and lean in again? Eric Allen says, this board certified crap drives me nuts. Yes, Eric Allen is a mental health professional, and they're trying to draw an inference about the board certification. But to my understanding, there's no board certification requirement to practice psychology in California. Right? Like it's anybody.
All that matters.
I mean, that seems obvious. So they're trying to draw out some.
Well, she's not a medical doctor, right?
Yeah.
So.
Right. A psychiatrist probably needs board certification because they prescribe drugs, but yeah, psychologists do not. Yeah, never mind. We'll just move on. Jesse Aguilar. I see Amber's auditioning for the role of Drago's wife. Her personality fits the bill. Rosie Thorns 88, waiting for Elaine to call her Dr. Hughes out of spite. Ali
That'd be
Yusuf, I haven't had
hilarious.
this much fun watching a self-immolation since, well, he said fuck you and reached for the gun. Angela Johnson, Heard should be Baker acted. I have PTSD from 10 years of childhood drama, and it's a lifelong sentence. To fucking fake a debilitating mental illness is disgusting to me. You men and women with PTSD, it's a struggle. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you met anybody who suffers from PTSD and have particularly been around them during an episodic suffering, it's not a joke. It is often utilized as a joke. And I think that was telling testimony from Dr. Curry, was that this is the most often wrongly, or I think falsely diagnosed symptom in litigation specifically, because everybody has PTSD when it's convenient. Lordy 08, petition to change Elaine Bredehoff's name to the Crazy Objection Lady. She throws objections out like a crazy lady from The Simpsons does cats. Josh Yu sees Dr. Curry, sings Dreamweaver. I believe you can get me through the night. Next, Ailes, why don't you think a top professional like Dr. Curry didn't use any pirate movies or Willy Wonka in her analysis? Isn't that the normal protocol? What a disaster that was.
Well,
for that
hold
guy.
on. She did interview the Chocolate Factory, so don't forget that.
She interviewed the Chocolate Factory?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Pursue
You're a
another
horrible
line of
person.
questioning.
You're a horrible person. Brandon Johns, do you think Amber and her sis will remake Two Girls, One Cup called Two Herds, One Bed, I guess? No. No. B Sport 48. 2 cents, non-legal ex-military. Elaine is a first mate on a cold April night in 1912. Rottenborn, only seemingly competent legal mind, is lieutenant who jumped on a lifeboat by not crossing Dr. Wow. Freddie Sauce, hear me out. Shave off a little Amber Heard crazy and sprinkle it onto Dr. Curry, and you have a recipe for my fantasy of Harley Quinzel, Harley Quinn from Batman. Look, let me just put this out there. I've been reluctant to do this, but it's time. Many people who get into the mental health profession have personal reasons for entering the mental health profession.
Right.
And I think that little sprinkling of crazy is probably below years of therapy for Dr. Curry. And you might just be the man to bring it out of her. So go for it, champ. You can do it. Send her your resume. Anna P., the only effective defense for Amber Heard would have been to point out abuse did take place, muddy the waters on the emotional versus physical abuse, and get into the technicalities of Amber Heard being a domestic violence survivor based on that.
Right.
Yeah, I think I made a similar point that if she had stuck to believable levels of abuse, that she was slapped or punched on occasion, that she felt trapped and tormented by his by those occasional outbursts, that they would have a very hard case
Amber's
to win.
story is
Johnny
so
Depp's team would have a very hard
crazy.
case to win.
It was
Well, I could even think if the SV was something that was more tame than the bottle incidents. That might have been a better story, right? Like if it was more a garden variety, but because it's so
a handful of rings.
egregious, I think that's what just made it.
Got one bruise from it, no swelling.
If she would have just come out, if the sexual violence would have been
crazy
that
story.
when he drank or when he was on cocaine, he would come home, he'd be mad and aggressive. He would demand sexual intercourse. She wouldn't feel like she had the opportunity to say no because he hit her in the past.
Right.
And so she would have to comply. And it was the only thing that could keep her safe was complying to his sexual desire. Again,
Sounds
how
like
do you
my house.
how do you again, how do you refute that? That's the thing. It's like that may or may not be true, but how do you say that that's not true? It becomes much harder. But when you talk about like the levels of violence that she's discussed,
because
the amount of damage sustained isn't hideable, especially to people you know and who are around you, and to have her friend be like, yeah, girl, after hearing about this horrendous violence, be like, yeah, you should totally stick together and get married and all of this stuff. 6 months later, it's like, this doesn't add up. If she knows about the horrific violence, why isn't she encouraging her to get help
and
everyone to get out of this toxic
around
relationship?
Johnny and was testified.
Fadi El-Didi, when there is
side,
testimony by deposition,
especially on his side,
can the side that asked for it decide not to bring it up?
He's cowering.
Yeah, but the other side could
whenever she's
bring it
yelling
in.
at him.
I mean, so both sides have the opportunity to bring it in.
Like
and then when it comes in, they have the opportunity to, I guess, sculpt their examination, cross-examination through edits. Natasha says, Dr. Curry / Muffins is interesting, smart, calm, comes off as friendly, and makes things easy to understand. Her hubby is a happy muffin man. She's smart and hot. Dr. Hughes came off as I'm better than you, angry, biased, etc.
Absolutely. Dead on.
Megan Davis, Your Honor, what, if any, opinion of yours would we be able to change the outcome of the proceedings if we call uncle? Ryan Ideas, thank you for the donation. Iris says, thank you. Explaining and entertaining this, plus weirding my kids out because I'm watching YouTube. A toast, please. My eldest is 21 today. My boy grew into a sincere and strong young man. I'm blessed I get to grow as a person because and with him. Sure. I'm not on Provigil today, so I can actually drink more than like one.
But can you have 8 to 10?
8 to 10 MDMAs. Well, I do that every day. I like to mix my MDMAs with other substances too, like PCP as well.
I think I go really well with Xanax, Adderall, and hallucinogens.
Yeah. I take 8 to 10 of each of those things. And then I just sprinkle mushrooms into my mouth later. To Iris, to you and to your son, your 21-year-old son, you brought him into the world, raised him into what sounds like a fine and upstanding man that you are proud
Happy
of.
birthday.
May he continue to bring you pride, joy, and wisdom as you carry on in your life together, even as he moves on, moves away into his own life, hopefully emulating those values you gave him. Cheers. Next, thanks for the entertaining streams from Jaja Mulu. You're welcome.
Day drinker.
You're welcome.
Day
Next,
drinker.
we have
Nick Ricada.
Cardinal Restorations. I'm loving your coverage and insight of the trial. Congrats on a 70,000 stream. I'm just starting out on YouTube. Can I get a shout out for my antique restoration channel?
Lawyer,
you can.
He really is
Cardinal
very
Restorations. Guys, if this dude is restoring antiques
and a night drinker,
and that's something you're into, check it out. I have a feeling an antique restoration channel can be at 1 million subscribers in a very, very short order. It's the type of content that we all love to decompress to. And is usually rather rewarding to watch. So give him a check. Give him a check out and see if that's something that you would like.
Maybe he can help Amber.
Oh.
I don't know what that was.
Doug Murray says, Turner on the Oriental Express, Amber's caboose. Matt Hagan says, what are the chances that Turd hunts the homeless as a stress relief?
Oh, that was good.
Hostel 6, Amber Heard moves to Eastern Europe. Andrew Wahoo says, I got the job. Congrats, buddy. Also, do you have a take?
Oh
Do you have to
gosh,
take a pre-hire
that's
drug
funny.
test when you become a lawyer? Well, no, not when you become a lawyer, but you meet for a particular firm. But no, I think lawyer is probably the premier profession for drug addicts.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, seriously, that's not even a
Drug and alcohol abuse for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a profession. There's no like professional standard on them so long as they're not impacting your ability to represent clients. Now, when they impact your ability to represent a client, then obviously it becomes a very big problem very, very quickly. But no, I think lawyer is an interesting place because ex-convicts can become lawyers. Lots of people can become lawyers so long as their crimes don't involve specific dishonesty. They have the opportunity to rehab their life in this particular way. So
It's hard to screw up if you becoming a lawyer. I mean, as long as you're not stealing client money, almost anything will go.
Avenatti.
Yeah, and the bar is so low on this too. I mean, there are multiple courts that have held that the attorney being drunk at trial, being asleep at trial, these do not constitute ineffective assistance of counsel under the Sixth Amendment. Apparently, it's enough to just have a live body, more or less live, next to you breathing at counsel table to get your constitutional rights. So
That's horrible.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
it
so
looks like I'm part of this
remember
panel, huh?
that every
Unlike the other
time you
one, at least I
ask
look like I'm part of this one.
if Amber Heard's lawyers are going to be disciplined or something,
for
or any
they're
trial you're
completely
watching
ignoring
like
me because they
Banger
can't see me
or
and they don't
Krause
like
in the Rittenhouse thing, are they going to get in trouble for this? No. Real like the
That's it,
amount
Jeff.
that you have to go through
Mostly
to get in
crooks
trouble. I'm actually
in
offended.
Congress
I don't know if you guys
ripping
remember
the
this.
people.
I'm offended by the judge who sanctioned Chris
Comment
Hook.
of the day.
He was the guy who in California, he had sent a bunch of what I call hilarious, what a judge called disgraceful emails to opposing counsel in a negotiation. He was using like the F slur and stuff.
Wow.
And talking about how he was going to just completely destroy them in court because they had the right testimony. He was sanctioned to the tune of, I think, $18,000 or something like that. But I was like, man, with everything they let go, this is what you're going to sanction him on. And the only reason I think that came out is because someone had leaked those
But I
emails
digress.
and they spread across the entire internet. And the judge felt that the judge looked bad in that case. And the judge even said at the hearing, "Oh, I had colleagues calling me up asking me if this was how I run my courtroom." It's like, "Oh, so you're sanctioning him because your ass hurt over this? Got it? Okay." I do
that
not think he
doesn't
should have
surprise
been
me, actually.
What that he was sanctioned?
That a judge would do that for more personal reasons rather than professional conduct reasons.
Yeah. I mean, basically, this guy had really heated discussion back and forth with an insurance company. And just so we're clear, insurance companies are Satan, about why they weren't paying out a total loss on a house, which had massive flooding damage. And when the claims manager and the adjuster both basically testified that they didn't know what they were doing, and were just kind of going through motions. When he got them on deposition, he realized that he was going to destroy them in court. It was I'm trying to think. It wasn't State Farm. It was Allstate, I believe. He knew he had Allstate, a multi-billion-dollar company, and punitive damages for their willful or intentional breach of contracts on an insurance claim could have punitive damages in the millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. So he was very excited with what was going to happen. That's why it got down. I have an interview with him on my channel, by the way, and it's fantastic. He's a very, very interesting and sharp guy, and he seemed really genuine. Also admitted that he maybe had gone too far in those statements. I disagree. I should have gone farther. Isaiah says, "Hey, Nick, thanks for doing the Lord's work. Showed my girlfriend Megan your channel, and she's been listening to your streams daily for this trial. Snarf. Why did you snarf there at the end? Okay.
Weird.
B.A. Krim says, just for getting to near Rittenhouse viewership numbers. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're going to see if we're going to break those on Friday when I do the 24-hour stream.
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
He's doing a 24-hour
That's going to be
stream
a
on
big
Friday.
day.
Friday's when the
Nathan
jurors
C.
get the case.
What do you think about a LawTube
to go
charity
deliberate.
collab stream benefiting the LA Children's Hospital and Make-A-Wish Foundation? Proud to have been here since the LawTube days. Have enjoyed watching from Alexandria, Virginia. That sounds like a great idea. I will not participate. I do not do charity streams on YouTube. They are the quickest way to get your channel in trouble. I will not do it. I will do private charity. I will contribute to the stream monetarily, happily. I will donate wherever. I will not do a charity stream. I was part of one and never, ever again will I do that. So no, thank you. But if somebody else wants to do it and run a charity stream, I'll donate copiously to it. That I think is my best contribution. Nathan B. She just said, and did Miss Turd know how long you would be out of town? How did you guys miss it? I didn't hear that at all. I heard. Let's see. Little Bit says she sits there proud of her sick, twisted behavior. Heel versus Babyface says Johnny speaks very deliberately so that Elaine can keep up. I think so. Fishing with Bill. By the way, when I said I didn't hear it, I believe that she said it. I believe I just missed it. Certainly. I'm glad you guys caught it. That's great. Fishing with Billy says, thank you for the awesome commentary and streaming this live. Hope this helps you get some Tennessee whiskey. # justice for Johnny Depp. I can't wait to get back to Tennessee. I'm going to find a peg leg porker 15 year and buy it.
Whoa.
Funeral Man 04 Rackets. I often chat with a joke, but nothing can be funnier than you in the panel. Well, maybe Mr. Rotten
cross-examination goes.
Born.
Lunch should be over soon.
Love all of you. Thank you for sitting in diapers so long. Well,
no joke.
Look, you know it's messy, but you got to do it.
There's a reason I started as the bathroom lawyer. Come on, guys.
I had a toilet installed in my office. No, the other day I realized, not yesterday, but the day before, that after 10 hours of streaming, I had not gone to the bathroom the entire day. I was like,
it's like a movie, but like a really long version.
Bro.
Yeah, it was not good.
That's not jaundice in your eyes. That's.
I know, we have to talk about hydration, okay?
No, it was a weird day because I drank 2 Propels and a Gatorade that day.
I have
so it was like,
computer
what the hell? Like I just didn't have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's hilarious.
My Provigil, which I was on that day, typically makes you have to go to the bathroom a lot. So I don't know what the hell happened. I am gonna have to take a break here in just a minute. Undead Mortal says Amber smiles while he talks about how she abused her sister.
Yeah.
No smile when he talks about how this trial is for him and all the false allegations. Rick Nikita says Rottenborn, the chosen of Nurgle. That's true. Uncle Bear says Legal Vice, I sub to you. Now you better inform me on maritime law so I can become a super sovereign citizen. I don't recognize the shyster lawyer's traitorous law. Yeah. So when you talk about maritime and admiralty, do you get into sovereign citizen stuff, Legal Vices?
No.
But you can for the lulz, because that is content. That is content.
Yeah.
Jack.
You should have seen him leave like almost instantly yesterday when I told him, "Oh, you're going to be my go-to consult guy now for the Sov citizen clients I get." I'm actually reading an appeal record right now that's got lots of those fun affidavits in them. So
let's go back.
I do like the judge's
my
reaction.
Is like, bye, see you
Shall
next time.
I do like.
Let's see what's going on at Legal Bites. And we're back.
No, but nothing bad to say. Said nothing about him being a violent or aggressive.
Oh, cool. This
anything
kid,
towards
James,
her
is in the courtroom.
that she knew of. I mean, you know, it basically cut through everything Amber's team has said because, you know, Amber didn't have any any Johnny's friends to come forward and say, oh yeah, I've witnessed Johnny beat a woman before, or Johnny's ex-girlfriends to say, yeah, there was a time where he threw, I mean, besides the one woman who said that she threw the bottle in the direction of a group of people and it probably had nothing to do with her because he was actually having a fight with them. You know what I mean? Besides for that one time, it's not like, Amber brought another ex-girlfriend that had said, oh yeah, he like threw a bottle at me or hit me in the face or something. So I think having Kate Moss there and someone, and I said this earlier, because half of the jury is over the age of 45, Kate Moss is someone who they'll be very familiar with.
Right.
They'll remember her very well. I think that's like,
ouch.
No, I'm sorry. It's just like, to me, no, anyway, I don't,
He's
what
kidding.
I mean.
He's
But like,
kidding.
the
He's just giving you a hard time.
Some of the juries, like in their young, like 20, 21, they probably won't. She's not like Kendall, Kendall Jenner or something like that. But like, she was
in her day.
a certain generation. So like the people who like on the jury who remember her will see her and be like, wow, like that brings back memories. And I think there's a level of credibility, even though she's a supermodel and stuff, I think she's always, had a very classy career and things like that. Maybe, I don't know.
James, you just
This-
hurt
this
Rob
makes
in
me
the most
sad.
painful way.
Oh,
This
no,
makes me
Rob, I'm
sad.
sorry.
Kate Moss was like, I mean, she was the supermodel. Like,
she was amazing.
Like the
Mark
80s
Robin
or the
Rick are
90s, in
sad.
like the 90s, right? Oh, sorry.
In the
Yes,
90s.
the before
Look
time.
at Rob.
That's right.
I'm sorry, that was before iPhones, okay? There was no Twitter.
oh my God,
I mean, iPhones were not that long
There was
ago.
no Twitter. Prehistory to James is there was no Twitter. Thank you,
James.
Oh,
James,
wow.
Yeah.
I
She
come
was
from the day when we used to
Kate
have
Moss was a
reporters
babe.
with us to
She was
school
quite the
to call
get
our
for Johnny
parents
Depp. She was
on what
I
we used
okay,
top model
used to
back
have
in
I
her day.
remember that. Even I do remember that.
Even
What's a
Olivia
quarter?
jumps in to make us feel worse.
Just
Sorry.
dial
No,
collect.
because usually the divide is between me and you guys, but on that one I'm like, no, I'm with you guys on that
Yeah,
one.
the collect one call.
Yeah,
you
just
have a
dial
call
collect
from-
and then.
Yeah. Hey mom, please come pick me up.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you get out of the quarter.
Remember calling calls. Yep. You got to talk real quick because they were expensive.
So, James, how did the jury respond when Johnny said basically Mr. Rotten ... born? How did he respond? How did they respond to that?
Not much. I mean, I think that was just one of his, I think the audience responded more to that, that was kind of like for, his theatrics. The jurors who like him, I think that'll be something that'll just be like, oh, haha, that was a funny Johnny move. But again, they're a very serious jury, and I think they want to be very professional and take it, as serious as they can. So they don't do a lot of expressions unless it's something that's like, something that they see as completely unbelievable or it really touches them emotionally in some ways. Like Juror 8 today nodded and smiled when Johnny was talking about how he donates to charity and doesn't really care about his name. That's why it's not all over the place that he's donating, all his like $100,000, $10,000 or whatever, because that doesn't matter. She really likes that and smiled. But so it's very sparing that they'll really make facial expressions, especially at a time like that, which seems to be more for like, his kind of like persona.
Yeah. Okay. So, because we were starting to get concerned that the his quips and his responses were maybe getting a little bit too far out there for what could play for a jury. But I don't know if there was any kind of a reaction that you could see from the jury as those continued. Like, was he reading the room with the jury, or was he just kind of getting ahead of himself there?
Well, he wasn't staring them down. I can say that.
That's true.
That's a start. No, I mean, I don't think he was. He doesn't do a great job at reacting, like especially in court when he's sitting there. How he just doodles stuff. Like, do look at him because they want to see his reaction. And I don't think he'll stare people down. Sometimes, kind of menacingly, he'll kind of give people dirty looks like the lawyers and stuff. So, are we starting back up?
Yeah,
I think
James,
so.
get back in court.
Oh shoot! Okay, I gotta
back
go.
in there?
All right, I gotta
Okay.
back in. All right, I'll talk to you.
All right. See you, James.
Bye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
James. Thank you.
Go, James.
Bye.
Go, James. Go.
Bye. All right. Will you save time to cross JD or TMZ guy? That's a good question here. MSC LRHD says, how much of this is normal during trial? Finding the Hicksville witness testimony yesterday, this TMZ lawyer's motion, etc.
Let's
The
watch,
TMZ
shall
thing
we?
is going to be not exactly a normal thing, right? 'Cause we're
Oh,
talking-
that was so
that's
much
a
fun.
that's a
That was
celebrity
so
element.
much fun. And the salaciousness that motion got filed within 24 hours. Oh, that was great.
But the
Totally
Hicksville,
makes-
Hicksville thing happening, Hicksville happening thing
Yeah.
is pretty
Yeah, yeah.
regular occurrence.
That's fairly normal. Although it shouldn't be, because I would have thought that somebody would have done some discovery, some subpoenas
cross-examination.
to that company to be like, who there was
you, Your Honor.
was here during the incident that we can talk to.
This is actually great PR for TMZ.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July
Okay,
2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right, but that's your left eye, one close to the chef. That's what
This
says you're black.
This
correct?
is the cross-examination of Johnny by
Um,
Amber Heard's team.
And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendants exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Or you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I have
comments.
no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, but just with redaction, I'm sure it'll be fine. I think there's still some on the bottom. I'm just redact that. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures? There. Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yeah. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well, the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That was in fact in the dark.
Yeah, Johnny, you don't need to talk.
Johnny, she's sustained the
objection. You can wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question. Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859. Is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor.
See, Johnny, expert on photoshopping, still photography, and also on lighting.
This is the same picture or the same.
Did he ever direct?
Exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just the photograph?
Yep.
You're gonna.
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
All right, over objection, I'll allow 1859.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could I please get you to?
You need to redact first.
We actually have one. It's that will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
So this is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to.
Okay.
We'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning. Okay, make them the same size, please. This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
no, you answered my question.
He is.
How do you know I wasn't done?
Oh, it's rotten. We're scoring so many points.
Very well.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's sunburn, whether it's shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up one. Actually, no. Let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Yeah. Why did we put him on?
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag.
Objection form
What?
compound.
And misrepresents testimony.
I also heard
Yeah.
Ms. say I reached into a bag and threw them.
I agree with you.
This is a
Never saw those photos before,
So you
Jeff.
threw 10 at one time, did you?
No, she said a handful. Which is more than I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy.
actually two
You who
different
have only
stories.
done it 6 times in your life.
Okay.
You were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs.
No, I don't, but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so.
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay? Publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And
Objection,
whitey
not
stuff
true
is
rebuttal.
cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy.
You
already
yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified
The
to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on it. Bottle,
Right.
Yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually,
From-
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handles up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on.
Stop talking.
There is no
Stop
picture
talking.
of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw it.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we
testified
will be.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where I.
Okay.
No.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have?
I think this is okay. I don't think this is that bad.
This is very effective cross-examination. They're really hurting him. This is not good.
Testimony of.
bad.
Here,
I'm
you can have
interested
my
to hear about that.
Yeah, I'm in between both. of
Mr.
you
Depp,
guys
you
right
remember
now.
giving testimony in the UK trial?
I'm closest
for
to
several
Rob.
days, correct?
Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I
And
do
you-
remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked the question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your
phone
testimony,
exists.
correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before.
That's fine.
You said,
That's good cross.
if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
Don't.
My question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
Sure, they're okay to punch.
This is not an overreaction.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph about
punchy,
that?
man.
It starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
He's good.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes,
And
yes.
at the bottom of
He
that,
he has slowed it down.
does
He
this
has
refresh
become a
your
lot more
recollection
effective
that
and a
you
lot less
said,
aggressive.
I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
Uh-oh. Walked into that one, Johnny.
Yeah. I never saw those words.
Oh, don't stop talking, Johnny.
Me to say.
By the way, I'm thinking about jurors number
Yeah.
3 and number 8.
DX,
Jurors
it
3 and
is
8.
not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Duders on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole
These
thing?
fake text messages? That's what he's saying?
No, because you typed it up last
that's what he
night.
said.
Wow.
Yeah. I
He's
can
all
assure
over
you
the
I
place.
didn't type
He
it
is
up last
all over
night,
the
Mr.
place.
Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for
This
the admission
is-
of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
This is where it would be helpful to bring in the metadata expert after this.
Yeah, but these text messages aren't faked. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't really
and to
think
the-
that,
to
do we?
the-
I mean, if we think there are photos that are fake that are coming from Amber's phone, what about text messages coming from
The
Amber's
text
phone?
messages were image extractions. I mean, there's no way. There really is no way. And to the people in the chat that are like flipping out at me saying that I'm overreacting on this one, no, I'm thinking about jurors number 3, who has been stone faced the entire time, and juror 8, who has been really reactive to basically anybody. Any salacious communication or dialogue back and forth, she's drawn to. So there was almost no benefit to putting Johnny back on the stand, and only possible downsides. And this is
Yeah.
Johnny going sideways. When Johnny's arguing with Rottenborn's scoring points. He has lowered his tempo. He has become a lot more effective in cross-examination. And Johnny is looking like the bad person in this cross, questioning the authenticity of documents, etc. This is good cross-examination. This is the first time that Rottenborn has scored points.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay. All right. Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first.
They're his productions.
Mr.
Yeah.
Depp, on
God's
February
sake.
22nd,
Nick Meta, thank you.
2017,
Very
you
generous. of you.
texted Mr. Duders, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that.
Oh my God.
Perhaps someone
You
else
wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse
from
me?
Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Duders, same person, you can take this down, Michelle. Please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
Mr. Duders to about the plane flight.
Communicate with Miss Heard. This looks bad.
To speak to her about the incident,
Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Duders. I told him that he had to write this, and I told him he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Duders to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Duders was your
They're
personal.
squeezing some Duders messages of some kind.
Yeah, and trying to attribute
Yeah.
those to him.
Yeah.
Look out, Johnny. There's a bus coming your way.
Right, and it
Yeah.
wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to.
Molly was
communicate
obviously
with Miss Heard
ecstasy
on your
reference.
behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to
Right,
communicate
Molly
with
is
Miss Heard
intimate.
on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no.
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
a
answer.
yes or no question.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate or just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate.
sorry,
correct?
he's sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer you know, it would turn into World War III.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 229, please?
It's going to be a heck of a hearsay fight, I think.
Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
I just don't
Your
see
Honor,
that this is really
can we
just
please approach?
face. I understand it doesn't look great, but it's not. Well, you can tell me later. Now, as some people are saying in the chat, the Deuter's text, if that's what we're about to see, they're not going to look good for Johnny. This is probably one of the weaker points. This came up in the UK trial as well, about something about kicking Amber.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning. You claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
So they didn't get that Deuter stuff in.
Okay.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting?
It just
her...
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't.
So
I didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related.
come down to
What
yes
story
or no at
related
all
to?
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Sarah Wilcazi, thank you. Very, very generous of you.
We can absolutely say that this won't change the
That
outcome. This is what effective cross looks like. This is what effective cross
This
looks
is a text message that you had with your sister.
And this is why they shouldn't have put him up there.
The first witness in this case.
I'm not as sure as you, Mark.
Warner Brothers, you can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 12th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 evidence. I'm glad that everybody can see the Molly thing was about drugs. That was ridiculous. They put that in there as being about a woman.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film.
That doesn't mean
Did I
that he
read that
actually
right?
took any steps to make it happen.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Kroll to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your
Warner
speak this morning.
Brothers
Your Honor,
Warner
as-
Brothers had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you just answer the question, sir. Next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Asked and answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
He did answer that one. He said no.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Kroll
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What would
Kroll
you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't care.
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th.
Exactly right, Jeff.
This is
Exactly.
already in evidence, correct?
Parts of it are.
Oh, so not this.
Not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then. Don't.
850. Sorry.
Mr. Unruh, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857.
You can't do this to me, counselor.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on it August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put it in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
XCP-RTP, thank you for the
Your Honor.
generous super chat.
And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market.
I mean, he's
I'm so fucking happy she was to go to fight this out.
Yeah.
She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on
This
that
was already in.
50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her
This
with
was
a
almost-
goddamn
This was,
glove.
but now you're letting him.
I can only
repeat it
hope
all
that
in front
karma
of the jury.
kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face.
After she's already
I'll
tried
show
to
him
kill
things
him.
he's never seen before,
So
like the other side of his
This
dick when
is-
I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now,
If the jury's
not long
supportive of
after
him
this-
before this point, they recognize that this is August
Not long after this,
2016.
you met
Wonder
Mr.
who
Wall
Mollusk
in
would be.
late summer or
It's
fall
Elon
2016, correct?
Definitely Elon Musk.
Yeah, September,
I
October.
think Ian
somewhere
was
in there, whatever.
faking.
And he's been your
ignorance.
attorney since
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
correct?
No, I know. I'm just pointing it out in case
And
anybody else
you
had
met
any
with
real
him
question.
with the Daily Mail in London.
Let's
In,
play-
Again?
you and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February
He already
2020.
tried to
didn't you?
destroy him publicly, so of course he's angry.
Are you asking
Yeah,
But
but
also,
me a question?
he's made
If the
Johnny
jury-
angry so he can try to
about
snoop
my
around for
attorney and I?
privilege. This is their move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that you two
He's
met
got
with
Johnny on
people
tilt.
from the Daily Mail in
Yeah.
London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No,
in February.
I don't recall it though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't. I don't recall it.
You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
That is correct.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Every divorced person understands this,
same month that the
especially
Daily
a
Mail
divorced person
released
who's been cheated on repeatedly.
Alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection,
Correct.
calls for speculation.
Alleged?
Lack of
Alleged.
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain.
It's a weird alleged.
Now,
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not
I
true.
like the line.
They're going to talk
You gotta
about the Sun
recognize the
case?
game.
It's true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yep.
Yes, I put
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against the Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that the Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
Oh, sidebar.
I don't know what a lot is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Impermissible
And
inference.
that trial involved the same factual issues that
Ooh.
you were litigating.
Yeah,
here,
got
which
it.
is whether you
Objection
committed
calls for
domestic abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustained the objection. Next question.
Yeah, where were you, Camille?
You
Come
brought
on.
that case against the
It's
Sun
not Camille.
because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
limited
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Oh God, please clean this up.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Certainly, that
Mr.
last
Depp,
part is definitely cleanupable.
Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
Don't like this at all.
As the UK trial
It feels weak.
was
This is all sorts of danger
me
moment right
suing
here.
Dan Wooten.
He might
and
literally
the
say he
Sun
lost
for
this.
defamation for calling
He's all over
me,
the place.
He is, and the thing is, he's
If he loses the trial, this is the moment when he's losing it.
The UK have different, well, there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things, there are also
my God, why did you
limitations
do this?
in
I still don't see how he thinks him though.
evidence.
His case.
Some
Why
things
are
can
you
be brought
letting-
up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
they
up,
said
and
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You brought it, Rottenborn.
You'll be okay.
Did he just say you'll be
Yes,
okay?
He did. There is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Watts,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
Did they feel like they had to go into this today? Like the Sun litigation?
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message?
I don't know what's going
When
on.
Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
What's up with, do you know who examined you in London?
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin.
That's right.
All this completely utterly false information. So I am, yeah, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
That's totally understandable.
I think his big strength is that he's very emotionally compelling.
Yep.
And
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing
he comes across as
text
very
message,
sincere.
Yes.
when Mr.
I
Blackburn was
disagree,
asking
but we'll
questions?
talk.
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you
All
care
right.
to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Fair point.
All right. We could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Oh, come on.
Please continue.
That's not hearsay.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as all the
soon-to-be ex just accused him of being a wife beater. Yeah, an angry text is justified or
turned into,
understandable.
Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop.
Make it
fire.
stop.
So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor.
You don't think it's compelling what he's saying now?
He claims
I
he
think
told
this is bad.
For this part, I'm not
He's
as
saying what
convinced.
he wanted to tell them.
I
He's
mean, at
not
this
saying what he
moment,
actually
he's
told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next hearing what his feelings.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman, sorry,
Oh.
Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those two franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. You know, on one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry.
Which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883? Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Ronborn's examination?
Oh God, yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not.
You know, redacting live on screen isn't super effective.
I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text? That's hilarious. Are these two text messages?
No.
Redacting after publication.
Honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand the. I don't have that kind of.
See, maybe people need to know the rule that if a text is
hang on. Oh, hang on. You're super loud. Can you unmute yourself? I've got to adjust you. Sorry. Came in really hot. No. It's okay. It's okay.
Nate pulled a Rob.
Can we take that down, please?
Okay, there you go.
Can we
Okay,
please
now you're
pull
good.
up defendants
Yeah, I was just saying the rule of
1821?
evidence is that if a text message is sent from your phone or your email, it's presumed that you sent it. So
Yeah.
Except in this
Yeah, I
case,
didn't-
Amber, we know she's diabolical enough to have sent
this
things,
document?
messages.
That is behind the
I hear
bar.
you.
Yes.
Okay, and do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And
There
did you
really
recall that
is.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up defendants exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct. Yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia, and then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the plaintiff's exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef. I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed is just prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to this thing.
Thank you very much.
Strange.
So that was a
Your
thing.
next witness.
They cleaned up.
I don't think
cleaned
it was
up.
that bad. I know I'm in the minority,
I
but
think,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I don't think it was as bad as others on the panel are
Step
saying
calls
either.
Morgan Tremaine.
I
All
don't think it was
right.
horrible. It's just strange.
It was bad. It
It
was
wasn't
bad. It
as
wasn't
bad as it could be, but it was
was
a
bad.
step backwards,
What does this
and
do
it
to
was
hurt
totally
his,
unnecessary.
what does it
It
do to
wasn't.
hurt his position?
I
or
don't think.
impeachment?
It doesn't advance the
I
ball.
don't think.
Substantively,
that-
very little, but it makes
Yeah.
me
I don't think
reconsider whether he's a
Amber's going
truth
to
teller.
win.
This because you're not
Yeah,
at this point. You're
I
not.
don't
You're
think
not trying to
Amber's
get the
going to win
50-50. At
as
this
a
point, you're not
result
trying
of
to.
this, but
Yeah, at this time, you're not going to. You're trying to argue for the 50-50 jurors, and I think that hurts you on the 50-50 juror. Like, oh, this is kind of crazy.
I don't think he looked sincere or that he was telling the truth. It looked like he was trying to equivocate and justify every little thing.
Yeah, I'm with Hope with this.
I think the redirect was good.
Good
Like,
afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello?
absolutely.
Would you
This is
please state your
TMZ.
full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff
I think the emotion comes off
And
as
what do you do
sincere.
for
I
a
think
living?
that what he
Okay,
was
guys,
saying
hang
comes
on.
off as
Let's talk
sincere,
more.
and
Let's talk
that's
more later.
kind of a.
Guys, too much conversation. Sorry.
And in 2016,
let's
what
talk
did you
more.
do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment
Later.
manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot
Glad I
spots
stayed on
where
today.
celebrities would be.
The better witnesses are on the back end of the
And
lunch.
how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
Allison Becca, thank
And
you.
were tips frequently
Very,
received
very generous,
directly
thank you.
from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that
He does look like hipster Malfoy.
on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
What Malfoy did with the
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think. there's a
Asking instructions for the
foundation.
I'll
issue,
overrule
right?
the objection at this point.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, it was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email, included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website. And that's
Sorry, you just said what's a link from a Dropbox? We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
That's not how copyright works.
No, it's not.
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted. Yes. It
Where was it posted?
was posted to
Mark, can you
tmz.com.
unmute yourself again. I need to adjust your volume. Thank you.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media is received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
No,
objection leading and cause for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of sitting at the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Yeah, right.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little.
Thanks, Juliana Parra.
When
Very
we
generous.
receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's the journalistic practice they use is when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine and edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
it was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
You can ask the question.
Yes. So
Just implication.
how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel?
I had that
for
thought
Mr.
too.
Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Lloyd.
Honor.
Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled. Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Speculation.
Objection, calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained, sustained. Next question.
I'm not
All right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So
I mean, he did
stand to gain
laugh.
nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ,
There
a
you
very
go.
litigious
Good answer.
organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
Oh, shoot.
Hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that
Ben
Mr.
Chu
Depp's
liked that.
attorneys were
He did.
well
I
aware
thought that was
of
funny.
the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to see the TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in the parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article. I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct. Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I've received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You have another witness? Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Newmeister, Your Honor.
All right, Brian
Oh,
Newmeister.
yeah.
He has not been sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify in this case in county of law.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Newmeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tests.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work, we have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Newmeister, you can continue.
So where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up. We are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering. Could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and giving it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries, or if you're working with a proper or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary, and binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And
laughing
I
at
started
the super
shooting
chat.
videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started?
32 years of forensics
Really
in
by
digital.
osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't
That was a good
normally do
program.
television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department, a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partners not testifying.
Thank you, Detective Seeds. Detective Seeds, thank you. Very generous.
Professional certifications you have received?
for cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Silverlight. These are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society, and the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have, for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Gold Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigative groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society. We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Neumeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved.
Mr. Neumeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Miss Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used.
Just as an aside, Amber's team only had 2 hours and 15 minutes left when we started today. They gotta have like maybe an hour and a half max left.
All right. Wanna first?
We'll see.
I'm seeing a lot of messages in the chat about those text messages being incoming as opposed to outgoing on Johnny Depp for Johnny Depp. Those could have also been obtained from Stephen Duder's phone because they may have. I don't know if they requested discovery from Stephen Duder's as well. In which case, those would have been incoming for Stephen Duder's and still Johnny Depp's text messages. So I see a lot about that. I would. Maybe if I see the screenshot of it or something, take a look at it again. Maybe I would think otherwise. But at this point, I don't see the same level of significance that I think a lot of people in the chat are putting on that.
Be interesting to find out what the jurors' faces were like when Johnny testified the way he did. I'm hoping that the people they have in court who are actually there to view the jurors can come on after this and give some insight. They should be taking their afternoon break soon.
Well,
Wendy's right. Wendy's Cafe is right.
Yep.
We have other advice for people planning to do crimes, by the way. Stick around.
Well, we don't give legal advice, however, on this channel or on any of our channels.
But
so
no-
do keep that in mind. But
I'm hoping
general
no
life
lawyer-
advice.
I'm hoping
General
no
life.
lawyer gives advice on how to do crimes.
Also true.
Mr. Neumeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, and at least one, possibly two.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
I'm going to go straight to specifics.
Okay.
I guess Johnny Amber's team is going to be sticklers and make them pull out each photo one at a time.
Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303, Your Honor, if I might approach.
Your Honor, I would again object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you wanna approach?
The super chat was asking how bad this was for Johnny. I don't think it's that bad. If
Virginia law, but California law, it's affirmative defense.
it was a tough
which you argues Depp is
cross-examination,
for California
but
law because we're in Virginia.
if they can prove that Amber or whoever faked these photos,
I don't even know.
most
what
of
the question was,
her
to be honest with
testimony
you,
has
but I
been
appreciate the
false.
answer. Yes.
So the jury should still be
I got
leaning
you covered.
towards Johnny.
Yep. I got
Just
you
catching
covered
up.
there.
Alita was all over it. So good times.
Thomas Karen says, can new demos be presented during closing? If they are created. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you usually want to show them to the
Tom,
adversary.
can we pull up Defendant's
Yeah.
Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence?
I agree, and it might work.
So she's not allowed to use the general.
Mr. Neumeister,
Or the
is
demonstrative.
does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
At least,
There
yeah.
were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Oh, that's
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative Plaintiff's Exhibit 1303.
All right, any other
this could be good.
objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence. Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs use wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. I'm not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry. Can we go to publishing
1303,
please?
And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down.
But
you mentioned
it could just be compression,
Photos
right?
1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos.
Can we leave
In other words, you
the
would put a
camera
photo
right on
in
Amber Heard's face during this
and you would change
testimony?
the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify
Yeah.
it by enhancing, for example, sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
Can you unmute
And
yourself
what
real
is the
quick?
EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that the operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? You okay?
So far, so good.
I mean, I think the best testimony was I just can't authenticate any of this.
I'll walk the jury through it a little.
Permission to
more.
publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She was just
co-counsel's
to
talking. I'm
publish
so
it
sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Newmeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72 to 1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Newmeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we've pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0.
Is that a redaction?
And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence. We're gone through photos 3.0 or photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
And again, same thing. You've got the photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Madam. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat.
So
It says, regarding the rightfully mine message, the direction is incoming. Him, Johnny Depp, is quoted as the owner, and Stephen Deuters is just listed as one of the participants. It's kind of weird, though. Him is listed
thrice, but the lawyer did
Right, so
state
let's-
him
let's
as
come back at
referring
4
to
o'clock,
JD.
all right?
Yeah, I don't know that we have enough information to read that mechanical report accurately. I know it says incoming, but it lists everybody at the same place. And we don't know what phone grabbed those messages. So I understand why it looks bad. It might be bad, but I don't know that we can just say, ha, got them, that they're reading it wrong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it might be possible to play the clip I posted in private chat, because I think the audience's reactions are interesting.
Whose video is it? I just
wanna make sure I don't get
I think
Mine. Well, it's
on your channel?
so it's yours.
what we're seeing from this
Are you
from
going to
this
strike yourself, Alita?
from this specialist
Whose channel
is
is
that
it?
all of the pictures so
Oh,
far
okay.
were run through a photo
Okay.
editor on a computer. They didn't come straight from a phone. These guys are talking about the text messages
Okay, let
from
me see
Johnny's
here.
phone,
Where does Marie
supposedly.
put it?
I didn't really put it anywhere, so
Or
I'm not
allegedly.
really sure where it exists.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Sorry. I just need to make sure that I'm capturing these here while I.
Did-
1 second.
Have,
Talk amongst
have we
yourselves.
talked about the fact that the judge entered an order on Amber Heard's motion to seal records related to the jurors' identities?
No.
No. What happened?
So Amber Heard filed a motion to seal the identities of the jurors' information and identifiers, seal records relating to their identities, and Judge Ascarati granted the motion on the 18th and 16th, two separate motions, one that was more specific, granting all information and sealing it for a year, and the other one that just sealed all identifiers.
Now, Rob, will that bind a juror from wanting to come out directly by themselves voluntarily?
No, it won't, because the jury is actually not subject to this particular order.
Okay.
Alrighty. Do you want me to play it?
Yep. Turn on the audio and watch the audience. See if LawTube has some thoughts about this clip.
Okay.
You know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame. doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question. Ruled.
So
I mean, he did
stand to gain
laugh.
nothing from this. I'm actually putting
Yeah, but how's
myself
that overruled?
kind of in the target of TMZ,
There
a
you go.
very litigious
Good answer.
organization.
This is
And
great
I'm not
commentary, I have to
seeking
say.
any 15 minutes here. So you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you. Hardly. I find that to be purely logical.
Now, are you aware that
Ben
Mr.
Chu,
Jeffs
like-
All right.
End of clip.
Fun.
I thought the DUI guy might have some.
I
thoughts
missed
regarding
that.
This piece of
That was
testimony.
good.
Maybe he'd like to comment more about it at some point in the future. Just really subtle reaction. Not sure he picked up on it. But,
Yeah, it's very
seems to have some
YouTuber with a
thoughts.
red arrow somewhere, isn't it?
Well,
That was good.
That is one of those things about having cameras in the courtroom. And you can also sometimes pick up the audience reactions.
That was
So
good.
I'm interested to hear, going back to the Johnny Depp cross-exam earlier, I'm interested to hear why, Hogue, you thought that was pretty damaging.
Sure. Yeah. Well, so until we get to this point in time, we've got a pretty clear story that we can tell ourselves that Amber Heard is an exaggerator and Johnny Depp is a truth teller, sincere.
Unless you have some really egregious thing, and she's been pretty cautious, I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah. No, she has a very clear sense of the litigious nature of the personalities she's been dealing with for, quite some time in this case now. So I think that's abundantly clear.
Yeah, I think so too. So some internet sleuths have found the supposed name of the person owning the phone number in Johnny Depp's thing.
God.
I don't know. I don't really want to say who it is because I don't feel like putting a random person on blast to 80,000 people. So I know people out there have been
That
looking
exchange
into the
was
number,
awesome.
but
You're right, Jeff.
I'm not
I
going
loved
to
it.
say it online because I just,
Hi, Lori.
one, if it's wrong, it doesn't
Hi,
need to be
Lori.
in public.
I
and
was with
two,
Legal Bites. Right now we're listening to
if,
Lakayla
even if
Long.
it's right, I'm
Welcome.
not so sure that it needs to be in public. The main thing about those text messages for me is Johnny Depp's team really should have resolved what that incoming outcoming was on the discrepancy, because it looks like a text coming into his phone, either from a group text that involved him and Stephen Deuters, or from someone else.
Right.
But Stephen Deuters is listed. He's listed, but I feel it looks like there's more numbers on there. And the number that was listed is not Stephen Deuters or Johnny Depp. So it's very, it is Sam Hyde. You're right. It is Sam Hyde. That's whose number it was. I'll put it out there. It was definitely Sam Hyde. Right before he did the most recent mass shooting, Sam Hyde was texting with Johnny Depp. That's true. That's a true fact. So you can see him actually. There are pictures of Sam Hyde driving around texting Johnny Depp with his arm out the window of his car, holding a gun.
Well, he was playing Marilyn Manson music, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, there's an update in the Marilyn Manson case, or one of the Marilyn Manson cases.
Got dark in here.
The judge ruled that Ashley Walters' case against Marilyn Manson is dismissed, and she cannot sue him anymore for the same charges of her past claim.
Nice.
Yes. So Ashley Walters is one. She had a big statute of limitations problem, which she attempted to cure by alleging that she had repressed her memories of abuse, which of course is a little bit consistent with then filing a complaint on the basis of your claims of abuse that you're claiming that you lost your memories.
By the way, Lori, you can call me Steve. It's okay. So hi, Lori. You can say hi, Steve.
The right outcome.
Yeah. The statute of limitations exists for very good reasons. And in fact, there are a few places where we get rid of the statute of limitations by statute, usually murder, in some cases sexual assault or sexual abuse. And I'm suspect of any removal of statute of limitations, including on murder. I know that it's really always cool when it's like digital forensics has put together a case and brought down a murderer who's eluded capture for 62 years. But at the same time, like the reason the statute exists is because witnesses and evidence deteriorate. So, and people's minds get polluted by what they read about or see about that event or even other events that they incorporate into their own memories. So, yeah, it's that's statute of limitation should work. And it's also why victims of assault or domestic, sexual, or otherwise should immediately contact authorities. You should not be a victim of domestic assault or sexual assault or regular assault. You should contact the authorities.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody tell you that you should not do that and that you should not, that being a victim is okay or you should just tough it out or whatever. Contact them right away. That's the most critical thing. Yeah. Don't
And if
stay
you
in
shoot
relationship.
anybody, you might check out hardtoconvict.com.
That's true. That's true.
We may prove helpful. But don't do that unless you really, really have to.
Nice plug.
Yeah, the people encouraging you to stay in abusive relationships or whatever, please don't. Please don't.
And incidentally, no responsible relationship counselor should ever, under any circumstances, if learning that a relationship is abusive, ever encourage that relationship to continue.
Right.
The duty needs to immediately shift to how do we keep this person safe and how do we transition them into a position where their safety can be maintained.
Right. Right.
Absolutely. Andrea, can you answer a question for me? I mean, I assume you can. That's why I'm asking. Was Amber Heard actually a stripper? Was that testified to?
it hasn't been testified to overtly, but so this comes up in the audio recording. One of the audio recordings that they made after the split, but before the divorce. And in that, Amber Heard is berating Johnny for, among other things, telling people about the fact that she had been a stripper. And Johnny Depp is defending himself, saying, no, you trusted me with that information and I never told anybody. So basically, I don't know how that's out there. But of course, now this audio is out there, so we all know.
So she admits to having been a stripper.
And that she didn't like it much, that was.
You gotta love that. Am I not surprised?
Okay, so then the follow-up question is, do we know what her stripper name was?
I'm sure there's some perfectly nice strippers.
Probably Amber Heard.
Stripper name is Amber Heard.
Maybe that's the Molly.
I think it was Crystal with
His
3
stripper name was
Ks.
probably Molly.
Crystal
yeah.
Molly.
No, that Molly thing, it's just so weird because you'd think if Johnny Depp had sent that text, and that text looks really bad. This is why that text does look, a little bit bad, mainly because he said, I would never say that. That's horrifying. He's like, well, here you are saying it. And he looks befuddled. They should really, this is, again, what bothers me is they should point out that it wasn't him. So it goes to his credibility. But there's been no testimony in this entire case and his very public life about anyone named Molly.
Right.
No affairs, no relationships. I can't think. Molly Ringwald is the only actress I can think of named Molly. And I
never
don't think it's
understood her
her.
appeal.
Probably. I don't
Never
know. It's around the same
Of course,
age category.
it goes to the danger of, be careful about what you text, folks. It's like the old mafia caution, right? It's like never write when you can speak, never speak when you can nod, never nod when you can wink. Just all these communications are discoverable.
Yeah,
I do have to wonder, isn't this mackerel, was the mackerel joke a was that comment a Led Zeppelin joke, or was that just me? I read that as a Led Zeppelin joke. There's a whole story about the grouper and the fish, and it's kind of gross, but one of those stories of the rock star excess. Am I speaking?
I gotta get into that. It sounds like a great story.
Weird.
It's just this one of these stories that has floated around for decades, I think, about a backstage party with Led Zeppelin, where supposedly a groupie was, shall we say, ravished with a fish, and more and more details about that have, I guess, spilled out over the years. And apparently, the groupie herself has come forward and said, "Yeah, it happened, and it was fine. I was cool with it."
Okay, so the Led Zeppelin wants to file the groupie with a mud shark. The backstory: the most notorious of all Zeppelin legends began when the band played at the Seattle Pop Festival on July 27, 1969, then retired to the Edgewater Inn. The building sits atop Seattle's Puget Sound. Guests can actually visit directly from the windows. 1985 Led Zeppelin biography Hammer of the Gods, which got much of its information from Zeppelin manager Richard Cole, describes a graphic scene in one of the rooms. Quote, a pretty young groupie with red hair was disrobed and tied to the bed, wrote author Stephen Davis. Led Zeppelin then proceeded to stuff pieces of shark into her vagina and rectum.
Oh, okay, I'm off these guys.
Those are the quotes
sideways
from
there,
the book.
yeah, man.
The truth, this from Rolling Stone magazine.
Yeah, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the case at hand. We'll listen to some audio before I switch over the video.
I think we have better leverage than Johnny Depp. This is what they should be saving their time for.
It was terrible. Back to the other nerds.
Damn office.
What are you sabotaging?
Rob, you need to upgrade your broadband, man.
You actually just be on the same cam. Just saying. Look like butter.
It's possible.
He's
Yeah, sorry about that, Lori. It was gross. We're back to talking about legal stuff, hopefully.
Yesterday, and those of us who thought that was a missed opportunity on the part of Depp's team, check out Andrea's video because I think she explains that really well. And again, not trying to be negative, and I totally support Depp, and I think he's probably going to win, but there are some negative realities at times to deal with here.
Well, and that's sometimes what we have to do is in looking at this in a very clear-headed way is to be
Yeah.
very sober about the things that are going wrong. I mean, because otherwise you don't want to end up blindsided when you get to a verdict. You know, like you want to know what's going well, what's not going well.
And if you're looking for some high points from the Jennifer Howell testimony, one that was very interesting to me is at the end, I don't know how it remained in, but it was just Howell just being really mad that she talked for 3.5 hours to the other side and only got 20 minutes here, and then it just like abruptly cuts. Like it lets you know that there was disputes during the deposition, right? And stuff that exists that didn't get in. You know, which I think was interesting. I mean, there's no way that if I were on Amber's side, I would have let that come in. You know, and I don't know how it got in. That was a very interesting part of Jennifer Howell's deposition. It just ended kind of on this like
Very weird ending.
I think some of us who have followed this case for a long time who know how much more there was that we were hoping she would say or be allowed to say were disappointed. But I totally hear what you're saying. But I'm glad to get that perspective of someone who was fresh and wasn't expecting what some of us were, unfortunately.
And I knew I had heard.
By the way, the woman talking at the bottom is a nurse practitioner, Emily. She's fantastic. Subscribing to all of these people's channels should be on Legal Bites, on Legal Bites YouTube. But thank you for being on mine. But they're all fantastic, and they all spend a lot of time here. So I'm going to be watching with them. You get to watch.
I can now
as well
imagine
with
a
me.
subservient
So thanks for being here.
relationship that results in a kind of weird corroboration, and I can
I
discount
like
all that.
Rick, but he gets a
That
little
part of
weird.
Johnny's testimony was useful,
A little too analytical.
but I would have preferred if that was all they did. I don't actually know why they went for the Orient Express punch. I don't know why they combated the MDMA pills. I don't know why they went down these roads when. I mean, I guess you don't know exactly what your witness is going to do on the stand, but it just resulted in. I love that word, dissembling.
Yeah, that was a great word.
I mean,
Coming from an English professor, I was going to say. Did you do Shakespeare, by the way?
I did not end up. I ended up specializing in Mary Shelley.
Emily's great.
I got into it. I thought I was going to do Shakespeare, and then I ended up wanting to do.
Wait, did I say Emily? Oh crap!
That was my
might not
dissertation
be.
was on Mary Shelley and
Let me go show you.
Oh, I read that.
I don't want to give the wrong information about her.
Believe
That
me,
would be
before the lot
bad.
of you, so.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Colonel Kurt,
So, yeah,
Nurse Kurt.
Yes.
That's it.
I know you're.
Or Nurse Liz.
doing all sorts of
Sorry,
back
Nurse
end
Liz.
stuff, but I don't know.
Yes.
Her channel's currently
what you thought of
Colonel
Johnny Depp.
Kurtz, but it's Nurse Liz, not Emily. Liz.
I think that it was bad, definitely bad. It drew blood from his side, from his testimony, but I don't think that it was as bad as I think a lot of other folks on the panel
I agree.
were thinking,
Yeah,
or
it
their
goes wrong
impressions
when it
were.
comes back, yeah.
I mean, because well, for one thing, we already know about the bad texts of her being a witch and burn her at the stake and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
We already know about that. Granted, it's been a while since we heard those, so having those that kind of style of text messaging come back up again, it was kind of like a little bit of a smack in the face at first. But then, as he's explaining, hey, I was going through a really rough time at this point. I was very justifiable.
Right. He was
And
pissed.
it was like, okay, yeah, that's right. Like, he also was going through divorce. He also was, being dragged through the mud publicly around the world.
Right.
Like, okay, like that long text message that was like a paragraph of text message. I was like, okay, that I can actually, oddly enough, forgive as terrible as that language can kind of sound. He also is very metaphorical. Like, all of those memories kind of came back when he explained that. So that didn't feel so damaging. The part of him saying that text wasn't me, I'm on the fence about it because I don't really like that explanation. I much prefer for there to be like a justification of like, that was me, but this is another way of explaining it. But at the same time, that is also the very first time that he has said something like that wasn't me. So there's a part of me that's also more willing to believe like, okay, like he has never cashed in that token, so to speak. So
Right.
It's not
And it's entirely conceivable based on what we know, or what I think we know about Amber Heard. It's actually, in this instance, this is one of those cases where truth is stranger than fiction, and there are things that Amber has done in this case that are just unbelievable. So it's not beyond the pale that she might have sent a fake text. I just don't know if it came off. It didn't come off well, him saying that. But then,
Well, it's right after ocular cavity, and yes, I see chat yelling.
Well, he looks so surprised when he doesn't. He said, "No, I never send a text like that."
You can't know what that means, and honestly, it would be a major violation for them to present it separately. Not that they wouldn't do it, okay, but it would be a problem for the lawyers to have presented it in a wrong way that way.
Seal the jury identity so her side can bribe them. Yep, probably.
Okay, and then they are immediately approaching the judge to have a.
These photos.
Yeah, so that guy's on the stage right now. I'm interested. So his argument is he's saying these could have been doctored with because their extension means Photos version 3, right? But isn't Photos just the default Apple storage?
Yeah, I have a question because I crop everything when I put it on, let's say, Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, is that enough to get that designation changed?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure about that. I wonder if they'll talk about that more.
I'd love to see it on cross, just to understand.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know enough about it to know, you know.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's why the photo editing stuff is so huge, because if they can start establishing fake photo editing, then fake text becomes real plausible. Fake everything becomes plausible at that point.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in watching this, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you can be seated. Your next question. Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
You're on video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that council can review, if that's all right. Okay.
Hey, Britt. What does that mean? I saw that.
Mr. Bites just came in because he wants to be a total co-counsel. He reminded me of how one of the things that was so compelling to the jury in the O.J. Simpson case was the fact that they didn't disprove the DNA, but they just put enough doubt into the case as to the DNA. I also reminded him that that's a criminal case and not a civil case. A few differences, but that was it. But that's it. It's an interesting point from a layman's perspective.
So you decide.
Why can't you give Mr. Bites the win? Just give him the win. You know he probably never gets another one.
No, but that is a good point. It's a very good point. That you know, if they have enough doubt in this particular case as to the validity of those photos and everything else with the metadata, yeah, no, absolutely. Then they could decide to just toss out everything. Also, Allison Becca, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Thank you. No, but I do think that is a good point. But I also wanted to issue caveats because there are some differences, and I want people to have all of the points if they're gonna analyze any point that we put out there.
Just let Hubstron be right. Just give the layman a win. Give the layman.
I let him win a lot, you guys.
I love that it's still the letting him win thing.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding.
Let's be
I'm
honest. That's how
kidding.
it goes. Come on.
No. He does legitimately win from time to time. Many times, guys.
I just
don't
like to
read
hear
too
about
much
the
into my
bites
words.
sidebars here.
All right, we carry that, Your Honor. We publish, or would you like to see it?
Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you play it? Thank you.
Subject to Your Honor's ruling.
All right, so 13, marked as plaintiff 1305 and used as demonstrative, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you publish it? No.
Can we lower the super chat so I can see the little? I think it was
Mr.
just showing
Newmeister,
different systems.
what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original or with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one that says 9.3.1, there's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
Actually it's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
This is the best one.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is the best one.
Was this the one Ian was doing?
The light, yeah.
Okay.
The exact same photo. I have high hopes for this demonstrative, and I hope I'm not let down.
Rob, I
Careful.
feel like I'm riding the roller coaster with you down there.
Yeah.
I'm so emotional right now.
You're invested.
Yeah, this is someone who's been in the courtroom, you know,
Mm-hmm.
feeling that energy.
That's why I like hearing Rob. Rob, have you been in this specific courtroom as a litigant?
Yeah. One of my favorite cases I've ever tried was before the previous Chief Judge, Judge White, in this courtroom.
I love it.
All right. Could we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom? And Your Honor, this is another video that, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
I would just request, what exhibits are they? Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Okay, 1306 then will be a demonstrative as identified.
Hopefully there's not too much background noise. I stepped outside so that I could
And
be on
if
my
we could
cell.
go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
I don't hear any background noise.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, look, very dramatic. Look at that.
And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713 They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos, marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata, this keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
I'm curious as to
Sorry,
why
what is the objection here?
Yeah, I'm curious as to why well, it sounds like the judges ruled on this, which is a fair objection from their side, but why?
I think because you can tell the photo's been edited, but you cannot testify that there's actually been color editing. So you can say manipulation. Yeah.
Right. Is he just
Right, and you don't
testifying
need
to
to
the
because
metadata analysis?
But
Yeah,
the objections seem to come up in terms of where the source was, that it came from the.
Why is she laughing? Does she not realize how like serious this particular?
Yeah, this is not laughing time. This is serious business time.
Well, they submitted 2 photos into evidence. They told us they were different. They were asked about them. They said that was different.
Yeah.
And what's really funny is you don't need an expert to say, you know what, you can't get hair to do that twice. So, I mean, it was obvious from the get-go.
Yeah, but having the expert helps. You know.
Well,
So, Mr. Neumeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
There you go.
Here's some stuff that looks shady. Nobody can tell you they're authentic. I'm out.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Midnight
Both are
Joker,
really common
very
in the
generous of you. Thank you.
And thank you for giving me some props, Midnight Joker.
From the opinions you've testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain.
Yep.
You kept
What
objecting.
other data did you rely on for the actual opinions
Whoa.
you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the actual
that,
opinions you testified to.
that is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
I don't know
Don't
what's
ask
going
a
on with
stupid
this
question.
cross-examiner.
Don't ask a stupid question. That was a dumb question. You said, what
That
other
was a
things
dumb
did you
question,
use
and
to
you're
rely
looking
on?
like
And
an
he
a-hole.
started answering.
Well, and the witness
but I
actually told him it was dumb. You objected every time I tried to answer this, and now you're asking it, so you're going to get all that information you wanted to object to.
But
What
I
did they think?
Yeah. Is he trying to say that he's only limited to analyzing the metadata of it and he is relying on other things other than the metadata?
Sir, you can
to
answer
reach
that
his
question.
conclusion? Is that what he's going after?
You can answer the question.
Can you restate the question?
I don't recall the question, Your Honor.
He doesn't want to ask it.
I don't want to
Maybe we
restate
can
He
the
realizes what he
question.
just did.
They could
Read
redirect.
it back.
Yeah.
No.
No, okay.
What was the
Y'all right.
question, Judy?
Bail out. Bail out.
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed.
Oh, God, Judge.
Sorry.
Is that correct,
Awesome.
Judy?
The witness is questioning himself.
Well, I mean, Amber Heard's
This
attorney
is-
just realized he was in a shitty situation. He was
Yeah,
like,
he
hit
tried
the
to
bail
bail
button, hit the
out.
bail button.
Yeah.
The
Stenographer's
abort
gonna get him
button
on that one.
failed.
That's
have
fine.
Have we seen this attorney before? I feel like this is a new
So-
face.
It's not big.
When
Rotten
you're
one, it's
analyzing
like baby
No,
baby
it's
video
not.
or photo, in this case,
Objection to video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
You just asked him.
That is what it is. He's
All right,
only
you can
supposed
just
to be
answer the
analyzing
question,
metadata.
sir.
That's like what he's
when
hanging
you're
his hat on.
analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope, you would use an RGB parade, you can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 178?
I love how the witness is measuring his
defendant's
tension. You can
170?
Defendant's
tell he
170,
wants
yes,
to,
Your
like,
Honor.
blow up.
So you offer testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination, right, Mr. Neumeister?
There's
That's a yes or no, sir.
of a photograph like that. I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes,
You were under oath?
yes,
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, but you can edit.
So,
in,
Mr.
photos,
Neumeister, if you
right?
could please turn to page
It's technically an edit.
76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the
Oh, okay.
page at the top. And you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
that's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
So it sounds like we were right on that, Rick. That like, if
So
you
if you
crop
could
it at
please
all,
turn
you
to
save it
page
for the
233 of that transcript.
Well, that diminishes the testimony somewhat.
Yeah.
And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0 onto 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0. That's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please?
This is a tough cross. This
The
is
bottom,
super technical
line 20,
information.
question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, you know, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Newmeister.
Okay.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Newmeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found, but you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
if anyone else could, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Newmeister. The question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking about you.
You're pushing back, dude. You're doing good.
Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
there's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
It's a bogus question.
I think he's going to live in the space that says when you change the program, it counts as modification and just stick
It
with
is your opinion that the metadata of all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered into evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited in a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
See you, Mark.
Tell Lita, thanks.
I actually think this expert's holding on really well.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really good job.
Yes, he's being very technical and very precise, which is kind of what you expect from an expert. And I get where they're trying to go, but they're not asking the right questions to get to what they need to with this expert.
Yeah, they're trying to say no one manually modified the things to trick you. But yeah, the demonstratives, to me, the testimony almost doesn't matter because the demonstrative is so strong.
Yes,
So it's
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's really obvious that there's something funky with those pictures.
bare minimum, you can't exit this testimony without being like, there's something hinky going on, right?
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Hurd has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no further
excerpt
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I love Judge Ascarati. Like, okay, let's go. Redirect.
Mr. Newmeister.
Yeah,
Um,
no, she's
A moment
wonderful.
ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Hurd has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, in this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond
you.
exit metadata.
I think he opened the door on the.
Overruled the objection.
Thank you,
Well,
Howard.
sir.
Go ahead, Brian.
Nice. Oh,
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you just decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, next
That's
witness.
the one question. Open that door and just let him slaughter it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think
We call Morgan, excuse me, Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
I thought photo guy was good. I still think the most important thing he said was I can't authenticate anything at all. Nobody else sees anything on the screen, do they?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Sorry, I'm here. I'm monitoring. I'm just.
Live view.
Oh no.
No, I think
No.
this might be okay. They're setting
No,
up a live
no,
link.
I think this is
Setting up a live link,
someone
Alita.
who's remoting in.
Yeah, it's.
Is it
it's-
okay?
Don't panic
Okay.
just yet.
Sorry.
Don't panic. Keep your
I'm like,
towel.
not another thing.
Yes, keep your loopy fruit. It's all good.
That was very good testimony.
Of course, Ian.
And as usual, Amberstein tries to be tricky with it.
I think it's just they gave us a direct feed of the live link. So yeah, no, I thought photo guy was fine. I've also got another program that will go unnamed on another feed here. I'll make sure.
Thanks for joining, Jeff. I appreciate you, brother.
Network that shall not be named.
What? No. I mean, I don't. Who knows where I'm getting this?
And Lori, you are right. The expert
I'm observing.
did win. Wasn't just is winning. He did win.
They're not quite.
And
John,
Amber's
they're
team
not
is,
up on this
yes,
different
incredibly
network
annoying.
Necessarily that we might be referring to. I think we're just getting a direct feed. Okay, the judge is talking.
Okay.
Okay, they're doing their count to 5 right now.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I can hear it.
all right, there she is.
Live link.
So she just popped in on her live link.
Who's supposed to come in? Who's testifying?
No.
I also just want to note that there's a couple of jurors who I got the impression are possibly technically savvy. And the reason why I say that is remember that the stats guy who went in about, his history with Unix and all of that? A couple of them really sat up and were taking notice of that. My read is that they might actually have some connection to tech or at least an interest in it. So if that's the case, I think that that's even better for that last bit of evidence.
Yep. There we go. A little bit more brightness.
Just so you guys know, I've got another channel that I'm looking at with the same live situation. Theirs is not up.
Okay, this is the lady that works at the airport. Hold on. This is the lady that
Oh, no,
works
the
at the
live
airport. She
is
observed Amber with a traveling companion.
Actually, the live is up on Ricada's stream, so I am going to switch to Ricada's stream.
It'd be happy hour now.
No.
Yeah, my big face.
Amber Heard pull something from her traveling companion's neck, and she stood up to break up a fight.
There we go.
Do you want to turn up the volume on yours, Rick, so we can
I can try.
Get rid of this one and turn on the volume here.
And she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
She was drunk.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance? And I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner. But other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she didn't really need to have to
Saw Amber Heard
defend
block
herself.
her old girlfriend.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And
Objection, hearsay. Just objection, hearsay to what she said.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard's traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
Like a rope burn.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Oops.
What did you do when you got that email?
How would you generally describe Ms. Hurd's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor, I already asked and answered the specifics.
What?
You locked up.
It's frozen.
Oh, they froze.
Yeah, that's what I mean. On crime locked up. Of course.
No.
Everyone else is down.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Ms. Leonard, when did you contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Late last night.
Oh, damn.
Okay. And this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes.
13 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right?
Oh, like this woman is looking for a TV break.
No, I had no desire to be on television. I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right. But you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further.
All right. Redirect. Nothing further. All right. Thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
That's all you've got? That's it?
Next witness.
We must have
Do you wanna
missed
meet
the
me
part
with
where that witness said that Amber clocked her
On our
girlfriend.
next witness is a mackerel.
Don't be gross. Yeah, dang, everybody else froze up. The other channels all froze up. Okay, but apparently they're back now. So let me switch back to Legal Bites while they're going through this. Let me do this real quick.
At this point, that style takeover of law and crime.
Share screen. Let's see. Where are you guys at? Let's do it. Where's the sound? Is nobody talking? Let's do this real quick. Come on, guys. Have the sound on. Why isn't anybody talking?
Is there no audio of like
It's a sidebar.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I was worried about my sound for a second there. Sounds like they didn't have much. They got it out that Amber's a beater.
I have to say, I've been streaming from some weird places for this.
Hi, how you doing?
See,
Welcome.
that's the
And yes,
dumpster
you
next
did.
to me.
Everybody believes the father's
This is where
Elon
I'm
Musk.
getting signal.
In fact, it's believed that Elon Musk is actually bankrolling her attorneys.
I mean, everybody needs a dumpster, Rob. Everybody needs a dumpster. Okay.
Everyone needs a dumpster.
That's it. We can write that children's book together, Rob.
Yep.
Oh my god, that'd be a good one.
And Alita, someday you're gonna have to teach me how to zoom in on a stream feed.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm just zooming in on
Good
a
title
page.
to the book. Everyone needs a
that makes
dumpster.
sense.
Amber Heard legal team lights it light on fire.
Yeah.
Hi, Lori. That was
This might be where
Amber's
Amber Heard is
team
getting
not
some
really
power.
having anything to go on because
Oh,
that
no.
woman was a police
No, they'd be better
officer
if they came from my dumpster.
who saw
Natalie?
Amber
Zoom in, I
Hi,
still can't get rid of
Natalie.
the top bar.
clock
Guys.
her
Okay.
ex-girlfriend.
Nice to see you too.
And they didn't really have anything other than say, well, you just want 15 minutes of fame to get,
We're
to
working
get
through some
famous.
technical fun this afternoon.
And she's like, no,
Oh,
I'm
no.
not trying to be on camera. So they had nothing.
I'm
It's good,
I'm
good
a
testimony.
little bit behind. I'm just now on Johnny's cross, so.
You're in an enjoyable time of the day.
Okay, calm down, take deep breaths. You'll make it through the cross.
I have to say,
I gave up on it, and I was like, I'm
Johnny's team has been doing pretty well today. It's been pretty devastating, some of the blows they've landed. The cross is picked up on the Amber Heard's team side, but they are being very quick because they know they don't have much time.
Thanks so much for the very generous.
So they're
super chat.
trying to
Thank you. We
save
love
as much
you
time as possible. I'd be surprised if they have an hour and a half. And it still
Ladies
have
and gentlemen, we're still
more
on
testimony
track
tomorrow.
to have closing arguments on Friday morning. But the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any outside research.
Oh, wow. They're ending it early today.
Okay.
Early release and a short. That can't be that long of a day tomorrow. Right?
Yeah, if they're ending early today,
well,
that counterclaim isn't going to be very long tomorrow.
That'll be an hour of Johnny's time, but he has plenty. And they can't have more than an hour and a half.
Rick, they might have split it because if they have one more witness and they go into rebuttal, they could possibly say, we'll put our final witness on, and then that kind of puts it on you guys to have your witness ready. Do we just want to start tomorrow? I don't know.
Okay.
But I mean,
and then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time to 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment, and the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left. So we're on the same page. Okay. Jury instructions. We get clean copies.
1 hour and 16 minutes left.
I think we just received no comments around noon today, but we've had someone not the court looking at those, and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent.
And Lori, I don't feel sorry for Elon. Unfortunately, pretty women have a way of making smart men dumb.
Okay.
I think we're mostly
Especially pretty manipulative women.
Okay. So I have everything.
That's how it is.
So I don't have everything quite yet. Then.
It's not finalized.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening.
There-
We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out.
We're happy to address those. I think
We're right at the edge
we
of
need
time.
an opportunity to
Yep.
see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. We just got it.
I
3 hours
understand,
ago.
but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
Outstanding.
We'll do that, and
Nice.
form also, and then.
You guys aren't going anywhere.
I love her. That was
I'll tell
fantastic.
you exactly what he's saying. Sam, what are you saying here?
I love this judge so much.
Oh, yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay?
I need to convince her to move to
All
Canada.
right, anything else?
So to be clear, Your Honor wants to hear the disputes right now.
I mean, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet, so I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Well, yeah, we can do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I will.
Exactly. Pretty women with borderline personality disorder, because they have a way to mimic and make that guy feel like
That's what I'm saying. I
he's the
think
most
that
incredible thing on the planet. Absolutely.
You will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right?
Absolutely,
Okay, so just
you're
stay
right.
here until we get all that for everything. Okay, great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in the morning. Thank you.
You guys are.
We need to finalize tomorrow. We need to finalize tomorrow. There is no time left.
Our audio cut out. Did she basically say, I'm going to lock you in the courtroom till you guys resolve your arrest?
Yep.
Yes.
That is what she said.
Pretty much, yeah.
I will turn this car around.
Pretty
You guys,
Exactly.
you can't leave until you hand me jury instruction.
Is this for your hand? Not so fast. Yeah.
She hasn't said that she needs jury instructions. She just needs the conflicts about.
Okay, Johnny's getting ready to leave.
But she also asked, no, she asked for the clean proposals as well.
Yeah, she didn't have the instructions at all.
Well, she's run over a bunch of them, but she wants clean proposals of the disputed instructions.
She's like, if you're going to make me be mommy to your children, I'm going to actually have to go through this
Yep.
in our ADCs, and we'll figure it out.
Johnny's getting ready to leave. The jury's already gone. The judge just left. And she told them to stay there and hash out their jury
Thanks,
instructions.
thank you very much
The
for
lawyers
your
are not allowed to
super
leave until they
chat.
get that done.
They said, I hate U.S. law. How the hell is unauthenticated data allowed? That would be prejudicial, no? Well, it's not always a huge issue in a case, but in a situation like this, in this case, the authentication of this data is a big
Johnny's
issue.
out of there.
And this has been something that they've been dancing around between the two sides for months, actually, really. November 30th is when this stuff was supposed to be provided to the forensic analyst to authenticate the data.
Yep.
And
Johnny's
he
out
said
of
that he was
there.
not able to. So the remedy
Lawyers
for
have
it
to
is
stay.
that he's able to testify in front of the jury and to explain to them none of these photos that you've seen coming from Amber Heard's side are trustworthy. You cannot trust that any of them are what you think that they are.
That's right.
Yeah, well, the demonstrative that I think Ian had a video on of them putting the two photos over each other is so good.
That was
Look at
good.
that as two pieces of evidence. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, and I've made this point before. Like, I'm a target shooter. One of the things that you want to do is repeated action and also just staying still. And when you're looking through a scope, you can be really clear how difficult it is to stay still 1 second to another. You got your heartbeat, you've got muscle twitches,
Right.
you've got all of these things.
Right.
You cannot take the exact same photo twice. It's just not.
Right.
You certainly can't take the photo, turn on a light
On two separate days.
and then take the photo again. It's just not going to be possible. So
Yeah, the hair.
I don't see any. The little tiny wispy hairs would blow around at the.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah.
I don't see that there's a plausible explanation for those two being
They
different
submitted the
photos,
same photo twice
as opposed to
as
one
two
photo
pieces of
edited
evidence
a couple of ways.
and just changed the lighting,
You're not using mine, right?
No, yeah.
enhanced it, edited it.
Just wanted to make sure.
Crazy.
Yes. Thank you.
Crazy.
Amber Heard's still there for some reason.
Well, this is kind of what's been happening lately.
Let me go back to Ricada real quick, see what he's got going on. I'll take us over there.
Maybe she really wants to be there as part of the jury instruction negotiation.
I think she all around looked really well that day.
For the crowd to die out a little because they keep booing her.
Her looked really good that day, and every other day has been just kind of weird choices. Why? But okay.
I can't help but notice that the attorney standing directly behind her kind of looks like she's wearing almost exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So perhaps Amber has finally learned how to mirror legal attire.
It is pretty close. Is that an attorney? I mean, I saw her sitting in the gallery, but she was in the front row.
Maybe paralegal. I mean, yeah, who knows?
Or a publicist or assistant, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, guys,
got
that's
the
it for
worst end of the
today.
stick
As
this
far
day?
as this is
This
concerned, I
guy.
appreciate you all being
You
with
screwed
me.
up,
We
buddy.
like these
And you
guys.
knew it.
Yeah.
He's not. I was wrong. He wasn't the guy who objected to his own question before.
That was funny. He objected to his own question. All right. Stop those guys for a second. I appreciate y'all being with me today. It's going to get interesting tomorrow. Amber's team only has an hour. Let me do this really quickly. Amber's team only has an hour and 16 minutes, you heard the judge say. That's to do their cross-examination, because Johnny's team has one more witness, and then put forward their counter suit, their counterclaims for damages, in which case, however many witnesses they have, they've only got an hour to do it. And usually when you do the direct takes longer. It takes more time to go through a direct examination, because you're giving the witness time to speak. It's not a yes, no, yes, no, yes, no kind of thing normally. And they got an hour and 16 minutes total to get that done tomorrow. So that tells me they probably only have one or two, maybe max 3 witnesses, and that's it. And that also includes not just the cross-examination for Johnny's team's rebuttal, but then when they do their own counter rebuttal, they have to do the direct, then Johnny's team gets to do the cross-examination, and then they have to do the redirect. And they got an hour and 16 for all that. So tomorrow ought to be interesting. We'll see what happens. Thanks everybody for being with me today. I appreciate you guys. Lori, you are so sweet. Thank you so much for being here. For those of you who had to go and come back, I appreciate you for doing that as well. We will do this again tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of the regular trial, and then the jury closing arguments are Friday. Jury's going to get their jury instructions on Friday. This thing will hopefully be over Friday. I think the jury will probably, if they get the instructions before lunch, they'll be back by 5, and they're gonna call it. They're gonna call it because nobody wants to have to go through this over the weekend when there's a 3-day weekend coming up. I think the jury's going to make a decision by Friday. Well, have a great one, Lori. Thanks everybody for being on. I will see y'all tomorrow. Please come back. Love to see you then. Y'all take care.